Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everyone doing today? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. What's up? How's everybody doing? We're getting the live started right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet the criteria that'll be putting up on the TikTok screen here in a second. I got some a little bit of Christmas themed stuff. We got the lights, and then we got like the little Christmas tree. That's our little Christmas tree, the mini Christmas tree that we have. That's all we've got so far. But what's up, everyone joining in? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. What's up? How's everyone doing? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Dean was gonna hop off here in a second, everyone. He was gonna hop off here in a second, so he'll probably be sending everyone over to us here in a minute. What's good, everyone joining in the stream? Do give it a second for people to join up. I've just put the criteria on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second, everyone, but hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. KYX, how you doing? Sophie, how you doing? Dean is not on YouTube. Yeah, I know Dean has not been on YouTube today, but he has been on just TikTok because his internet at his Airbnb is not good enough to actually keep on two different streams at once. So that's a little bit unfortunate. He was having some trouble with the YouTube today. But yes, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're going to start getting people up here right now. Again, please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
August 24th, 2005.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Still Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I would mainly say because he brings in more of the Christian ideology.
Whoa, you have a lot of feedback. Is there a way you can fix your feedback there? And then I would ask you, what particular Christian values does Donald Trump uphold?
It's not more. Sorry, is the feedback fixed or no?
It seems like there's still a little bit. Is there a way you can turn down your audio, maybe?
Yeah. What about now? Is that better?
I still hear it a little bit.
It might be my fan. I'm so sorry about that, Parker.
Do you have Bluetooth on?
I don't think I do, no.
Okay, alright, you can keep trying.
Okay, I wouldn't say mainly it was, like, what his views are. I just say he brings in more of the Christians to the side, rather than Kamala. Rather than, like...
And what particular reason do you have to believe that? Could you be specific, like what specific Christian values?
I guess more just people who believe in the Christian God. That kind of.
Okay, people who believe in the Christian God. Okay, but how so? Because I think that she is Christian herself. So I would just ask you, like, what specific values does he uphold to a greater extent comparative to Kamala Harris? That means that you prefer him to Kamala Harris.
I mean, I guess this is really, I'm going to tell you the truth, it's mainly, like, subjective. So I guess in my subjective take, I just believe. I mean, I do not have no proof, so...
Okay, so you just believe. You don't have any specific Christian values. You just believe. So then here, I'll ask you a question because I think this would be a relevant thing. Donald Trump said that he never asked God for forgiveness. He's passed the big, beautiful bill that's cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. So Donald Trump doesn't really uphold Christian values when in the position of political office in terms of his actual values, seemingly, at least from that respect. So, again, from your perspective, do you know anything that he does support that does uphold Christian values to a greater extent?
I guess I would say, in response to what you just said, I don't think you can really give an account for morality in the first place. I mean, you can't really tell me why anything is wrong other than using your personal subjective take.
That's everyone. Everyone does that. Okay? So that's
So
not unique
every
to just me. Every single person gets their morality as a description of their particular psychological preferences.
so would you say all language is subjective or everything is subjective?
Language is subjective, that's true, but language is separate from morals.
Okay. So language is subjective. You just made an objective claim there. You understand
Uh,
that?
so you understand that like it's going to be within different senses. Like the truth of language is dependent upon the stance, although it's descriptively true that we refer to language as being subjective. Do you understand that you're referencing two separate truths in that context and then you're equivocating between the two and trying to act like they're the same?
Well, I guess I would say that there are some like specific languages that are
Are you saying
not
there are no
descriptive.
subjective truths?
I'm saying that some language is not descriptive.
Are there any subjective truths?
Um, like subjective. Mm, I guess when it comes to morals, I mean, but I don't believe in objective
I'm
moral.
asking, do you
And
believe that
subjective morality.
there are any subjective truths? Because based upon your definition, you're saying truth cannot be possibly subjective. And when we mean by subjective truth, we just mean it's true dependent upon a stance. That's what we mean.
I don't believe that if something's true, no, I think it would not. Depends on the truth. Like when it, I guess when it comes to like, for example, like the laws of logic, those are not subjectively true. Those are
Yeah, and
objectively
it
true.
seems like you're evading my specific questions.
Is there subjective truth when it comes to what? Anything?
Yeah, what else would I be asking you?
Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Burger. Yeah, I guess there could be subjective truth. Like I like vanilla. I
Okay,
like chocolate.
so is it objectively true that you like vanilla?
Um,
Like from a descriptive sense?
is it objectively true? No, I guess not. I mean,
No?
the only reason I say
I think
it's
what
not
someone would mean by it's objectively true in that context is descriptively it is the case that I have this particular
for
desire.
me.
But the truth of that desire, right, is predicated off of a stance. So it's subjective within the sense that we're saying it's true dependent upon a stance. And what someone means by objective in that sense is that it's just descriptively the case.
Okay, well, the only reason I would say I don't believe in subjective morality because if God is objective, then what He lays down must also be objective.
Okay,
A
let me
God.
clarify. In metaethics, subjective just means true dependent upon a stance, and objective just means true independent of a stance. Words can have separate meanings dependent on the context that you use the word.
Okay.
So it's good not to equivocate between two usages of different words, because not everyone is using the same usage of the word in every context. Also, to
Okay.
say that morality is true dependent upon God is to say that it's true dependent upon a stance, because it's dependent upon God's mind. That's subjective, okay? If it's true independent of God's mind, well, then it's going to be true regardless of whether or not atheism is true, right? Or not atheism, regardless of whether or not God exists, sorry.
Well, if God Himself is an objective thing, is an objective standard, then I think the objective laws He lays down would be right. So, if you
Okay, I
give
don't
the
know what you mean by
formula,
God's an objective standard. His mind is not objective. That would be subjective.
well, if immaterial things exist, like the laws of logic, those aren't subjective. Those are true today, tomorrow, yesterday, forever, before humans. If those things exist, and we can see that logic itself is in a mind, there must have been a mind that grounds truths outside of the materialistic world. Like, for
Then you're saying
example,
it every truth is subjective truth, by the way. If you're saying that there has to be a mind to ground truth, then you're saying the only way that something could be true is if it's subjectively true. That's what
only
you just
something
said.
can be true if it's subjectively true. What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, you're saying that every truth has to be grounded in a mind, meaning that you
No,
believe
no, no,
every
no, no,
truth
not
is
a human mind.
subjective.
Not a human mind.
It doesn't matter whether or not you can it's a human mind. We just said mind. We didn't say human mind.
Well, I guess I would say depending upon a human mind, it would be subjective.
Okay,
Objective
so
is
that's not
dependent.
what people mean by subjective and objective. Okay, objective is true independent of a mind. Subjective is true dependent upon a mind. They don't specify human. Okay, so if you're using a different definition, you can use that, but that's not how people are typically using the term. So when I believe that morals are subjectively true, all I'm saying is that it's true dependent upon a mind.
I would say a human mind. So, could you grant me my?
Okay, is there
Um,
anything you want to bring up that's relevant? Because like this whole you can't have morality thing, not only is it stupid, and I've just debunked it, but it serves no purpose in this conversation.
well, I would say that if you're gonna say that anything is wrong and it's personally subjective, why even argue?
If why argue if morals are subject? Because I believe that my morals are preferable to others, and I want to convince people of taking my perspective.
But why? Why is that good?
Why? Because it's going to lead people more in accordance with my values.
Yeah, I know what it's gonna
Well,
do. I
why
know
would
you.
you come up on my live stream and do this? Because you think it's going to influence people towards your worldview. It's the same thing for
No,
me.
I'm just arguing for. I guess I would say that um, I'm more arguing for God's existence and an objective standard because my worldview actually gives meaning. Yours is just purely
When you
materialistic
say
and
yours
cheap.
just gives meaning and mine doesn't give meaning, it's a dishonest argument. You're acting like you can only get meaning from your perspective. No, I have meaning under my own perspective.
Can you
Dude, what are you
justify
talking
that?
about?
What's your reason?
What is logically contradictory about my stance and having meaning?
I'm not saying that it's contradictory. I'm
You
saying you
are.
have
You
no.
just said my
You're
stance
not.
can't have meaning, meaning that it's not logically possible. So if it
I
is
mean,
logically
okay.
possible for my stance to have meaning, why are you
Let,
claiming that it can't?
let me rephrase this. You cannot give a justification for your meaning.
Again, when you say what do you mean by justification?
No reason or basis for believing it.
I can give a reason or a basis for it. Again, it's just a description of my psychological preferences if you boil it down to the very basis.
So it's all.
That's a basis for
So
truth.
then, if that was the case, then the laws of logic would also be personally subjective to your own take.
No, no, laws are objectively true. They're true independent of a mind.
But how can you
Now the
have?
language you use to describe the laws of logic is subjective, but you're misunderstanding. Language being subjective does not necessarily entail that logic in of itself is subjective. Does it make sense?
Language itself is. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, language being subjective and us using language to refer to things does not necessarily entail that what we are referring to in of itself is subjective.
So how can you have objective things in a purely materialistic, changing world, a material world?
How can you
How
have
can you have
objective
unchanging?
things?
Because unchanging
I
objective also
objectively
means.
exist. I exist independent of someone's stance. If someone has a stance that I don't exist, they're wrong, right?
I mean, that's not. That wasn't really my question.
If
My
someone has the
question.
stance that I don't exist, is that are they wrong?
Um.
The fact that I exist is true, objectively, okay? Yet I can believe that under an atheistic worldview,
You can.
okay?
Yeah, you
So
can
this
believe it, but
argument you're
you have no
making is stupid and a
justification.
waste of time.
You have no justification in but your belief
I
other than
did.
saying
I
I
gave you
believe it.
justification for that. Would you said your
I.
justification was based on
It's
reason. I just
subjective.
gave you reason to believe it.
It's I. Like I can say, well, I don't think you exist. How would I be wrong?
Again, because again, it's objectively the case that I do exist in a
You
descriptive
keep
sense.
saying that. You're not telling me how.
How,
You just keep saying.
because we wait, are you saying what evidence do we have for my existence? Your senses? Do you
Yeah,
think your
but
senses are
again,
unreliable?
your senses cannot tell you that the logic exists
So
itself.
wait, my senses can't tell me that you exist? Is that what you just said?
Well, no, I guess I would say that you are using your logic by saying that I exist, but your senses cannot sense logic. Logic has no touch, taste, smell. It has no
No,
matter.
but you can reasonably think about it, right? Can a squared circle exist? No, that's not possible. It can't have zero sides and one side simultaneously.
I know that. I mean, I'm just saying that your senses,
How do you know
again,
1 plus 1 equals 2? How do you know? What evidence do you have that 1 plus 1 equals 2? Professor, I actually don't accept that. I don't accept that 1 plus 1 equals 2. But do you want to give it like me an actual debate, or do you want to keep here and giving me this bullshit? To be honest with you, I'm not trying to be rude. Dude, this is ridiculous. Like, this is a horrible argument.
All I'm saying is that you have no reason or basis to believe it other than saying my senses or I. Well, so then I can.
Yeah, I think senses are reliable in making a determination on what's most likely to be the case. Like my sense data, like in terms of my eyesight, my hearing, right? My reasonable thinking skills about how you're arguing right now to entail that it's a person comparative to some other type of like AI or something where someone comes up and tries to like have ChatGPT do it. Like I can tell the difference. I have reasonable sense data. Okay.
So, is it reliable enough to tell me that the sun will rise tomorrow? Like, is that just?
Yeah, I mean, I have enough evidence to indicate the sun will rise tomorrow. Why?
Okay,
because of probability.
But I'm not asking about the past. I'm asking about the future. How do you know about the future?
Yeah, no, and I think that we justify what's true about the future based upon what's likely to be the case. Now, we might not always be right, but we're doing it based on the best information we have, based on what's most likely to be the case. And if you're to say that just because something isn't certainly the case means it's not true, well, then that's absurd. You can't make any predictions about the future.
I mean, you can, but you don't really have a reason or basis.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's not reasonable to make any prediction about the future. Is it reasonable to say that the sun is going to rise tomorrow?
You can say that.
Is it? Answer the question. Do you think it's reasonable to say that the sun is going to rise tomorrow?
Yeah, but I have a
nice concession. Thank you. It is reasonable to say that you are going to see the sunrise tomorrow. Okay? Can you run us back to the argument, or do you just want to keep doing this? This is a waste of our time.
I'm sorry. I will make my final argument and...
I mean, tell us why you support Trump. None of this is a reason to support Trump. You were just trying to say, oh, Parker, you don't have morals. You have no meaning. Like you just learned this from Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson, that sounds familiar.
I can't really hear you. You're kind of covering your mic.
Andrew Wilson, that sounds familiar. But
yeah, it's probably where you heard this argument from.
My whole thing is like, if logic, reasoning, and objective truth exists, they require a necessary non-contingent ground. So, like, nothing in a purely material or contingent universe can ground these universal, immaterial, and invariant law.
I don't accept that even. I don't think that there has to be a necessary fact that explains those particular phenomena. There could be a contingent state of affairs that could explain that. But even so, even if we were to say that there was a necessary fact that explained all, that doesn't have to be a god. That can be a natural, necessary fact.
How can it be natural if the natural is contingent to time and space?
By contingent, you just mean it could be otherwise, right?
It's dependent on something
Yeah.
as well.
Could your parents not exist?
I'm not arguing for my
No. Could your parents not exist? Yes or no? Yes, because their parents could have not had them. Meaning your parents' existence is a contingent fact. Your existence is derivative of their the contingent fact that your parents exist, not a necessary fact. So there are some facts that are contingent dependent upon other contingent facts. And when we say dependent upon other contingent facts, we mean explained by other contingent facts. And by contingent fact, again, it just means something that could be otherwise. Necessary fact meaning that it couldn't possibly be otherwise, meaning it's logically contradictory otherwise.
So... But that is completely... I'm not talking about something that's in the physical world like humans. I'm talking about something that's outside like logic. If logic is not necessary, then you can have contradictions.
I do believe logic is necessarily the case.
Okay, so how can logic be objectively true in a contingent material universe?
How could logic be a necessary fact if there are other contingent facts? I don't think just because there's one contingent fact that means that every fact has to be contingent.
No,
that's absurd.
That's not what I said. I said, how can a non-contingent thing exist in a contingent world? That's what, like logic exists outside of space and time. They would be true before the universe. They're not contingent. They don't depend on anything. How can that be the case?
Yeah, so it exists whether or not the universe existed. What's your point?
Yes. How is that possible?
But how is that
In your
possible?
worldview, when I don't know if you even believe in the Big Bang or whatever you believe, but in a purely materialistic worldview, how can that be possible?
I don't
And
see it because there's no contradiction in the alternative. That's what a necessary fact is. A necessary fact existing does not mean every other fact has to be a
well,
necessary
look at
fact.
Linus
And
Parking.
again, because there are contingent facts in existence, like the universe, that doesn't necessarily entail that a necessary fact, such as logic, could not exist. Okay, so you'd have to entail a contradiction in order to say that it can't possibly be the case.
Yeah, because the contingent
Now,
universe.
would you like to move on? This is again irrelevant to the topic. Did you just want to come up here and talk to me about this, or did you actually want to talk to me about the
I
topic?
mean, that's fine if you don't want to talk about anything else, but I think you
Hey,
got
dude, I've
caught
already addressed this. This has
in a
nothing to
room
do with
because
the topic.
I think you got caught in a corner. I'm asking you, how can
This is
something
embarrassing. This is embarrassing. You're not
really?
talking about the
It
topic,
is.
and you're trying to force me into talking about something is unrelated to the topic by trying to say that I'm running somehow after I already addressed what you had to say. How long have you been in this conversation talking about something that's not even related? Almost 20 minutes? We have been talking about something that's unrelated to the topic. At this point, you can either
Not
choose
really.
to move on to the topic, onto why you support Donald Trump, or, right, I will go on to the next person. Genuinely, this is ridiculous.
I mean, I told you I support Trump.
Yeah, then no, it needs to be more than that. You need to actually expand upon
Really?
that. You're saying because of your religious values. How about this? Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Secular,
Do you believe
basically.
in separation of church and state?
Um, Me personally, no. I think the church should have authority.
No, you think the church should have authority. So, okay, should all sins be illegal?
No.
Okay, how do you know what sin should be illegal and what sin shouldn't?
Um. Again, I would also argue that at first we got to admit, because you're talking about the Christian God, right? Not
I'm
like
talking
the
about your
Muslim.
worldview.
Okay,
Okay,
so my
how do you know
worldview,
what sin should be illegal and what sin should not be illegal
I
under
think
your
it's
own
completely
worldview?
irrelevant because I want to get to, at least in my paradigm, there's a God and yours is not. So how can we at first admit that there's at least a God?
No, I don't have to. You're just trying to
Okay,
change the topic. I don't believe that there's any argument to necessarily entail a God's
I
existence.
just gave you one, and you just
Irrelevant to
said,
this point. Can I ask you this question one more time? How do you know what sin should be illegal and what sin should not be illegal under your own worldview?
yeah, I could claim that I'm spiritual. I just believe that there's a God. So if that was the case, then I don't believe in the Christian, Muslim, any of this God. I just believe there's a God.
Okay, I'm
So
sorry. Do I
can
need to ask you the question again? You saying that you believe in God is not a description of what sin should be illegal and what sin should not be illegal. I'm asking you the question one more time. If you can't answer, I will go on to the next person. This is a waste of everyone's time in the live stream, okay? How do you know what sin should be illegal versus what sin should not be illegal?
I think all sin should be, I guess, forgiven. And the one sins, I guess I would say murder, or I can't say that on here. I'm sorry. Murder, rape. Um, I don't even know if I can say like when. I don't know if I can say this word on TikTok, but it's called, when two siblings, do.
Okay,
Um,
you're just telling me things that you think should be illegal. You're not telling me why you think that certain sins should be illegal and other ones should not be. Is that a description of your personal value on what should be illegal and what should be legal?
I mean, I guess all sins that God are the commandments that God lays down. If you break them, they should be illegal because He's an
Okay.
objective standard.
Okay, so Donald Trump, because he's committed adultery on multiple occasions, he should be in prison for committing adultery?
Well, I guess I would say that I also believe in forgiveness. So, and I don't
Okay,
think that
but
one
should he go to
doing
prison? You said
something
any
one time.
violation of the 10 commandments leads to prison. So Trump has committed adultery on multiple occasions, therefore he should be put in prison, correct?
At least I can say in my worldview that that's wrong. You can't.
I can
What's
say that
wrong?
adultery is wrong
What
under
is
my
wrong?
worldview. Do you see how he just keeps trying to rely on
But you
that?
don't
You
have a
know, atheists can have
justification for that.
morality. It's dishonest and disingenuous for you to claim
Really?
otherwise. And the fact that you have to say that in order to try and respond to me after you just said that Donald Trump should be in prison for committing adultery is laughable. Okay? So again, you believe
But
Donald Trump should be in prison for committing adultery. Agreed?
I have a justification. You don't. So yeah.
Trump for prison 2025. Let's go. Do you agree on that? Can you shake my hand? Can you agree on that?
If I can turn my camera on, I'll shake it.
Shake his hand. Okay, next question. Bearing false witness, is that a violation of the Ten Commandments?
Yeah.
So if you tell your kid Santa Claus exists, that's bearing false witness. That is lying to your kid. Should you go to prison for telling your kid that Santa Claus exists?
I mean, it's more of a metaphor than a physical thing. So no.
What? No, no, hold up. It's a lie. That's a violation of the Ten Commandments.
Metaphor.
Should you go to prison for telling your kid that Santa Claus exists? And no, no. When I tell my kids Santa Claus exists and Santa Claus is real and is going to give them presents, that is a lie. Do you agree that's a lie?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's a lie, and you said a violation of one of the Ten Commandments should lead to prison, and it is the case that that is a violation of the Ten Commandments, then you're saying people who tell their children that Santa Claus exists should go to prison. Is that your worldview?
Well, again, I will say this: that the Santa Claus whole story is based on the Christian paradigm and is completely metaphorical. It's not like an actual.
No, you are
event.
literally okay. You agreed with me that telling your kid Santa Claus exists is a lie. Okay, that means when people tell their kid Santa Claus exists, they're lying, and under your view, they should go to prison. So you think my mom should go to prison because when I was a kid, she told me Santa Claus exists and the Tooth Fairy. Okay, put Parker Get a Job's mom in prison for saying that Santa Claus exists and the Tooth Fairy. Okay, those lies are not acceptable. My mom's a Christian, by the way.
It's pretty good.
Obviously, you don't think my mom should be in prison for telling me when I was a child that Santa Claus exists. So obviously, it's not going to be the case that just because you have violated one of the Ten Commandments that you should go to prison. Can we at least agree there?
Forgiveness, yeah, as well. I said that too before.
Oh, okay. So again, how do you know what laws or what sins should be illegal and what sins should be legal?
I feel like I'm just going to keep repeating myself. But you're basically asking me when should they get punished, or how many times can they commit this and be punished for it? Is that kind of what you're asking me?
No, what I'm essentially asking you is, or I'm essentially trying to get you to realize, because I'm asking you questions to get you to realize something, is that you don't believe that just because something's sinful means it should be illegal. Therefore, a description of what you see to be illegal is based upon your own personal values, not religious values. Because if it were religious values, then you'd have a hard time justifying what should be legal and what should be illegal. So it's, again, a description of your psychological and personal values. Okay, so if it's a description of your psychological and personal values, well, then why would you say that your religion is the basis for why you vote one way versus the other? Because if it was the case, then you would say that your religion would be a reason as to why the law should be a certain way, right?
Well, I don't know if you want to bring up justification, because anytime I do, you want to shift away, but you don't have a justification for anything.
I've already responded to this like 10
No, you
times,
haven't.
and I've given you the response. Yes, I have. You just didn't like it when I showed you the obvious argument that debunked you.
No, it didn't. It actually made my point even more, because you cannot even give a justification for the thing you're using.
I've clarified multiple times that I have. Maybe you have a comprehension issue here.
Maybe I do. So
You do. And maybe
logic,
not. Maybe
can you
that
give
is
a
the case.
justification for ought we believe in logic in your worldview, because it's all purely materialistic and can be another way. Logic, the laws of logic can be another way, and they can change. How can things like the laws of logic that don't change, that are not contingent?
Do you think logic is true independent of a stance?
Yes.
So
I
what's
have a
the
reason.
so if it's true independent of a stance, that means it's true whether or not God exists, correct?
Say that again. You cut
If
out,
it's
sorry.
true independent of a stance, does that mean that it's true independent of God's stance?
It's just a part of his nature.
Hold up, can we clarify? If it's true independent of a stance, that means it's true independent of God's stance, correct?
It's a part of God's nature. Logic is a part of him. Do you understand that?
Okay, so you're saying that well then let me ask you this question. Has logic always existed?
Yes.
Actually, wait. When you say logic is a part of God, what makes you say that?
It reflects his rational nature. Like, do you know what I mean by
But
nature?
why?
Wait, no, do you know what I mean by nature?
Yeah, you're just saying like what is in terms of the being of someone.
Yeah, so like also anything really. Like apples, they have a nature. They grow somewhat. Squirrels, they have a nature. They
Yeah,
just reflect.
I understand. Again, this doesn't mean that this argument that you're saying is not entailed. What's the argument for why logic is a part of God?
Yeah, because the only being described in the religion is universal. He applies everywhere. He does not change. He tells us how we ought to reason. He's not physical, and he cannot be otherwise.
So you're just making claims. You're not necessarily giving an argument. You're just saying that he doesn't change and he's non-physical. So being non-physical doesn't mean that logic is a part of you, and being that you don't change doesn't mean that logic is a part of you. Having similar characteristics to logic, such as being immaterial, even if you were to claim logic is that, or not changing, right, wouldn't mean that logic is a part of God.
Well, we also see that logic. I'm not going to say that it exists only when I mean it exists in
So wait, are you
minds.
saying under an atheistic worldview that uh, there can be squared circles?
Because since it's contingent, since it's depending upon space and time, and it can be otherwise, it can change in a purely material, only changing universe. Yeah, there could be.
Okay. He thinks that in the world in which there's an atheistic world, there can be a squared circle. That's incoherent. Okay. That's obviously ridiculous to say.
It's not
Now,
incoherent
you're saying that there could be something that
because
has
logic continues.
wait, so in an atheistic worldview with no God, you're saying that there can be something like a shape that has multiple sides and zero sides simultaneously.
Logic can subject
Answer
to
the question.
change.
Do you think it can have multiple
I'm
sides
answering your
and
question.
zero sides simultaneously? So wait,
Um,
0 can equal 4 if God doesn't exist?
I'll answer. Can I answer? Or how long do you want me to take the answer? Like 5
0 can
seconds?
equal 4 if God doesn't exist. That's his argument.
Since if logic is a contingent thing, it can change. So therefore, you could have
I didn't say
contradiction.
logic is contingent. I said logic is necessary.
Okay, but how can it be a non-contingent thing in the universe when it's contingent?
How many more
The
times do I
universe
have
is
to tell you
contingent.
logic is necessary?
I get it. But how can that be if logic exists in a purely contingent world?
Okay. Again, you're stumped on this argument. Again, you don't have to claim that it's purely contingent if you're an atheist. You can claim that there's a necessary fact that explains the universe, that's just that necessary fact
Yeah,
is
I can
natural.
claim that God is
So if
real
that
and have
necessary
no
fact is
justification
eternal
either.
and natural and led to the
Absolutely.
existence of the world that we exist in right now, well then that gets around your argument and
You're
still
just being
it doesn't
arbitrary
entail God's
and ad hoc.
existence.
You're being arbitrary and ad hoc. You're basically saying, well, I don't think it needs to be. It just is.
No, I'm saying there's nothing logically entailing that.
And telling that the logic is a contingent thing
Yeah, there's nothing means I'd have to accept that.
because
You have no argument to say
did
that I have
something
to accept
become.
that.
Do you believe that the universe always is, or there was a beginning point?
Again, for this whole sake of this, because you can't seem to fathom otherwise, we can say that there is a naturalistic explanation that is eternal that led to the existence we exist in, and there's nothing logically incoherent about that.
I. But
So a
what reason
necessary
do you
fact
have?
explains contingent facts.
So what reason or basis do you have to believe that? Why?
The same reason or basis you have to believe any other necessary fact explained the universe.
Which is what?
I don't think there's any particular argument to say that that has to be the case. You're just trying to run the contingency argument, right? And I don't think that it's necessarily the case that there has to be a necessary fact, right? In order to explain contingent facts. I think that contingent facts can explain other contingent facts. Or you could say that there is some sort of situation where there's like a brute contingent fact, like for example, without an explanation, right? And yet it explains other contingent facts. No issue with that, logically speaking. But again, I can even accept that there are necessary facts that explain contingent facts, and yet still I can accept atheism. So
What?
again, how many more times do I have to say this for you? Again, this has nothing to do with the topic. If you want to keep talking about this for like 40 minutes, you can go join a different live. Like I'm done talking about this with you. Like this is clearly not about politics. Like you clearly just wanted to talk to me about religion.
I mean, you just keep saying things is, but why ought I believe that?
I've already given you explanations. If you need any further clarification, you can go talk to any philosophy PhD student if you'd like.
Yeah, they don't have a reason at all. They have no reason or
They do.
justification. They
They
just
do.
say it is.
They do.
But
They do.
obviously you don't.
I'll,
You're
I'll
just saying that
send
it
you to
is.
Danny Phil talk. How many do you want to actually debate about politics, or did you just want to do this the whole time? Because I just want to know, so I don't want to waste any more of my time.
Can we debate about, I guess, abortion? That's another topic.
You're just gonna apply back. Actually, you know what? Have a good day. I've already talked to you about religion. He's just gonna end up talking about religion. He's gonna say, "Oh, you don't actually have a reason why you could justify why you morally think that way." He's just gonna do that the whole time. I'm good. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2004.
I'm sorry, I do feel like they are young. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Josie, thank you for the hand hearts. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Biblical reasons, because I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that, according to the Bible, that is the best option.
Are you driving, by the way?
I am. I'm in a car. I'm not driving.
Can the person who's driving say hi real quick?
Nah.
Okay, come on when you're not driving. I can't talk to you while you're driving. It's TikTok TOS. It's TikTok TOS. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
He's basically the best president we've ever had.
Is there a way you can move your phone out of the way of like it sounds like a fan maybe? There's like a lot of wind.
Yeah,
It sounds like.
Hold on.
Perfect. That sounds good. Okay, so you
Is
said
that
he's
better?
like a very good president. What makes you think that?
What makes me think that? Well, he's doing everything that I've voted him for.
Such as?
Let's see. He got men out of women's sports. He's getting rid of all of the undocumented immigrants. Stuff like that.
Ruben, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. What's wrong with undocumented immigration?
They didn't come in here legally.
So you're saying any person who violates the law should be held accountable for violating the law, correct?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so you shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump because he was convicted of 34 felonies, and you voting for him limited him from being held accountable for those 34 felonies he was convicted of, correct?
I mean, they're misdemeanors.
Oh, your name
Sure.
is Kamala should have won. Okay, let's go on
No,
the
that
next
was-
individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
29?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
I served under both, well, actually, I served under Obama, Trump, and Biden. And I would say from that aspect for military experience, I would say Trump was definitely the better candidate, at least from Biden and Trump. because I came in at the end of Obama's term. In my opinion, under Biden, the military was just it was not disciplined. They were going rogue.
Okay, what tells you that because of Biden's policies that the military was not disciplined?
Okay, so for instance, under Biden, we had that whole transgender transformation. We had the Afghan
Wait,
pullout,
can I
and
clarify quick? You do not want trans people in the military?
no, I'm okay with trans people in the military. I think the issue really lied with forcing it with to the whole what we call the unit to take over and making it seem a bigger deal than it is.
Like how so?
For instance, they lowered the standards for rangers so women can join, so trans people can get a better score.
I don't
And
think it has anything to do
I
with
just,
trans people in that context. That would have to do specifically with women under your context, not trans people in general, right? Like, I don't see what the point is for that. Secondly, like, if you want to talk about like trans people in the military, Trump has actively banned trans people from the military.
he's the commander in chief. He's allowed to. I don't think
That's,
there's an
do you
issue
not
with
think that's
that.
fucked up and bigoted though? To ban trans people
No,
from the
I don't.
military?
No, I actually I don't think that's messed up.
Why
These
not?
laws were under Obama. The same laws were under Obama when Obama was president. Trans could not be in the military under Obama either. So what's I don't understand what the
That's
issue
just
is if
not
Trump did
true, actually. Right? Like,
Trump.
I have a friend that was in the military and is trans under Obama.
No,
Would you
that
like to?
can't be the truth because policies
Are
for
you
trans
saying that
people
they
came
couldn't?
out
Wait,
at
are you
the
saying
end
that
of
they
actually
couldn't
Trump's
be out?
policy.
Like, could you give me any source for that?
Well, can you give me actually a source? Because
Yeah, I just
trans
told
could be
you my
joined the
my trans
military in
friend was
2019.
my trans friend was in the military. I mean, now you maybe you would say that like they weren't be allowed to come out or something like that. I haven't seen any
Oh
evidence
yeah,
of
you
that. If you'd like to
okay?
show
Yeah,
me.
if you're saying that, yeah, look. What I'm saying is they weren't allowed to be documented as whatever sex they identified as until, honestly, under Trump's first term. Like that wasn't even a thing until Trump's first term. And under Obama, you could be trans, but you weren't allowed to change your gender in the military. Military wasn't going to pay for it.
Um. Um. Yeah, in under Obama's administration, they ended the ban on trans people not being allowed in the military. That was under Obama. Yeah, that was 2016 on their way out. So that was not Trump. Had nothing to do with
So,
Trump.
but Trump kept it in place. Trump didn't ban it on his first
Oh,
term.
okay. And he that's good. He shouldn't have banned it. And again, he did so under his second term, right?
And
So
again,
again,
I
the
just said he's
issue,
allowed to. He's the commander in chief. You just said you just
I
made a
don't think they
point
should do
about
that.
that.
I don't think that they should do that because I think that trans people should be allowed to serve in the military. I see no reason to limit them from being in the military, and I do see it to be bigoted to specifically target trans people and limit them from being in the military.
Okay, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that because I
Can you
do
define
feel like
bigoted?
well, to me, no.
I can't hear you and you swipe out of the app. Whenever you have to see me in order for me to be able to hear you.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I can't hear you at all right now.
Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear
I
me?
hear you.
I'm in the app.
Yep, I
Can
hear
you
you.
hear me? Yeah, I'm saying that I see what you're saying, but you're a civilian. Like the commander in chiefs get to make these decisions, and he is the commander in chief. If he allows it during his first term, he doesn't allow it during his second term. Like it's up to him. Like it's not something as a civilian
Okay.
like we can control.
Can I ask you a question then? But like you can have an issue with it. If he were to ban a certain race from joining the military, would you be okay with that?
No, I would not be okay with a certain
Would you
race
think that's
being-
bigoted?
No, but
No?
no, I don't think that any race should be banned from joining the
No, but
military.
if
I
he did
myself,
that, if he did that, would it be bigoted?
yes, it would
Okay.
be if
If
it's against somebody's
if he banned
beliefs, it's
women,
against somebody's.
if he banned women from the military, would that be bigoted?
Yeah,
Okay. If he banned trans people from the military, would that be bigoted?
no.
What is the relevant difference between women and
The
trans people?
relevant
That means in
difference,
one scenario that banning one group would be bigoted, but not banning the other group.
in my opinion, the reason it's not is because trans people have to be cohort, like they have to be a community in the military, and they want to be. If you want to be an individual, it's not really what I've seen from my experience. It's not usually a trans person is getting like or kicked out from the military. From what I've seen, it's usually
I
because
have a
they
friend
have
that's been
mental
kicked out of
issues.
I have a friend that's been kicked out of the military for being trans. Don't tell us that it doesn't happen. That's ridiculous.
No, I said it is.
He was kicked out of the
I just said
military
it does
for being
happen.
trans. Yeah.
I just said it does happen.
Can we acknowledge that the trans community being kicked out of the military is bigoted by definition? Right? So like
No,
again, you could say that you disagree with this. You don't have to agree with Trump on everything.
I don't agree with Trump on everything. I
So
don't
then do
agree
you
with him
disagree
on
with this?
Israel. I don't agree with him on
So do you disagree
a
with him
lot
on
of
this?
war issues. I agree with him on this. I do feel like it's an issue for you to think you're a man, come in as a woman, take over women's standard, take over my job
Yeah,
because
so
you
like
want to lower the standard. Yeah, I do think
what?
that's
To
an
lower
issue.
this to take over your job. What do you mean take over you understand that they're just being
You
they're
do
working as service
understand
members
that.
like everyone else. And also, what you're not understanding is you're totally okay with Donald Trump bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. You have no issue with him as a man doing that. You still vote for him for president. Yet trans people specifically literally just being in the military for some reason is an issue.
Yeah, it is an issue. I do feel like it is an issue, and if I again, I think the issue that you're trying to get me to like say is, oh, I have a problem with trans people. I don't have a problem with trans people. I have
Then say you
the
disagree with
commander in
this.
chief. No, I agree that the president, the commander in chief of the 4 branches of military that we have, has the power to ban this. And if it
What-
is, it is. And this is not me saying this. Also, other presidents, under other presidents, women were allowed to serve. That changed.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
that was
like,
messed
it's
up.
up
It
to
was
the
messed up that
commander-in-chief.
women were not allowed to serve. And it's messed up that trans people weren't allowed to serve. And that's why it should be allowed for people to serve. Right? That's their choice.
No, because there's more to serving
And by the
than
way,
just.
did you say 4 branches of government or the military?
No, I said military. 4 branches of the military.
Okay.
I also want to state that the military has you take a physical exam, and not like I'm talking literally every 6 months you do this, and it's not fair. These were the exact questions I remember because I was really a liberal when I first joined the military, and I did not like President Trump. I did not. I mean, I wasn't allowed to voice it, but I did not think he was going to do a good job as president. So, I mean, we're not allowed to say it, but that's my honest opinion. Under Biden is really when I've seen so many military members mind shift because we were there under Biden and we were thinking it was honestly, it was, excuse my last language, it was a crap show. It was crazy.
How
It
so?
was just the pullout from Afghanistan. We felt like it was rushed. We felt like the standards for soldiers were lowered. We were getting treated. There was no standard. Like we have a uniform code of military justice. You know, our version of what you call law. And no, everybody was getting loud off the hook. Oh, I'm today I feel I can't work. She's being racist towards me, and it's like, no, she's not. She's doing her job. She's holding you to the standard. Your hair.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold up. There should be allowed. It should be allowed for people to call out racism. It's ridiculous to say that no one's engaging in racism. Clearly, racism should be called out. Secondly, the pullout of Afghanistan, it was extended the time that they had to pull out because of Biden. They would have had less time under Trump because Trump signed an original agreement earlier because Trump is the original one who set up the agreement with the Taliban. And then what did the Biden-Harris administration do to lower standards?
That's what I'm saying. They did lower standards because
How so?
everything was an excuse. Everything.
How
it
did
was,
the Biden-Harris
it's my
administration
race.
lower?
It's because. I can give you a perfect example. The Rangers standard was lowered.
But how so?
The
How did they
standards
do
for
that?
women to enter the Ranger Force was lowered so that they
How
could
so?
pass
How do they do
and get.
this?
They physically lowered the standard so the woman could pass.
Due to what
That's lowering
policy?
the standard. So the DEI, basically DEI of like the civilian world. That's what happening in the military.
I'm waiting. Can you give me like a particular policy that they passed for this?
They literally physically the exam that you take for it, they lowered it. First-hand account from women that went through. They were like, yeah, they just pushed us through. We didn't have to carry the weight. The men
Can
carry
you
the
give
weight
me
for
a
me.
particular source that references this instead of just
Look
a
it up
claim?
in the military. Wait, hold on. So you can look it up yourself. You can look it up on military. I don't know if you can have access to it because I use a CAT card, but it's the standards were lowered. They definitely were. That's one of the reasons. And the standards were changed. They were changed from the APFT, the Army Physical Fitness Test, to the ACFT, the Army Combat Fitness Test, which equalized.
Yeah,
the
but
standard.
that doesn't mean that this particular standard was created by the Biden-Harris administration. This
It was
this could
created
have
under them. It
existed
was
prior.
created for
Like
us
what you
to
said
be like,
prior.
we're
Like what you
equals,
said prior.
we should
Trans
take the
people.
exam the same
Hold up. You
way.
said hold up. Trans people were allowed to be in the military in Trump's first administration, correct?
And I remember getting this briefing under Trump's administration when Obama was leaving, so I knew it was under Trump.
So let me clarify. So under Trump's first administration, trans people were allowed in the military, correct?
Yeah, they were there.
So under your view, because trans people exist in the military, did that mean that they had lower standards under Trump's first term?
They could change them. A man could become a woman and say, "Hey, I want to take
You're
a exam
you're
as a
not
female."
engaging with what I have to say. You're literally purposefully not doing that.
No, you're purposely changing the source. When I just told you a specific source where it says that APFT was changed to the ACFT,
Yeah,
that's a whole
that
different
doesn't.
exam.
Yeah, I understand, but that doesn't mean that the APFT you said was created by the Biden-Harris administration. One, two. The basis for you saying that there was a distinction in the level of standards
That's what I just
was
said. I said
because
the
they allowed trans people in the
ACFT
military.
was
Let me
created
please
under the
finish.
Biden,
Let me please
Trump,
finish.
Biden-Harris, administration. I never said it was created under Trump's administration. That's changing the standard. That is changing the standard, and now we have people trying to go to a different standard, trying to uphold a higher standard where everybody else, you could be fat, you could be limited. Oh, okay, you don't have to be in shape. That's lowering the standard.
That's actually what
happening.
Trump has done for the recruitment of ICE, not for what existed under the context of the military.
I never said Trump has lowered the standard for the military. As a matter of fact, it's been
They
uplifted.
did do that for ICE.
ICE has nothing to do with the military. I don't serve in. I don't know.
So wait, why
much
is it
about ICE?
So why is it okay to have these lowered standards for ICE, but apparently it's an issue with the military? And by the way, again, you still didn't address my argument that, like, again, this could be applicable
Because
to Trump's
ICE,
first term.
First of all, we don't get to, as civilians, dictate standards for any of the branches of the. Do we dictate the standard for the FBI, the CIA? No, we don't. And the another point to that, where you're saying ICE, he has lowered the standards. Lowered the standards how? Lower them physically?
Yeah, like they've lowered physical standards. This is clarified by their own administration.
Again, how? How did he lower them physically? Are you talking about, oh, okay, now they don't go to camp for 9 weeks, they go for 12, or from 12 weeks to 9 weeks? Is that what you're saying?
I got you. So ICE specifically lowered standards in relation to. I got you right here. Give me 1 second. For hiring and training, they specifically lowered physical fitness and academic entry requirements.
Yeah, I see that. What you're sourcing, I see that. But what does that have, again, him lowering it for them? First of all, they're not even getting recruitment, right? Isn't that the issue with the ICE right now, is they're having to lower the standard because they're not getting recruitment? The military does the same thing. When they're not getting recruitment, they lower the ASVAB.
So then,
The
are you
ASVAB,
saying that
not
it would
the
be
physical
justified
standard.
for the Biden administration to do that because we have lower rates of people joining the military? And if we have issues with people joining the military, why are you saying that we should not allow for trans people to be in the military?
The military, or at least I'm going to speak for the Army. I don't know for the other three branches. The Army does not lower its physical standards. It can lower its test for the ASVAB test when you join the military, your like written test. It can lower that, and it did. Biden and Harris did lower that.
It
That's
can
fine.
lower physical standards. You're just not telling the truth.
No, it cannot lower the physical standard. The physical standard is
Wait, you
dictated
just
by
said
your
that they did.
age.
You just said that they
It's
did lower the
dictated by
physical.
your.
Hold up. You just said that they did lower the physical standards. So then, if you're okay with them lowering the physical standards, right, or no, if you're okay with acknowledging that they lowered the physical standards, you're saying that they can do that, correct?
I'm confused. How I just gave you context of how they can do it. You're telling me.
And
You're
again, by the
I'm
way,
saying
I
that
just
they
want to
can.
clarify, the allowance of trans people has nothing to do with the standards, because again, under Trump's first term, trans people were allowed, yet you don't think this particular standard existed, correct?
No, I said that trans people were allowed to serve under Trump's first
But
term,
like you
and
just said,
it's
were the
fine
physical
because he was the
but
commander in
were the
chief, and
physical
he's allowed to
standards
dictate
lower?
that.
Were the physical standards lower for people getting into the military under Trump's first administration?
They were not lowered. That's where I think our confusion is. I'm saying they were changed for a male to a female. If a male wants to be like, oh, I can't pass the male standard, which was at that time difficult, and a female standard because she's obviously doesn't have the same muscle mass, is weaker, he can take her exam and pass it.
So
And
are
now
you?
guess what? I can't get my promotion because this man wants to claim he's a
No,
female.
no, no. So again, what you're not
This is
understanding
true.
is that
That's how the
no,
promotion system works.
listen. What you're not understanding is that after multiple years of HRT, that people specifically who are trans have very similar standards in terms of their physiological capabilities as members of of the particular gender who are cis. So this idea that you have
So you're saying
that it would
males
be
have the
predicated.
same
Can I please
body
finish?
mass?
Can I please finish? Can I please finish? Yeah, so I just want to clarify. So again, if you're saying that there are a bunch of trans women getting into these positions, then this wouldn't be applicable to trans men. So then I have a question. Would you be okay with trans men being in the military?
I'm not okay. I personally don't see an issue, but I'm saying if the
Okay, wait. So then
president, the
when
commander
they
in
banned
chief,
all of trans people, they banned not only just trans women, they banned trans men as well. So this argument that you're not understanding is that it had entirety related to the trans people's existence, not to whether or not people who were biologically male were able to get into these particular conditions with standards that are deemable as lower. So like this argument that you're making is not about the standards. It's about specifically going after trans people for being trans.
okay, but again, like if we're talking about this, then yeah, there's an issue. Like trans people, if this is, I think what the left side and the right side are gonna have a major disagreement on. The right side just sees that they're going through a mental illness. That's it. Like they're
No,
going through a mental illness.
no,
Yes,
it's not.
they do believe that.
No, the DSM does not
They
indicate
don't
that
believe a
the
man can be a
DSM.
woman.
Listen. The
The
DSM does
man
not.
cannot be a woman.
Listen, the
And the
DSM.
left believes a man can be a woman. That's
No,
the whole.
that's not even
Isn't
the
that
claim
the
we're
issue?
making. We're saying that trans women are women and trans men are men, and I believe that trans people's identities are valid. And the idea that you have here that they're invalid, I think, is ridiculous. Now, if you want to
So
talk
you
about,
think women?
can I
So you
please
think
finish?
men?
Can I
No,
please
no, no. So
finish
you think
without you
trans
cutting me
men
off?
should? No,
Is
no,
it
no.
possible
Because
for me to
I
finish without
really
you
do need
crashing
to
out?
know. Like, so you think trans men should be able to play in women's sport?
No, I think trans men should be playing in men's sports.
So I'm confused. Is it trans?
Yeah. So yeah. I don't think that trans men should be playing in women's sports. I believe that trans men should be playing in men's sports, right?
So trans woman, is that when a man transfers to being a woman? So the other way around. So you think
Well,
they
I
should
think
be
I
able
think
to
maybe
play?
I think maybe you need to figure that one out before you try to make this argument.
So you're saying, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not very much up to date on this
That's okay.
whole. When he
But
says
like,
this, I
it's
have
just
to
kind
go
of
search
funny when
that.
you accidentally say the right thing, you know?
So hold on. So you're saying trans women are allowed to play in women's sport?
Yeah,
You agree with
what's
that?
wrong with trans women playing in women's sports after multiple years of HRT, where there aren't these particular biological advantages that would specifically cause it to be unfair? I mean, I think this is a non-issue. I don't think that trans women are absolutely dominating these particular sports. Can you name 3 trans women that are specifically dominating women's sports that you say is like unfair?
I think the issue isn't if they're dominating it. And I'm sorry, I cannot
Answer my
name 3.
question.
So
You
yeah,
can't
I
name
said
3?
I can't name 3. I
Can you
don't
name
think
2?
the issue. No, I can't.
Can you name
I
1?
can't, no, I don't know that on top of my
Okay,
head.
so you don't
I
know a
think
single person who's a trans woman who's dominating women's sports. So don't even try to make an argument that like it's unfair or dumb or like worse off for women when you don't even know a single trans woman in which this would be applicable to.
I don't know her name, but I know there's a female, the male swimmer that was competing against Riley but I don't know her name. I think it's Caitlyn.
So
but that's why I don't want to say
Leah
it.
Thomas, she
Leah
she
Thomas.
didn't dominate. She didn't win every single one of these races. The one you're referencing, she didn't win, right? That was like 5th place.
She still took a space that a woman,
Okay,
a
wait,
born
she is a woman.
a female, should be taking. This is still a male. So you're saying this is where I think the left and the right cannot agree. Is you're saying that if I take drugs, I can lower my body mass. I can lower my muscle. I can lower my density of my lungs.
Muscles. Yes,
Lungs.
muscles.
I can lower the density
muscles,
of my
for
lungs.
example. Muscles, for example, absolutely do become smaller, right? Dependent upon hormone levels.
How about the bone density? Does that become smaller? How about lung capacity? Does that become smaller? So those things can't become
well,
smaller.
I mean, obviously,
so
hold up. Let me just address this.
And
There
what
are small
dictates-
levels of differences when it comes to both of those. Again, if you want to reference this, again, what we can point to is like in certain sports, whether or not it's within this degree of fairness. And if you can't point that it's in a certain degree of unfairness, well, then you're making an irrelevant point, because like that's not like a point to say that like they're dominating or they should be limited from playing, because again, they're not making it unfair. Let me ask you this question: trans women that are worse than the average cis woman in a particular sport, should they be allowed to play?
No, I don't think they should be allowed to play. If you're a born male, you should play in the male sport, or you should make your own sport.
And actually, by the way, I just want to let you know, there's a bibliography in my bio that does mention all of the things you just referenced do decrease. Like, I have a bibliography in my bio, and it's actually set up. We actually just set this particular source up recently. There's a bunch of different sources you can look at, and you can see that these actually do decrease. If you want to take a look at the sources, this was set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian. If you'd like it to actually look at the evidence.
Okay, but again, also it doesn't have to do with drugs. It also has to do with religion. Some religions don't believe that, and that's again, that's why it's left to.
Okay, so
well, I'm being honest. Like,
Kat, thank you so much for Leon.
never...
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Whether or not someone's religion agrees upon something doesn't mean we have to live society around that particular religion. We live in a secular society. Kat, thank you so much for the media shower. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kat. Thank you.
No, I think we do, and I think since the military is honoring, like letting you wear the hijab and keep your turban if you're sick.
Yeah, I believe in religious freedom. Yeah, people should be allowed to do that, but like we shouldn't live our society to say that because a certain religion believes a certain thing that other people should be restricted from doing things that, again, right? There's no like reason to consider as wrong from a secular perspective.
Again, that's the left and right. That's the divide. Is you think a man can turn into a woman, and
that's not even the claim. I think that trans women are women. I think that trans men are men. And you're gonna sit here and you're gonna. Are you Christian?
Trans women are women. That's
are you
your
Christian?
Claim. See,
I have a question.
Claim. That's the left claim. The right claim is you cannot physically change.
I don't know why you're trying to make this a left or right thing. This isn't even necessarily a left or right thing. There are plenty of people.
This is a left or right thing because we can agree on one thing.
I just want to let you know.
Majority of left agrees that women can become men and men become women, and the right cannot agree to that.
Can you stop crashing out and have a genuine, productive dialogue with me? This is embarrassing. Like you're not even engaging with what I have to say.
I bring a point up, like you try to cut me off. I'm bringing a valid point. This is a left claim. You're being untruthful when you say that because a majority of left do believe that men can turn into women and women can turn into men, and that is something the right does not believe. The right does not believe that. The right thinks that men cannot be women and women cannot be men, that men should not be in women's sports. That's something that is the disagreement. That's something that I think is an issue. If I see a trans person on the street, I'm not gonna hurt them. I'm not gonna harm them. I hope they're not gonna do the same thing to me. But I'm allowed to say, like, yeah, I don't believe you can be going to the same bathroom that I go to. No, you cannot be giving me a drug test, especially in the military, because you're a trans woman. You're a man. Like, that to me is you're a man. Now you're actually hurting me because what if my religion says I can't undress in front of a man? To me, you're still a man. Like, that's where our disagreement is. There's things that either the law needs to fix or people need to get up and do something about, because this is where the issue is when you're like, you just said we should have a right to our religion freedom. Well, that's dictating my religion freedom. Like, I shouldn't be able to undress in front of a man. And this, if you're telling me to do a drug test, which in the military, you have to do it in front of a woman. Like, if you're a woman, you do it in front of a woman. And you're telling me I have to do it in front of this because you think that I should believe that this is a woman? No, I'm not going to do that.
So just letting you know, there are, again, protections for religious freedom where, again, there can be personalized and private spaces, alongside the fact that, again, there are other women that could be a part of these particular types of things. Again, in the situation where, again, someone doing your test doesn't have to be someone who's trans. And again, in these circumstances, again, you're just
'cause then you're
portraying.
gonna
Can I
say,
please finish
"We're
without you
being-
cutting me off?
we're
You just
being
complained.
bigoted,
Hey,
we're being
I can
racist,
mute
we're
you
being
if
this,
you
we're
don't let
being
me
that."
finish. I will mute you because I let you speak, and I would love for you to let me speak. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay. So I do believe that trans people have a valid identity. I'm not saying men can be women. That's not the claim that I'm making. The way that you're actually equivocating between the usages of the term. This is called an equivocation fallacy. The way that I'm using the term in gender is different than the way that you're using it. We're not denying biological sex. We're just saying that gender is going to be based upon commitments to be in accordance with certain sets of social and cultural norms as a prescription of one's identity. So I think that's like the context that we're referencing with gender. I don't think that gender is biologically based, and I don't think that all social constructs work the same. So just to clarify, in case you make any point about that. But again, that doesn't mean I think that quote unquote men can be women. That means I think that trans women are women and trans men are men. Okay, so this whole framing that you're engaging in is just an equivocation fallacy. Appreciate the glowing jellyfish, thank you, which is not actually good in terms of an argument. Secondly, in terms of this, if you want to reference bathrooms, again, not only in terms of any changing room, I believe in personalized changing areas where you don't have to like change in front of other people, like regardless. Like that's my position in general. But like I do just want to reference bathrooms. You voted for a guy and you still support him who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. If you have an issue with men being in women's spaces, then why do you support and vote for a candidate that quite literally did it himself and bragged about it?
No, first of all, that's a lie because I've seen your, I think, a different live stream and somebody told you there was enough 14. That's all alleged. And the second thing is, it's because, let's be honest, I think the issue is that people are not looking to their left and right and seeing that you guys gave us a terrible candidate. Kamala Harris, we were under her economy. We were under Biden and her economy. We were being fed lies that the economy was doing good, that we were fed lies about the border was secure. Standing up there and telling us that it was all great. And people were seeing that it was not great. The economy was sucking. We're already putting, with Ukraine, already sending billions and billions of weaponry. I want to say weaponry. I don't want to say money because people was like, we send money. We don't send money. We send weapons that cost a certain amount over to Ukraine. And it's, nobody was happy. And the only reason when you can start arguing about all this social issues is when you are financially doing well. So nobody cares about your trans views and all this stuff when I can't feed my family. Like when people left to the right of me are struggling financially and you're giving me a woman that can't answer basic questions and was flopping her interviews and would not take questions from the press, then yeah, people are going to turn to Trump. They're going to vote for Trump. They're going to vote for a better candidate. People want a good... Kamala we were under her economy. We were seeing how it was. Gas was $5. Now it's $3.98 where I am at. So it is coming down. So to people like me, it's like, I don't care about your trans view. I don't care about abortion views. I care if I can first feed my family. That's what matters to me. Then I'm going to worry about all these social issues. So Kamala wasn't doing a good job. That's just the honest truth. If she could not bomb an interview, maybe people would have voted. Maybe people would have, not swung towards Trump again. That's the honest truth.
Okay, if you didn't care about my views on trans people, you wouldn't have brought it up and then crashed out when I had a position on that. And also,
you
brought it
asked me
up as
why
a...
did
Can I
I
please
vote for
finish?
Trump?
Yeah, so you brought it up as a reason as to why you wanted to vote for Donald Trump, and then said you don't care about that and you just care about the economy. But you didn't actually bring up any economic policy of Trump's. You didn't talk about economics. What you talked about was trans people. So actually, it seems like you did care about people's views on trans people, and that's why you brought it up as your reason as to why you support Donald Trump, rather than bringing up views on the economy. Now, we can talk about that in a second, but again, I think that's embarrassing that you said that. And then also, it wasn't a lie that Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent. I'd love for you to listen to this real quick.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So that's him bragging about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. And this is corroborated by an 18-year-old that came out and talked about this event happening to them and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. So it's something that he bragged about, and then it was corroborated by victims that were affected by this. And then also, like, so that's not a lie. That's a complete fact, and you just heard it. And then also, like, the economy's worse off now, right, based on practically every single metric. I would love to hear what particular metric you're referencing in terms of the economy that was worse off under the Biden administration because of the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, well, I want to clarify first. When you said, oh, I was only bringing up trans issues. No, I was starting to name issues, and you just got caught up on the trans one. But economy is a major one.
You're
for
the one who
what
brought
I
it up.
think. And I was going forward with more and more, and you were like, no, let's go back to trans. I was like, okay, let's go back to the trans issue if that's what you want to talk about. But
No, it's
economy
something
is
that you
one of
brought
them.
up, and then I just responded to it.
And we got into it, yes.
Yeah,
but,
so
like,
you brought it up, though.
economy is
You brought it up instead of
another
bringing up the
issue.
economy.
The economy is better. The CPI
No, it's
is
not.
lower. It's to 2.5.
The CPI is not lower.
CPI was 3.0 under
It's
Biden.
3.0 right now, and we
just
haven't
so
had econ data since September for the inflation.
Well-
We're getting that here in 2 days. And again, it's 3.0. Estimates indicate over 3%.
Hold on.
She just left. What was her name? Maybe she accidentally just left? Because, yeah, the idea that CPI is lower is absurd. That is so absurd. By the way, we just got the jobs report today, which indicated, what, in October we lost over 100,000 jobs? And then November we gained, I think it was like 64,000. So our unemployment rate is at 4.6%, the highest in the past 4 years. Right, since COVID. What was that person's name? Nikki? Nikki, make sure to send a guest request back. And we can finish our conversation. I don't know why you left the live. I don't know why you left the live. I would love to continue our conversation here real quick. Just make sure to send a guest request back. I'll make sure to look for you in the guest box if I can find you. In the meantime, everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Lane, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Stefan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the corgi. AJ, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Jude, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I wish I would have been able to ask. Altered, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $1. Chloe, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Of course, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Matt, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. And Daily Invention, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I don't see Nikki in the comment section, or I mean in the guest box. So please do send a guest request back if you hear me right now. I should be able to bring you back up, but it seems like she just left. So I don't know. All right, I'll bring another person up in the meantime. If she decides to send a guest request back, we can finish our conversation. I'll make sure to keep looking for her. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on, I'm driving, so you're gonna have to wait for me.
All right, for sure, for sure. Just come up whenever you're not driving. Alrighty, I don't see Nikki. She's still not in the
Hello, can you
guest
hear me?
box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's your birth year?
My birth year is 2007.
Yeah, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, I personally think that cheeseburgers don't work well with pickles because like it's not a very good combination with like enough.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It should help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, lock that motherfucker!
All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, so please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Seems like Nikki just left, everyone. I don't know why she left. That was a bit unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And if you could go
February
back in time, you
2006.
could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would have voted for Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because I don't like paying taxes. And he also like negotiated some ceasefires between some countries, which is pretty gnarly.
Okay, you don't like paying taxes. Do you make over $400,000 a year?
No.
So your taxes are higher since Trump got in office because he imposed tariffs in which disproportionately raised taxes for lower and middle income individuals as they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. And for those that didn't make as much as the standard deduction, they were paying taxes, whereas prior they didn't pay taxes for income tax. So if you reduce
Okay,
income
so
tax
let's.
to increase tariffs to then pay for the fact that you've decreased income tax, well, that's just going to be shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income. And then he isn't causing peace or creating conditions of peace. He's actually caused trade wars across the entire world, is causing direct conflict with Venezuela right now, literally talking about possibly engaging in land bombings after bombing people off the coast of Venezuela, and even literally sending planes over airspace, in which almost led to a plane collision.
Okay, so let's take this one at a time. So he negotiated a ceasefire between maybe I think it's Thailand and Cambodia, India and Pakistan, but the dude from India said that what's his name? Modi said that Trump wasn't involved. Dude from Pakistan nominated from the Nobel Peace Prize. Egypt and Ethiopia. What was that one? DRC and Rwanda. I never looked into that, so he might not even be right. Armenia and Azerbaijan, Kosovo, and was it Serbia? I didn't look much into that one either, so that one might not have been right. But Israel and Iran are no longer fighting. But let's look at the tariff thing. So if you're gonna say that like government regulations, to more taxes cause, it's like another tax on the consumer, right? Wouldn't that just disprove the whole idea that you want to raise corporate taxes?
No, because corporate taxes have a progressive structure as well.
Explain that to me. So why wouldn't raising corporate taxes raise the price of like the prices for consumers, like tariffs?
So there would have an impact that could lead to a slight price increase, but the increase wouldn't be as much as there would be a progressive tax structure. And when there's a progressive tax structure, it negatively impacts larger companies to a greater extent, which, if anything, gives a greater ability for smaller companies to compete or engage in social
What do
mobility.
you're not really addressing that though. So like, what's the difference from? I get what you're saying, a progressive tax, but all you're saying is that the bigger corporations would be paying higher taxes. So when you
Yeah.
go pay for Nike, they would have to raise their prices to make ends meet. Correct?
There would be some level of raise of price. We just do see, empirically speaking, that there's a greater level of increase in price with tariffs comparative to corporate taxes. So
What's your source for that?
yeah, that's was said by economists themselves, right? Because of the
What,
fact that
who?
there's a bracket structure.
The same economists that say that should probably also claim that raising corporate taxes would raise prices on consumers. I
Yeah,
just don't
but
like
we're
this
talking about the
idea that
level of
liberals care
proportions, though.
about I don't like this idea that liberals care about consumer prices when they care about they want to raise corporate taxes, but tariffs all of a sudden that's actually that's bad. That's going to raise prices, but corporate taxes, nah, not so much. That you
Yeah,
see, like
I gave you the
it's
relevant
kind of
difference, and
hypocritical.
you've actively decided to just ignore it.
No, you didn't. You only just made a claim and said economists say, but you didn't really actually make an actual claim. You just said progressive taxes it would be less as severe. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's actually the argument, is that there would be less of a severe
Why? Can you
increase in the
explain that?
cost of. Yeah, I explained it because of the fact that it's a progressive structure. Do you understand? Listen, do you understand? Listen, do you understand that that's going to be relevant towards the impact that we're saying is bad from tariffs? Is that it has a regressive negative impact on lower income individuals comparative to the income tax, because income tax is a progressive tax structure, right? Does it make sense?
But progressive,
And also, by
progressive
the way, I just
corporate
want to
tax was
clarify,
meant.
Trump increased the corporate tax for income under $50,000 a year. It went from 15% to 21%.
Wait, can you restate that? I'll go back
Yep.
to what we were saying
It
originally.
was,
But what did you say about?
yeah, the corporate tax increased under Trump's administration for income under 50,000 from 15% to 21%.
How did corporate taxes go up for people making $50,000? Nobody making $50,000 as a corporation.
Up to 50,000, and the first 50,000 of a corporation. That's how the bracket works.
Okay, whatever. So let's look at the progressive tax. So raising taxes on higher income corporations like Apple, right? Wouldn't that just mean that it would cost more because the taxes is going up, the progressive tax structure? The tax would be higher than it would be for a smaller company, meaning that every time you go buy a new iPhone, it would cost more money.
Yeah. Again, what you're not understanding is that there's a level of competition that exists that would then cause a set of conditions that's better off for lower or for smaller companies, which would allow for them to compete to a greater extent, so we can actually create better sets of income inequality if it is the case that we have this particular type of system set up, because it allows for smaller companies to compete to a greater extent. Would it have some sort of proportionality increase in terms of the costs? Of course, but the proportionality increase in terms of the costs are lesser than what we see in terms of tariffs, especially because tariffs are placed on many goods as an aspect of the production process and not just one of them, or an aspect of the overall total revenue. So it's not just like something that you're taking into account from that perspective, and again has a different level of an impact. I'm not saying it doesn't have an impact, but I'm saying it's a different level of an impact.
So punish successful corporations just so you can hopefully increase competition, and then those competition, those smaller smartphone companies, why would they want to even make more money if they're going to just be taxed even more? I mean, I understand we have a progressive tax structure right now, but it's not that severe. I mean, let me look it up right now. It goes up from like 10% to 39% to like $418,000 a year. That's how much it is. Well, actually, it'd be 37%. But like, if you want to have a large liberal tax bracket, then it just disincentivize the corporations from making more money and expanding.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
Why would a progressive tax structure would just disincentivize companies from becoming bigger and making more money if they're just going to be paying higher taxes?
So there would be a slight disincentive, but I mean that's okay. We're okay with that. You understand that like they still have an incentive to keep going. Like think about it this way: a billionaire, right, who wants to make the most money so that they can compete with other billionaires to have the most amount of money possible. You taxing them to a greater extent doesn't necessarily reduce their want to be the richest person in the world. So their goals are independent of just like this particular sort of short-sighted goal that you have. So although there might be a slight disincentive, if their whole goal is to maximize profits, there's not much of a distinction in how much they're willing to actually output in order to be able to have an increase in their level of profits. Does that make sense at least?
Don't you think?
And it's still every single time they make money, they still make more money, right? It's just that they're going to be making less money proportionally to what they would have otherwise because of the fact that there would have been a tax on it comparative to no tax otherwise.
Right, but if the United States has such a high corporate tax, then why wouldn't billionaires and corporations just leave the United States?
Yeah, because I think that if they did, they would lose out on market share in the United States. There's a huge market share in the United States that they don't want to lose out on. It's like, why do people stay in New York and stay in California even though they have higher tax rates than the rest of the nation? Because they are literally the metropolitan center for many companies, right, and for many business transactions, and that's not going to change dependent upon the fact that there's an increase in the taxes. Now, one thing I can also take into account is that I can actually show you that GDP and wages are decreased almost by twice as much with corporate tax. I mean, with tariffs comparative to corporate tax. And I can send this to you from the Penn Wharton budget model. Alongside, there was also a Harvard Business School pricing lab that where their research from late 2025 or 2025 so far found that tariffs accounted for a higher percentage increase in CPI comparative to what we've seen historically through corporate taxes.
So let's look at the New York situation. So yeah, you're right. If the thing that's different about New York is, like, let's be honest, most corporations are probably not paying those taxes, and that's why they aren't leaving New York. But if they started having to pay taxes, that's why, like, in company or countries with such high tax rates, their economies kind of suffer, because why would any billionaire want to stay there? But yeah, you are right about the New York and like Los Angeles. It's just they don't really pay the taxes. But if the argument is that the United States has a large market share, I think that would be contributed because of the low corporate taxes. Corporations can manufacture in the United, or they can come to the United States because of low tax rates. That's the argument that I'd like to make, because in Europe, obviously Germany and France and the United Kingdom and the Netherlands, of course they're not going to want to sell in those countries, if they're going to, or produce in those countries at least, if they're going to be paying such high tax rates. Why would they want to do that?
Okay, if your idea is that you want to bring back companies to this country, well then Trump's not doing that, because we've actually seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump's got in office, because tariffs increase the cost of domestic manufacturing in this country, because 1/3 of the products that are a part of the manufacturing process come from countries around the world. So if you increase the cost of domestic manufacturing, it decreases the incentive to engage in domestic manufacturing. So this argument you're providing here is actually not good, because also we should take into account that there is a... actually, you can address that first.
Well, I actually never even made the claim that I supported tariffs. I'm just saying, like, why do you think that
Well, we're comparing
corporate
the different
taxes would
administrations'
work?
policies, right?
Yeah, wait. The Biden administration didn't raise corporate taxes. So, like, what are we even talking about?
Comparative to the Trump administration, like the Biden administration was advocating
Yeah,
for
yeah.
28% tariff or corporate taxes.
Did the taxes go up, or was it staying
No,
at
they
22%?
don't vote on that until 2025. I'm just saying what the Democrats were advocating for comparative to the Republicans.
Oh, what they're advocating for. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. So, 28%. So again, like that would probably. Let's be honest. That would probably
And 20,
harm
but
the
that's for
stock
top
market.
marginal tax. That's for top marginal tax rate, by the way.
Right, that would harm the stock market. If you notice,
No,
every
it wouldn't.
time the government imposes regulations or increases taxes, well, yes, obviously there's gonna be less
Well,
revenue for
tariffs are taxes,
corporations.
right?
Huh?
So tariffs are
Yeah,
taxes,
tariffs are
right?
taxed on the corporations. That's why I don't support tariffs. They
You said
actually haven't done as bad
okay.
as I thought I estimated.
Okay, so you could say that, but like the tariffs have had a huge negative impact. Did you see the jobs report today?
Yeah, I haven't read. I saw it was like 67,000, or was that a joke? I was reading. Was that a joke?
Yeah, you probably didn't see it. So we lost over 100,000 jobs in October, and we've, in terms of November, we only gained back 64,000 jobs. So we actually have an increased unemployment to 4.6%, which is the highest we've seen in the past 4 years since COVID.
Okay, I just want to clarify what I saw was a joke because it's 6.7. But if we look, do you know what the inflation rate it was like last time they reported it?
Yeah, inflation hasn't been reported on since September. We don't get that until 2 days from now, and it was around
What was it in
3%.
September? What was it when Trump came into office?
3%.
So it seems to me that this isn't really like
You're
the biggest
misunderstanding
issue
because
in the world.
it went down and was actually projected to continue to go down if you actually look at the reports from the Federal Reserve. But because of Trump's policy in terms of tariffs, it's put upward pressure back up on prices, which has caused the scenario to be significantly worse for Americans, not only because the labor market is worse, but also because inflation is going up, which creates conditions for the Federal Reserve where it's hard for them to actually justify what to do because they're dual mandates about maximum employment and price stability. And when both of them are going in bad situations, well, when you try to sacrifice one of them in order to make one better off, well, you have to make one even worse when they're already bad, right? So it's going to make inflation worse off when we're trying to, bring back the labor market because we're losing jobs.
Well, when I hear the argument that the inflation is like so high and like the rate is ridiculous and like the economy's falling apart, we have to look at the inflation rate. It's actually, if you're going to argue that 3% is a very high inflation rate, then you have to admit that the Biden administration left Trump with a bad economy.
What you're not understanding is that, again, the Biden-Harris administration did nothing to cause that inflation. The Trump administration has done things to cause inflation. Could you tell me what the Biden-Harris administration did to cause inflation?
I'm not even saying that they did, honestly. If you're going to say that the 3% is high, then you're going to say that was the Biden administration that left Trump with a bad economy. I'm not saying that it's anybody's fault. I just don't think 3% is that high. I think
Okay, well, 3% is
lower.
above the 2% what we'd want. So it's definitely very much higher than the 2% that we'd want. Plus, I also wanted to bring us back to like the original point that that you brought up in terms of like all those different wars as well. Like, I think it's actually ironic that you brought up all of those conditions because the Thailand, Cambodia, right? They're active fighting, right? Still, I just want to clarify in December 2025. India, Pakistan, it has held, but the diplomatic ties have severed. For Egypt and Ethiopia, it's disputed and tensions still remain over water rights. For the DRC and Rwanda, it was violated, and like it's definitely like there's advancing against each other. And then also for Israel and Iran, there's still like a huge conflict between Israel and Iran, and it's fragile in terms of the peace negotiations. Also, to say that Trump caused the peace negotiations is then meaning you have to say that he caused all of these situations to lead to no peace. You can't say he's only responsible for the good, but not responsible for the bad.
I just don't like how you're saying, oh, there's still tensions. Like, there wasn't
Where's the
tensions
cutscene?
between Germany and France after the World Wars. Like, of course, there's still going to be tensions, but that doesn't mean, what is Trump supposed to do? Like, Trump is not Jesus. He's not going to be able to magically snap his finger and poof, India and Pakistan love
But his
each other.
claim
Like,
is he
that's
ended the
unrealistic.
conflict. When you say you ended a war, you're saying you end the conflict, okay? So this idea that he
Yeah,
ended
are
the
they still
conflict and he
fighting?
caused peace, your argument is he caused peace. If there's tension, that means that the peace has not been fully established. Alongside the fact
Okay,
that you're
so
completely ignoring that Trump is literally causing conflict and war by bombing people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS. right? Alongside causing
Okay.
trade wars around the world, right? Causing land disputes around the world, right? And promoting, right, Israel to engage in expansionist policies, right? Like, for example, with Iran, where they started the conflict with Iran, right?
Yeah, Israel.
Israel is the one who bombed them first. So if you wanted
Yeah,
to
that's what I'm
bring that
saying. I
up,
agree.
and then we fought on Israel's behalf because of Trump. So you understand that, again, this is them acting offensively. So to say that they stopped this conflict when they were the ones who caused it is not to give them any credit.
Okay, I just want to clarify. The United States.
Like, if I start a conflict and then
they bombed.
dude, if I like punch someone across the face and then I stop doing that and stop the conflict, do I deserve praise?
Well, in fact, I think the entire situation was that Iran was making uranium, or was
Do I
they were
deserve
building up
praise?
uranium, and they could build them. Why are you interrupting me?
Because
Okay.
you're not answering my
Anyways,
question. You're not answering my question.
no,
You are
you
explicitly
weren't the one
trying
that
not to
punched
answer
him.
my question.
Why are you so mad? No, you
I'm
weren't
not
the one
mad.
that
I'm
punched
I'm
him.
just trying to hold
Let's
you
say
accountable for
we're
not
best
answering my
friends, right?
question.
And let's say we're friends, right? And then I see this one dude. He's like getting ready to punch me. We already got beef going, and I'm like, okay, dude, calm down, calm down. And he's like, I'm not gonna calm down. And he starts, puts his arms up, and I punch him in the face. And then he's about to punch back, and then you punch for me because you're the United States, and the United States is awesome. And then he falls down, and then you're like, okay, let's stop fighting. Yes, I think you deserve praise. You kind of stopped the situation, especially if Iran stopped fighting.
Okay, I don't think you deserve praise for that. Like, for example, I've had someone, come up to me and put their arms up like that. That's not reason for me to punch them. Okay? I wouldn't
They're about
start
to
the
punch you?
conflict by punching them, and if I did, I would have been held accountable for that, literally in the court system. Okay? If
Don't
I
you
would have
think that
thrown the first
Iran
punch,
building up nukes?
can I please finish speaking? You just complained about me
My bad,
cutting
dude.
you
There's
off. You just
yeah.
complained about
I'm
me
sorry.
cutting
There's a
you off,
delay
and
on
now it's
TikTok.
totally okay for
I'm
you to cut me
sorry.
off. Oh, you're crashing
I'm
out, bro.
sorry. There's a delay on TikTok.
He's crashing out right now. He's crashing out.
I'm crashing out. What?
Yeah, I'm just doing the same
Okay.
thing that you said to me.
No, this is. I'm sorry. There's a delay on TikTok. I didn't mean to cut you
Okay,
off.
well then maybe stop speaking. Okay, I didn't
How are we
stop
gonna have a
speaking, so I don't know.
conversation if we don't speak?
I'm speaking. When I'm speaking, you are not to be speaking. Does that make sense? Like, while I'm speaking, you can start
Do you know what a
speaking
delay
once I'm
is?
done speaking. If there's a delay, I was still speaking. Because, again, I was middle of my statement. Go ahead, make your point. The point I'm making is that you can't cut me off middle of what I'm saying and then say that at the same time.
Okay, so yeah, Iran was building up uranium. You think that's cool? You think that's cool just to build up uranium and make nukes?
So they're doing that because Trump pulled out of the nuclear agreement that we had, where we had unprecedented level of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
United States? No, that's not. The United States wasn't even in charge of that. They weren't even running it. Those other countries. United Kingdom was involved. Germany was involved. Believe. I don't know if Russia was
And
involved.
we were
But there's
involved
other
as well.
countries involved. Just because the United States withdraws doesn't mean that Iran can build up uranium. That doesn't make sense.
Also, by the way, Israel already has nuclear weapons, so Iran would claim that they're doing this in response to Israel doing that. So this argument that they were the first ones to put their arms up isn't even necessarily justified, and even so, that doesn't justify even punching them from this context, and then literally claiming that you ended the conflict after again starting the conflict. That just doesn't make any sense. So I think it's very obvious that you're not giving an argument for why this is any of these situations. One, we're creating better or more conditions for peace, alongside the idea that in terms of the economy, Trump made the economic conditions worse off. And I'd love for you to tell me one metric that Trump has made the economy better off on.
Okay, so let's look at the Iran situation, right? Just because Israel has nukes, which I don't think they should. I don't like the fact that Israel has nukes, but I would probably. I don't know if you agree, but I want to limit the amount of nukes. I want people to have. I don't want any more other countries to have nukes because that causes more problems, more tensions. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, the reality of the matter is that nukes are a basis for sovereignty. So I would say in a lot of situations, they actually create conditions for more peace. But in some conditions, they can create conditions for less peace. Like, I would say it's contextual. Why? Because of mutually assured destruction. Do you know what mutually assured destruction is?
Yes, I do. But wouldn't that just justify more gun rights in the United States?
No. Because we have a monopoly
Why
on
not?
violence. The state is a monopoly on violence, so we don't require mutually assured destruction between us as individuals, right, by us each having guns to do that. What identifies mutually assured destruction from our own perspectives would be held accountable by the law. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I don't think that the law is going to change a terrible person that wants to unalive people's mind. But let's say,
No, but
okay, so I
I'm saying
disagree. I think that
it creates conditions for mutually assured destruction to a greater extent, but it's not fully like fully foolproof, I guess, in a certain sense,
but
because of how people are
looking
willing
at
to give up their lives and go to prison for things.
well, you're looking at the Iranian regime, which has repeatedly stated they want to wipe Israel off the planet. Do you really think that they should be in charge of a nuclear arsenal?
I'm not claiming they should have access to nukes. I just think that the better way to achieve them not having access to nukes is by providing a like agreement between us and them, where they specifically have, where we have surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
Well, if you see that they have nukes right now, what do you do? Or let's say they have uranium and they're about to make a nuke, what do you do?
If they have uranium and they're about to make a nuclear weapon,
They're like
what
on
do
the
we do?
verge of like.
Well,
Yeah,
that again,
what
this
do
is
we do in this
because of
situation?
Trump. They weren't going to do that because of the fact that we had conditions for the nuclear enrichment facility. So I guess you should ask the question to Trump: what do? Do you pull out of the agreement and cause that circumstance to happen? Like, is he going to get any responsibility or blame for that? Because I don't think we should even be in that circumstance in the first place.
With the uranium situation, we're looking at the situation right now that actually happened where we bombed Iran. What do you do in that situation? Also, I do want to point out, United States coming out of that deal, it was not the United States. The United States wasn't the one enforcing the law. Just because the United States came out does not give Iran the right to make uranium. I don't know
Iran.
why you keep repetitively saying that. It doesn't
No,
make
I'm
any
not saying it
sense.
necessarily gives them like a moral right or something. I wasn't even make a claim about that. What I said had nothing to do with that. I just said they, descriptively speaking, are doing this because we didn't have the agreement. Our deal and agreement was to prevent them from doing that. So obviously, if Trump pulls us out of said agreement, they're going to do that. That's just the logical conclusion in the scenario.
But again, just because the United States comes out, why does that automatically mean that Iran is allowed to? Because there's other countries I'm looking at right now. United Kingdom, France, Russia, China, and Germany were all in this together. So why is the United States withdrawing? Oh yeah, and the EU was involved too. The EU was involved. So why in the world does the United States have to take care of absolutely everything? We already fund NATO so much. We already fund like everything. Do we actually need to be involved in this? Why do we need to be in this?
Wait, you're the one claiming that we need to be involved. Because Trump was the one claiming that he was involved with this. If we don't need to be involved with this, why are you claiming that Trump being involved with this was a good thing?
I think involved is the wrong word. In this specific, was an International Atomic Energy Agency. It was the deal that we signed. Like, I don't think the United States has to be in it necessarily to make sure that you or the Iran abides by what it's supposed to do. But again, we're kind of ignoring what do you do in Trump's situation when Iran is on the verge of a nuke? What do you do?
So I mean, I think that you need to have negotiation, and like
That's what
you
happened.
have diplomacy. I don't think that Trump is creating conditions for diplomacy, and that's why he has to engage in
did create
conflict and war.
ceasefire. He
No,
created a ceasefire. What are you talking about? That's the most diplomatic thing in the world.
That's embarrassing that you're saying that he created a ceasefire. Because again, one, he wasn't the reason for the set of circumstance, and two, you're giving him credit for something that they caused.
Again, you just repeated the same thing twice.
Yes, because
you've not
that's a
actually
point you
made-
didn't fully respond to.
Yeah, the thing is, you just said that the United States. You didn't address what I said that the United
I did.
States isn't the reason why they continue to build up uranium. Just because the
It
United
is
States comes
because
out
we
does
had
not
an
mean-
agreement. Trump pulling out of this agreement led to them doing this.
Why Germany's in it, the rest of the EU is in it, France, Germany, obviously, and then Russia, and China. So why in the world does the United States withdrawal have anything to do with Iran's buildup?
Because again, when they pull out of this situation, that essentially indicates that the deal is over with, right? That's what happened. Okay, you can sit there
know
and you
this
can
is a
try to think that's
stretch.
funny or something, or try to be like, oh, I don't understand why that happened. You understand that again, when the U.S. withdraws, that led to Iran withdrawing as well. They wouldn't have withdrawn.
You know that's a stretch.
Wait, they would not have withdrawn if the United States did not withdraw.
Why do you believe that? What makes you believe that?
Because this was set up and it was working all prior.
What?
Yes, it was set up and it
What
was
does that have to do with
working
anything?
prior, and
Okay,
they
Parker,
were
you know
staying
this
in
is-
it,
this
and
is
it
a
remained in
stretch.
place until, again, this was taken out. Because Trump, because the reason why they signed the agreement was because the sanctions that we placed upon them went away. And then when Trump imposes those sanctions back on them, right, that essentially gets rid of why they signed the agreement in the first place. Therefore, then they're going to continue doing what they were doing prior because they didn't get anything from said agreement. So what you're not understanding, listen, this is not a stretch. This is just literally me describing to you what happened.
Are you reading ChatGPT or Discord?
No, I'm not reading either. I was looking at the date on the internet from the GCPOA about when Iran like left.
When did Iran leave?
It says 2025.
Okay. Oh, obviously. What month?
What? So let me clarify. So again, this is because Trump put back in place the same things that we were just talking about, the sanctions.
What?
Yeah.
I just asked what month. Sorry, that was just
sorry.
kind of.
I just went out of it. I can look it up again. Let me see. October, I think.
Wait, in 2025?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that before the whole situation?
No, here's what you're misunderstanding. They pulled out of what's it called? Wait, hold up. That's what this just says. This is just the announcement. Sorry, I apologize. From October. This is just them announcing, and I got this from the Guardian. But that's what the site said from. So maybe it's a little bit confusing. But
Whatever.
my explanation still
This is a boring
stands.
conversation. Yeah, it's a stretch, but it's low-key a boring conversation. You want to change the topic to like literally
This isn't a
anything else?
stretch. Like, I'm just describing to you what happened.
No, it is.
By the way, this
The
isn't
United
me
States
just saying.
leaves a deal.
Hey, dude, this isn't me just saying this. This is said by intelligence experts, independent
Who's
intelligence
these intelligent
experts.
Who?
I can pull it back up. I was talking about people from both the Biden and the Trump admin, people that were affiliated with both. These are like top military generals. This is reported on by AP News and Reuters.
But
I don't remember the names
honest,
of the people.
though, like making the statement that because the United States leaves an agreement automatically means that Iran leaves the agreement too, even though that the United States and Iran aren't the only ones in this agreement. There's other countries.
I literally gave you the hey dude, I gave you the explanation for why Iran went into this agreement. They went into this agreement because the sanctions were going away. Okay, the U.S. is the one that put the sanctions on them. They get rid of those said sanctions, right? Or they add the sanctions back, and then Iran is going to then continue to enrich uranium because the only reason they stopped enriching uranium is because they got rid of the sanctions. That was the agreement. So I've explained to you multiple times now, and you just seemingly don't want to engage with it. If you think it's a boring conversation, go ahead and move on. I've already disputed you on this.
Okay, so you're making the claim that Iran building up the uranium is Trump's fault. You know what? I don't even feel like arguing that point anymore. You can have it. What do you choose in Trump's situation when they're on the verge of making a nuke?
I would have never pulled out of the agreement in the first place.
That's not an answer. You're sounding like Jordan Peterson right now.
What?
You sound just like Jordan Peterson. I'm trying as hard as I can not to get in the situation.
Yeah, if you want a direct answer to the question, I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know what I would have done in this scenario. I don't know if I would have done the strike. I would have preferred that we're not in that scenario in the first place. Is it fair that I don't know what I would do in this scenario?
I mean, yeah, but you can't criticize someone else for doing something if you don't know what you would do yourself, I feel like.
I can criticize him because he's the reason
Especially
that we're in
if it's
this
a reasonable take.
I can criticize him because he's the reason why we're in this scenario in the first place. I've told you that multiple times. I know that you don't like hearing that, but it's true.
No, I'm talking about the specific instance of bombing Iran. Did you ever tweet or say anything about how you didn't like the Iranian bombing?
I don't like go on Twitter and tweet about things like that.
Did you ever claim that you do not like the bombing of Iran?
I've already claimed multiple times I don't like it because of the fact that Trump is the one who caused this in the circumstance, and we didn't need it in order to restrict them from having nuclear weapons in the first place.
No, you can't. You're kind of ignoring what I'm asking.
I've
Did you ever
directly answered
criticize the
what you've
actual
asked
bombing?
multiple
Hey,
times at this point.
no.
I
Would you?
think you're being
Why would you
insufferable.
Why would you criticize the actual bombing itself? Not what happened previously. You're answering the wrong question. I'm not asking that question. Why would you criticize the bombing itself
So
if
you're
you don't
misunderstanding.
even
What
know
I
what you would do in that
criticized there
situation?
was that Trump was claiming that he gets a benefit for causing quote unquote peace between those countries. After again, he took the side of the individuals that caused the conflict. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And he was a part of the strike, so that doesn't make sense to me to take credit for peace when you were a part of the conflict. Does that make
Right. So
sense?
Israel was, yeah, it makes sense. Israel wasn't the one that caused this. I guess you could make the argument, whatever. But let's move on to another country, Thailand and Cambodia. Are they still fighting?
For Thailand and Cambodia, let me pull. So it seemingly is the case that the diplomatic ties are severed, but like they're holding it. I already said that. Emily, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
Right. So this argument that tensions are still tight, so Trump doesn't get credit, that doesn't really work because the tensions between France and Germany right after World War One were still probably very tight. Do you agree?
Wait, say that one more time.
Right. Right after World War One, after the Treaty of Versailles, don't you think that tensions between France and Germany and Germany and United Kingdom were tight?
No.
You don't
Uh,
think after millions of lives were lost, after Germany like lost all of its land, all of
yeah,
everything,
that I don't think
its
conditions were.
military, you don't think there's any
Dude, I think World War One prompted us for World War Two. The Treaty of Versailles
it's,
is what I think prompted World War Two to happen because that's actually
it's not even
literally what.
so we agree so that there was still tension because if there was no tension, then why in the world would there have been World War II in the first place?
So there was tension.
Yeah, so you kind of just
So
proved
so
me
then
right
there
then.
so then how am I disproving my point? That's me saying that like
But you just
there was still tension and that wasn't fully resolved.
right. So the whole idea that because there's still tension, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like, of course, there's
Yeah.
still gonna be tension
If
after a
there's
war.
still
There's never been
tension,
a
I'm just saying that like that means that like it's not fully in a situation of peace yet. So there's still something to be
what
concerned about, and there's not to say that Trump caused peace. So could you say that like maybe Trump has brought us in the like could have done something to bring us in the direction of peace? Sure, but like to say that he's the peace president and that he's solved all these wars is dishonest and disingenuous, and that's the claim that he's making repeatedly, and even the claim that you tried to justify.
No, so when I say peace, I mean they're no longer fighting. Now that I think there's some, I think maybe Egypt and Ethiopia might be still fighting, but regardless, if they're not fighting anymore, I think that's a benefit. I think that's a good thing. If there are no longer people dying, if there's no longer men on the streets, how do I say on TikTok, pew pewing at each other, then yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think that's what you would consider peace if they're no longer fighting. If there's tensions, and obviously that's not good. But Trump, I don't know if Trump can even resolve those tensions. I don't even know if it's possible.
Okay, so then if it's not possible for him to resolve the peace, then why is he claiming he did?
The tensions, your version of peace is there's no tensions. We're living in happy land and like nobody hates each other. But his version of peace is they're not fighting anymore.
Can I give you an example?
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I think that like if there's still tensions between countries, that demonstrates that that there's a risk of the fact that it's not going to hold. So the idea that you're claiming that there's peace and it's been solved is dishonest. Because I think that if there's still tension and the fact that there is possible fighting, right, is definitely something to indicate again that there would be an issue with establishing peace.
Are you criticizing? I'm so confused. You're criticizing the fact that Trump is stopping war from happening and people are no longer dying. Yes, it could happen in the future, sure, but
So then what
that
says that
doesn't mean
Trump
it's a
led to
bad thing.
this?
Depends on the conflict. I'm pretty sure the leaders of Thailand and Cambodia met in the White House. Was it them? It might have been another country, but they met in the
That one
Oval
wait, Thailand and
Office.
Cambodia, that there's active fighting in December 2025. Do you think that's peace?
No, but they stopped fighting for a while. They just broke it. So yeah, that's not good. But um, what was it? Was it not India, not Pakistan? It was DRC and Rwanda, right?
That was violated.
Yeah, they were in the Oval Office, right? Yeah, they were. So they stopped fighting.
Nope, that one was violated.
Are they still fighting?
Yeah.
Looks like I'm reading it, and the last I don't see anything.
Okay. Would you like to address that Trump's not the peace president and that he was being dishonest and that you were being dishonest in claiming that he solved all those wars? And then like you were
Didn't
trying to
say that
claim
he
he's better for
solved
the
those
economy.
wars.
I still asked you, could you name a single
I
metric
also never made that claim
that is
either.
better off since Trump got in office?
Okay, you just put two words in my mouth. Number one, I never said he solved the conflict because that's practically impossible. Number two, I never made the claim the economy was better. You put two words in my mouth. I would appreciate if you'd stop being disingenuous and stop
Wait,
lying.
I'm sorry. I thought you were claiming that the economy is better off. That would be just
No, I didn't. I
misunderstanding
just said
what
I
you're
don't like paying
saying, not being dishonest. So in this context,
I never
again,
even made a claim remotely close to that. What?
what? You don't think the economy? Okay, so if you agree with me, the economy's worse off now, then why do you think that Trump's a good candidate for the economy?
Even say it was good or bad. Honestly, it's the same. It's just lower taxes.
But he increased taxes.
No, he didn't. That was just a weird
Tariffs
claim that
don't
you made. He
increase
extended the
taxes.
tax cut.
What are tariffs?
No, tariffs are taxes on corporations when they import from other countries, but taxes on income on the
but
people
it's
that we care
mostly
about.
paid by
Remember,
the
middle
consumer, right?
class.
Do you agree tariffs are
Yeah,
mostly
same thing
paid
with
by the
corporate.
consumer?
To an extent, like a small.
No, mostly
Like the
paid by the
same. Yeah, the
consumer.
inflation rate's at 3%, just like it was in January. So obviously not that large of a amount. But yes,
Corporate taxes again don't really have any basis for saying that it has anywhere near the same level of cost as again tariffs. Like I've already told you that again in terms of the situation, not only do we see a reduction in GDP and wages by more than twice as much for a corporate tax than we see specifically or with the tariffs comparative to corporate tax, because tariffs reduce the economy and wages more. We also see an increase in inflation to a greater extent.
So why do companies raise prices when they're tariffed?
Why do countries raise taxes? Wait, you said
Or
what?
said companies. Why do companies raise their prices when there's tariffs?
Yeah, because of the fact that it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution, right?
Yeah, they'd be losing money if they didn't raise the prices, right?
Yeah.
So again, what is the difference between that and raising just the corporate tax? Because it's both a tax, right?
How many times do I have to explain this to this guy?
You never
Dude, it's like
explained it. You
it's
just
like
said the
I have
expert
to have
said.
infinite patience. I have to have infinite patience, and I have to explain the same thing multiple times. Okay, I'm gonna do it
But
one more
Parker, all you
time for
said
you.
was the expert said this. All you said was that the experts claimed this, and I'm sorry, but that's not going to be good enough. I actually need an explanation.
I actually told you, and I gave you the Penn Wharton budget model and the Harvard Business School pricing lab, right? In research that indicated the difference in the level of the effect on the consumer price index with tariffs comparative to corporate taxes, alongside the effect on GDP and wages, comparing the effects of tariffs and corporate taxes. I specified for you, and you didn't care.
No, all you did is what I just claimed you did. You said the experts say. I need an explanation. Explain why corporate taxes don't raise prices, but tariffs do. I don't care what Harvard has to say.
I never
What
said
is your
corporate taxes
explanation?
don't raise prices. I just said they proportionally raise prices lower.
Explain.
Again,
Besides, without just saying the experts say, make the argument.
yeah, I've already done this multiple times. It's because of the fact that there is that it's progressive versus regressive, and the fact that it affects things over many years in terms of adjustment for investment in terms of corporate taxes versus tariffs, where tariffs cause price increases quicker, right? Than what we see in terms of corporate tax. This is again based upon.
You keep saying the.
Wait, I'm telling you what happens based upon these particular studies, and you're not accepting it. What do you want me to? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to explain?
This is
Other
what
than
your
tell
claim
you
is the
what is going to
progressive.
be the impact of them, like.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that progressive tax, that doesn't really make any sense because higher corporations would just be paying more in corporate taxes than they would be through tariffs, which would completely undermine what you're saying and actually prove that they'll be paying more in
Can I
corporate
ask you this
taxes
question?
and they'll
What
be
would you,
raising the prices even more,
Mango,
which would hurt the consumer more than
Mango,
tariffs.
what would you accept as evidence to indicate that corporate taxes increase prices for consumer products to a lesser extent than tariffs? What would you accept as evidence for that?
An explanation why, because all you've just said is
What? No, no. I meant like
progressive
what
tax
specifically in an explanation would indicate. Like, what would you see as sufficient evidence?
logical reasoning. I'm so confused. Like, what are you asking? I mean, that's all I'm asking is just like logically explain why
So, would you say
corporations
that
would lose
having
money.
empirical evidence to indicate that there's an increase in the cost of consumer products to a greater extent for tariffs compared to corporate tax is a good enough reason to
No,
indicate that?
I said I need a logical explanation and
Yeah,
reasoning
that
to
is a
believe
logical
that. All you said
explanation.
was
We have the logical explanation is that we have empirical evidence indicating it.
without
Is that
mentioning
not a
Harvard or
logical
Yale.
explanation?
Just explain. No, it's not. You just
No,
explained to
it's
me
not. So
how that
indicating that
works.
there's evidence that there's a greater price impact for tariffs comparative to corporate tax is not good enough reason to believe that.
No,
So
you haven't explained it. Explain, please, without saying progressive tax bracket, because that doesn't really make any sense. Can we like look at the progressive tax argument? You're saying that raising taxes on richer companies and more wealthier companies would somehow not raise, or it would not raise the prices as much as tariffs, even though they'll be paying more in corporate taxes than they would be in tariffs. Why would corporations not raise the prices even more?
So you're trying to claim that there's going to be an increase in price to a greater extent when the tax is placed on larger corporations disproportionately comparative to everyone. That which doesn't make any sense, right? Because again, if it's only placed on certain businesses within the economy, it's not going to have as much of a price impact as if it's placed on every company. And it's also going to
Well, not
create
every company.
distortions such as greater levels of income inequality to place on everyone rather than just to place it on wealthier individuals and corporations. And again, in this
Wouldn't that
context,
same
you're
logic?
again not accepting empirical evidence as a justification for the fact that there's a greater proportional impact on consumer prices for tariffs comparative to corporate taxes. So
But
I just
wouldn't that
genuinely,
same
I don't see
logic?
any productive aspect of this like conversation with you. Because even when I
Right. So,
provide you evidence
gosh,
of
shut
this being the
up.
case and I cite studies and sources, you don't accept that as a reasonable explanation. So
Right.
I don't know
Oh
what I
my
could
gosh,
use to
stop
convince you
talking.
at this point.
Right. So you're gonna make the argument that's because some competition won't have to pay as high taxes. Then tariffs is the same way. There's gonna be some corporations that aren't taking in products from China. So wouldn't that also even out?
So although there are not some companies, or there are some companies that are not taking stuff from China, it doesn't take into effect the fact that it's going to have an impact across the entire economy on materials that everyone uses. So because it's across the entire economy, right, it's going to have an impact in that specific degree. Whereas if you're referencing corporate taxes, again, especially if they have a progressive tax structure, it affects the highest performing companies, those that have a greater ability to eat the costs of the tax comparative to smaller companies that don't have as much of an ability to eat the cost. So do you understand there's a differential between these businesses and between how they operate dependent upon their level of profitability that obviously would be relevant to the price impact. But you're not taking into
Sure.
account any of this. You don't care to even address this. And even when I give you sources and evidence to indicate that it's empirically the case, you again did not see that as a legitimate reason to say that this is true. So I don't think that there's anything that could convince you. But I would love for you to tell me, like,
Yes, there is. Let's okay. Let me please explain. You
by
kind
the
of
way, can I
ignored the whole point
clarify
that the
that this isn't the only context? Corporate taxes aren't the only tax that's even referenced here. There's corporate taxes plus income tax. Would you at least agree that increasing income tax is better than increasing tariffs?
do I believe increasing income tax is better than no? Absolutely not. No.
Okay, so you don't think a progressive tax structure is preferable to a regressive tax structure?
A regressive tax structure, as in, are you meaning flat tax or taxes where poor people pay more?
So no, tariffs have a regressive negative impact because people who are lower income spend a
Oh
greater
yeah.
proportion of their income on consumer goods, whereas income tax, the more you make, proportionally more you pay.
Okay. So then, what does that have to do with income tax? Raising income taxes would be preferable than that.
Yeah, but raising income taxes would be preferable to raising tariffs because tariffs have a regressive negative impact on lower income individuals, and income tax disproportionately gets the revenue from higher income individuals.
So let's look at the statistics here. So people making $9,000 to $38,000 from the according because of the one big beautiful bill, their taxes they'll be paying 20% less in taxes relative to their income. Do you think that 20% of their income is increased or the spending increased due to the tariffs? Like, are
So
they
I,
spending
I
20% more
actually
due to
I'd love to
tariffs?
see where you got that source from, the claim about that in particular. And one thing you're not taking into account is all the tax cuts that were applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year is something that Harris wanted to keep in place. So what you're not understanding is that we would have kept all of those tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and only increased taxes on income over $400,000 a year, and the tariffs wouldn't have been in place. So comparing that tax plan to the tax plan that we currently see right now, we obviously see a greater negative impact on lower and middle income individuals.
It's just not true.
It is true, especially those that are below
Is it?
the standard deduction, because what you're not taking into account is the standard deduction, right? Meaning they didn't pay income tax prior. They would be paying, all right, increase in the consumer prices. So they would have a greater tax increase compared to what they would have saw otherwise, because again, they weren't paying income tax. So a decrease in income tax wouldn't even affect their household.
I don't think you're really addressing what I'm saying. $9,000 to $38,000, be paying 20% less in taxes due to the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. But when Big
Wait,
Beautiful
wait,
Bill does
wait.
other
What was
things for
your
the
what's your
taxes,
source for that?
it's a screenshot. Can I pull up the entire screen? It's before tax. You can look this up. It's before Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It was 15%, and due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it was 12%. That
I
would be a
don't think.
20% change in rate.
Wait, I need it. What's the
You,
source?
you, freaking CNN. I don't care. Like, look at anywhere.
I'm so
It's
wait, wait,
like
wait.
it's
So
federal
this
website.
whole time I've had to have evidence, explanation, and everything, but you can just say whatever as your source, and that's totally okay for
It's the
you.
tax. It's
Do
the
you see
Tax
how
Cuts and
there's a
Jobs Act.
double
You can look it
standard?
up.
How I have to
No,
have
it's the
so
Tax
much to
Cuts and Jobs
justify
Act.
what
You
I
can look
believe
it
in.
up.
Wait, no, hold up, stop. I have to have so much to justify what I believe in, but he doesn't need jack shit. All he needs is a trust me, bro.
Yeah, so this is like it's
You
very available in public. It's the IRS. Okay, my source
Oh,
is the
okay. It's
IRS.
very available, very
It's like
available.
very common. It's like why would I lie
I can
about
just
that?
say it's
That's
common. You know,
so dumb.
I'll say this to you next time. Anytime you ask for
It's
a source, I'll just say
IRS.
it's very common. It's available, and
It's
that's
not
enough of a
something like
source.
saying
Hey, by the way, I just want to
no
say,
making.
progressive. Wait. Corporate tax impacts the prices to a lesser extent comparative to tariffs, and that's very common. You can find that information commonly. Is that enough?
Right.
Is that
So
enough of an explanation for you?
no, the difference is that that's
No,
like kind of a
no.
subjective
What?
term. But I
That's not
can't
enough of
even
an
explain my
explanation for
reason.
you,
No, oh my gosh, dude, you're like really hard to have a
dude.
conversation with. I would
I'm
rather be a liberal
insufferable.
debating Charlie
Hey,
Kirk
you should look
person.
into a
Yes.
mirror, and you should actually. I genuinely think you should watch back this conversation on YouTube later. I've been way too nice with you. I've been way too patient with you. If you think I'm insufferable, you need to look into a mirror and watch this conversation back and realize how insufferable you are. Not only will everyone in the comment section right now think that, but everyone when they watch this YouTube video will think that you were the one that was insufferable and not me.
I've literally provided a source. What are you even talking about? But
What was
yes,
the
why would I
source?
lie about the tax cuts and the IRS? But why would I lie
What's the
about that? The
title?
only reason I said that
What's the
the
title of the
IRS.gov,
thing? So I
Tax
can
Cuts and Jobs Act, a comparison for businesses. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act,
TCJA,
Wikipedia.
IRS.
The fact that we're playing this game, like,
IRS.gov,
obviously, just, like,
TCJA. Where does it say it?
just scroll down. Control F. You know about Control F?
Yeah.
Yeah, use that.
Yeah,
Here, let me get images.
control
I'll
F. You
pull
tell
up.
me, what do I control F?
Type in tax cuts. It might be somewhere around there. But the fact that you're debating this and you don't know this is like
What
kind
was
of
the
like
percent?
sad. Like
What was
you're
the you said 25, or what was the specific percent?
the change, that percent and change was 20% from 15% to 12%. That's a 20% change. But the fact that you have to debate
20%.
this is kind of the
Let's
fact that
see.
you have to debate this.
That's
It means you
allows a
don't know this
deduction of up to
information already.
20%.
It's just kind of
Generally
sad.
decreased by 20%. Tax credit 20%. No. Yeah, it's not. I just 20%, and none of it came up. And by the way, you gave me 3 different numbers. You gave me
No, I
3
did not.
separate
What?
numbers. You gave me like 24%, 20%, and one was like 15% too.
What? No, pre-tax cuts and jobs act. It was 15% income rate for people making between 9,000 to 38,000. After it was 12%. That is a 20%
Wait, where did
difference.
it say? Okay, so
If three
let's see if
numbers
it,
is too
hold
many,
up.
then
Let me
that's
see the
kind of
tax
embarrassing.
bracket just to make sure.
But the fact that you
15%.
have to like
I
ask
looked
for a
up
source for
15%.
this
I didn't
means you
even
didn't
see.
know it.
Yeah, I didn't know that specifically. Yeah, I'm not quite sure on that, but like I just want to clarify. This is the effect on the effective tax, right? Not just the brackets.
What? Can you repeat? I'm trying to do your
Is this the
homework, so
effect
I'm
on
trying
the
to look.
effective tax or just marginal tax?
Why the what?
Do you know the difference between
It's
effective
income
tax rate and
tax.
marginal tax rate?
I used to, but then I decided to fill my brain up with nonsense.
Interesting. So, effective tax rate is essentially just going to be based upon your level of income. What percent of that income did you end up paying? Whereas the marginal tax rate is going to be essentially what bracket for that certain amount of income.
Oh,
So the
okay.
effect on the marginal tax
That's
rate
cool.
isn't the same as the effective in terms of an effective tax rate. By the way, you were saying that I didn't know these things and I should know these things, but you didn't know the difference between an effective
Yeah,
and a marginal
my
tax
job
rate.
isn't to debate people in politics.
Okay, that's
This
fine. But
isn't
like,
something I
but
do all
like,
the
but like
time.
to claim that I should have to know that, and then you don't have to know that at all is kind of embarrassing on your behalf, right?
Yeah, I think that a doctor should know more about things that doctors know than I do because I'm not a doctor. But this is your job. This is what you do like all the time. It's the same thing. Like I don't understand. Like like what are you trying to argue though that this isn't real? That I'm lying about the tax bracket?
No, it's just that I don't think you have a source to justify what you're claiming, or you even looked at one. And
It's
by the
just
way,
so
you don't
ridiculous.
require
I
any
promise. I
evidence in
got the
order.
screenshot up.
You don't require any evidence in order to say this, right? Under your own. By the
Well,
way,
no.
there's a 3% difference, right, for the marginal tax rate
Yes.
for the first
Hold on.
bracket. By the way, so you're
Parker,
so
I've got a question. I've
dishonest.
got a question for you.
You
I've got a
said
question for you.
20% difference, by the way. So I
What
was
is
like, I don't
yes?
believe the
15
20%
divided by
difference. I'd love
12.
to see where you saw that. That's not a 20% difference.
Okay, let me explain this to you. 20% of 12. Do you know what 20% of 12 is? What's 1/5 of 12?
Oh, are you trying to? Oh, you're trying to claim that.
It's
By the way,
percent
that would be,
change.
dude, that'd be at 25%. By the way, to clarify. So you did the math wrong. Okay.
That's
So
not me. I just got a screenshot from. Okay, so
one
that's actually
fourth.
better
What is
for
one
Trump.
fourth?
Then
Is
what?
1/4 20% or 25%? Just to clarify. And but you were being dishonest because again, the difference in the marginal tax rate was by 3%. So you're claiming
Yeah,
dishonestly when you say 20%. I think what people were thinking was that it went from like a 30% marginal tax rate to a 10% marginal tax rate. Not
no.
that it
The
went
claim
from,
was a
not
change
that
in
it went
change
from,
in
not,
rate.
let me clarify, not that it went from, what, 15% to 12%, okay? That's
Yes,
so
that's a
dishonest
20%
of you.
change. 25% change, I guess. But yeah, um, it went down. Wait, no, no, no.
Wait, so then let me
No, this
clarify.
is went from
What was the
15 to
percentage,
12.
what was the percentage change in tariffs? That,
No,
is it going to be
you tell
infinite
me.
because we didn't have these tariffs placed in, it went from 0 to like 10% is infinite, right?
What?
So Trump
Wait,
Trump
hold on,
infinite
are you
so
saying that
Trump
before?
infinitely increased the percentage of tariffs, everybody. Trump
So you're saying that
infinitely
tariffs?
increased the percentage of tariffs on plenty of the goods that you buy, and he infinitely increased it.
So there were tariffs before Trump came into office
He
for
actually
his
did it,
term, right?
everybody. Okay, he did it by
Can you
so
address
much.
what I
He
said?
did it by
Can
hundreds
you
of
address what?
percents. He did it by infinites. Okay, buddy.
Okay, can you address what I said? I asked, were there tariffs before Trump came into office this term?
Hey, dude, can you just acknowledge that that was a disingenuous
Oh my
manner for you to
gosh,
bring
bro,
it
just
up?
answer the question. No, it's not. I said percentage and change. Now answer the question. Were there tariffs before Trump came into office?
On some goods, not on others. So I
Okay, so
clarified
that
on
didn't
some
change?
goods that it would be viewed differently than others when I was making that joke.
Right, so
Apparently you have
would
comprehension
that mean that
issues.
there was no was there a change?
Here, let me say thank you to a
Did
few
tariffs
people real
bring
quick, by the way. Hagen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Joe, I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate it. Lane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. I have some people I have to catch up on YouTube as well. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Damien, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Damien. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. No, seriously, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Damien in the comment section. Jim, thank you for the $2. Jim, thank you for the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely diabolical, I know, right? Owl, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Jim, again with the £2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Cornell, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Jim, again with the 10 pounds. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Seriously though, yeah. Naomi, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. And by the way, Cornell, I don't want to go back into that one again though. But thank you so much, Naomi. Silver, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Hugh, thank you for the $5. I'm speaking up. Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I get you. Jay, thank you for the $5. Jim, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Simon, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For sure. Which woman, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jim, thank you for the £5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bood, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I really appreciate it. Jay. Thank you. Jim again with the £5. Jay again with the $5 and the $5. Thank you. Cornell again with the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comments. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $5. C-Bar, thank you for the $5. Kim, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I think I'm fully caught up there. Other than Midlife Maddie, always, thank you so much. Always good to see you. Thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Alrighty. So, go back to what you were saying.
Okay, so were there tariffs before Trump came into office this term?
I already clarified, man. Yes, in some industries.
Okay, so was that harming the consumer back then?
So on the specific industries, obviously, I think some tariffs are okay, like in certain targeted industries for specialized manufacturing, and they do hurt the consumer within that specific industry.
Okay, so the Biden administration kept those tariffs. So would that just inherently mean that the Biden administration was pro-tariffs, meaning that you would disagree with them?
I disagree with some of the tariffs kept by the Biden-Harris administration, but I don't disagree with all tariffs kept by the Biden-Harris administration, as, again, I'm okay with some targeted tariffs.
Wait, explain, which tariffs do you support? Like, which
I'm not going to tell you
industries, I
every
guess?
tariff I support.
Just, you could like give me a vague like description of like what do you support?
Like, for example, I would support certain EV related tariffs for, like, not EV, but for, like, solar production and others to help stimulate development of renewable energy production in the United States.
How do you know that would work?
Hmm?
How do you know that would work?
Tell you how that would work?
How do you know that would work? Because it's
How
the
do I-
same logic Trump uses when
Yeah,
it comes to
it
these
increases.
other
Yeah, it
manufacturing-
increases because it would increase the cost of consumer products within that particular industry. But it's meant to incentivize the building of that within our country. Because again, I think that makes sense for energy independence, right? Developing production of energy in our country. I think that's important.
Why wouldn't you want to be? Why wouldn't you want to be independent on other sectors?
Because I think it's only for specialized industries.
Why? Like, why wouldn't you want to be like self-independent?
Because
like, when it comes to
there's national
manufacturing
security
smartphones?
reasons to want to have energy independence, especially in relation to, for example, renewable energy production.
About smartphones, you think that smartphones like that could be posed as a national security threat? I
I
that'd be
think to
more of a
some
national security
degree,
threat.
I think a lot of those claims though are a little bit over, like, in misleading. The reason why I
Wait,
was
why
saying that
would
for
you think
energy, what's up?
No, you explain. You're about to answer my question.
I don't think it's unique to just phones that you could get information from, and they also sell a lot of our data to China anyway. So, I mean, I do think that there's a lot of fear mongering when it comes to, like, any type of technology that comes from China. I don't necessarily think there's a national security issue in any of these, or in this particular circumstance necessarily.
But why would you think so for energy?
I already told you. If I'm just going to have to repeat the same points over and over again, I don't know why I'd have this conversation with you at this point. But I'll tell you again, okay? Because I want us to be energy independent so that we don't have to rely on the energy production from countries around the world, because I think that we need to address climate change from every country's perspective.
Wait, hold on. What is it? You said national security threat, and then
Yeah.
it's about energy independence.
Yeah, energy
can-
independence
what-
relates to national security, and fighting climate change also relates to national security.
What I think that manufacturing iPhones in the United States would also be probably pretty important when it comes to national security. Like, imagine all the information they're getting if they're manufacturing and putting chips that takes in all of our data. I think that if you admitted it's a
Well,
big
again,
issue,
I'm okay
why
with
wouldn't you want to
chips
address that?
production. There being some type of tariffs on chips production, but when it comes to smartphones, again, I think it's overshot, but I'm not saying it's necessarily always the case that it's incorrect. Obviously, there can be some basis for them trying to eat data off of us, but the issue is that we already sell our data to China. So it's like companies already do that in the United States. So unless you want to ban companies in the United States from doing that, I don't see this as a particularly strong argument.
Do you think we should do that?
Just because of the data.
Do you think we should?
I think we should. I think we should ban
China?
companies from selling our private data in general. Yeah.
All right, I'm about to go to eat supper. I've got a quick question. Do you think we should ban lobbying?
Corporate lobbying, I think that you have an argument for that. Yeah.
What about foreign nations?
Yeah. I don't think that the Israel lobby should exist, for example.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go eat supper. It was great meeting with you.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully you change your mind on any of the points you brought up. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Emily, thank you for the $2. I actually have no clue. Something that really I always question all the time to myself, to be honest. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everybody. So we got another hour and 45 minutes or so left on the live, at least. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
I don't believe you for a second. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think we're on the route to 2,000 right now. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Alrighty. Do give it a second, everyone. For some reason, it's taking a second to get people up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I want to talk specifically about you had two people ago. You had somebody in here talking about transgenders in the military.
Transgender people, yeah.
Yeah, transgender people. So I also disagree with that point, and my reasoning would be that I think that the main reason that people are in the military, the reason that people join the military, is because they are here to support and defend the United States of America. And whenever you go through transition, it has been shown I have sources that I can cite for you, but it takes a minimum of 1 year for them to be deployable, which detracts from them being in the force.
Wait, why would you say it's a minimum of 1 year to be deplorable? Or deployable?
I'm saying that because of the sources that I have.
What source?
All right, give me 1 second and I will pull it up.
Okay.
MFTtransitions.com.
NFT transit. What's the title?
Mike Tango Foxtrot. MTF. Mike Tango Foxtrot.
No, I asked you what's the title.
And I was actually in the military during that time. And whenever you stated that you were a transgender and you decided to do a transition. Okay, fine. I'm sorry, I'm not using the correct terminology.
Yeah. So, what was the title of the site you were referencing?
I mean, I do.
How long does it take for a full MTF transition?
Bobby, that's the title?
Yep. And I was in the military at this time, and you were immediately placed on a profile that made you undeployable if you were what is the correct terminology again?
Okay, wait. So then here's my question. Would you tell a trans person to their face that was a part of the military that they couldn't have been deployed for a year after they literally know themselves what that would be, Mike?
If I was a provider in the military, I absolutely would have, because
Are you so? But you're not a provider, so you wouldn't say that.
No, I would not say that because I don't have the right to say that.
Okay,
But
well then why are you doing it right now? When again, my friend Eli, who
because
is trans, is on the live right now and was in the military.
Oh, also, and I was a provider in the military.
I don't understand your question. Why would I not say
Just
that?
letting
Because
you know. Introduction, and also I think Parker had a question for you. I was just finishing off the rest of that introduction. I'm about to be 33 in January, but yeah, 32 for now. Trans man. Hold on, give me just a second. Here we go. Sorry, I just got home. Don't even know what I look like. Oh yeah. What's up, everybody? Hey. Yeah, I'm trans man. I was active duty in the military for Air Force, Chair Force. Flew a desk for 13 years. Was 7 years from retirement. Used to be really cranky about that. And then, like, I always knew, like, the closer I got to getting out, why, like, veterans were upset. You know what I mean? Now I really get it. And so I'm not as cranky as before because I loved what I did. I loved being a provider. Bobby.
yeah,
I loved, I'm talking to you.
okay.
I'm trying to be a person right now. Because people come up here and they're like, debate, bro, really hard. And I don't blame it because I love what Parker does. I've known Parker for a long time. I've known Parker since before, Jesus, Parker, I don't even know, man. I've known Parker for a while, since I'm not even going to go there. But a lot of people get up here and they go debate, bro. And then they forget that there's a person behind the screen, which is why I turned my camera on. So I'm talking to you. I liked my job, which was what I was saying. I liked taking care of my patients because I did it for a long time. I miss it a lot, but because people literally like you who think it is apparently so important that you'll come up on a live. I don't know how much are in YouTube, but 5.6 thousand it shows on my screen right now. I'm not as upset about losing the military thing now because guess what I get to say? I served in the military for 13 years, bro. And
That's
I'm
awesome.
okay with saying that there's some shit that I got told that I was doing I'm not proud of, and I'm okay with rejecting that part of me entirely. It's okay. I'm not saying that I like hate anybody who served, don't get me wrong. I don't hate like America, but I do hate a lot of the shit that uniform represents, and I'll leave it at that for now. But yeah, man. Hey, I'm a trans man, but I'm a human being. So did you want to talk a little bit?
Yeah, yeah. I was just making a point that somebody else had made, and I don't think that they were able to get it across the kind of way that they wanted to. And they were stating a whole bunch of things. Basically, I think their main point was that they didn't want males and female bathrooms and the other, but that's not the point I'm making. I was trying to clarify something that they were saying. And the reason that I believe that a transgender person should not be in the military is because it takes them away from being able to be. It takes them away from the only reason that they're in the military, which is to support and defend the United States of America. And you do that by being able to deploy. And you said that you were a provider. I was in the military whenever this started happening. It was like 2015,
What? Wait, hold on.
2016.
Sorry.
Roughly.
No, I don't mean to interrupt you, and I promise I'll do my best to. I try to be good faith, so I do apologize that I'm interrupting. But just so I'm clear, when what started? You said when all of this started. So just to be clear on what you're saying.
Yeah, it was like probably in I don't know the date, to be honest with you, but it was probably in around February of 2016 whenever people started coming out about being transgender and Trump.
Well, just that's why I wanted to be clear. Just to be on the same page. I know what you're saying now. It's not that people were coming out because I started serving in 2012 and didn't get kicked out until 29 August of 2025, even though I had orders to England. But yeah, so I'm just clarifying that it's not that people just started coming out, it's that that was the first time that Trump took office, and that's when 7,000 of my friends, brothers and sisters, 7,000 of us got kicked out that first go around. And
Correct.
then Biden, and then within 2 weeks of, I think it was 2 weeks of Biden's administration following that, sorry, fact check me, but it's around that amount of time. That's when the ban got lifted and we were allowed to openly serve again. There's about 15,000 of us approximated that have been in that are trans, and we've served on average 75% of us over a decade. So like people like me, like I did 13 years, but most of us it's over a decade. So yeah, anyways, that was the first time that we started getting kicked out, not the first time that we started coming out. Just wanted to make that clear because most of us don't like to talk about being trans. We usually just get talked about. It's usually something that we prefer not to talk about, to be fair.
Also,
I hear
Bobby,
you.
one thing I have to say here: do you think that he should be kicked out of the military? Do you think Eli should have been kicked out?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about Eli.
Wait, you
Hey,
know
wait,
that
hold
he's
on.
trans.
Parker, I'm doing something new. This is cool.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
Bobby, do
I
you know
don't
what?
know.
Do you know what? Do you know what? You don't have to tell me anything about your job, but what branch were you?
Army.
Do you know what an IDC is, like an independent duty corpsman?
I mean, I know what a corpsman is.
You know the corpsmen that are like all independent that go by themselves, not the corpsmen that you see with a bunch of people. The corpsmen that if they deploy, they're by themselves with the whole like. Y'all go with your whole. I don't know if it's platoon, like I forgot what the Army calls it, but like y'all go when you deploy, you don't go like the Air Force does, where we bring like one person from the med group and like one person, and y'all don't call it a med group, I know. But like you know what I mean. The whole Army deploys together, right? Your whole what's
Unit.
it called? Unit. Thank you, because I know we speak different languages. Okay, when your whole unit goes and the medic that like the corpsman that can get attached, or oh shit, in the Army y'all have not even, sorry Parker, hold on, this is important because I haven't done this before and it's a first, but I'm so far removed from the Air Force now I finally can. It's not the whiskeys, but the ones that are like the medics. It's the ones that it's the like medics that can go get attached and they can like diagnose patients.
I don't know. You're a provider.
Okay,
of
whatever. They're badass. Cool. Yeah. These are like hot, like got like hot shit. That's I was an IDMT, so that's what I wanted to get to. Anybody like if you're to the vets out there that I have been asking, an IDC is like an independent duty corpsman. But yeah, so just to get on the same level, because these people have been trying to like deny my service, and that's something I can do now. So, yeah, dude. Anyways, the point is, I loved my job, and you said that I couldn't deploy or anything like that, man, or it would stop my deployment. I've deployed in 2016. Just again, I'm not proud of this, bros, but it's not even a huge deployment because we weren't at wartime. We were at peacetime. But I was in Kuwait, made a lot of friends over there. It was really cool. I did get to go over to Qatar. I did that in 2016. I've been all over the United States. I did a 1-year tour active over in Korea. That was super fucking cool. I was with F-16s and a fighter squadron. I got to forward over to Thailand and take care of patients with people where we didn't speak the same language. That was really amazing. I got to go to Alaska because I didn't just be a medic. I like got, yeah, sorry. People will say I'm yapping, but those people, you're not who I'm talking to. So yeah, there's not a lot of people like me. So I'm spending a lot of time talking about it. And
yeah, I have a question for you. Were you actively transitioning at that time? Whenever you were deployed?
It depends on what you mean by transitioning.
Were you taking any type of hormones? Were you on any type of treatments?
At certain points, at the end, yes.
And your provider,
But, no.
your provider knew about it? Were you on a deployable status?
Correct.
If you were taking those
Yes.
hormones, would you have been on a deployable status?
With the hormones at the end, The first 3 months, no, but yes, after the first 3 months, yes, I was. So there was other things in my career that I was non-deployable for longer. Like when I was TDY and I fell 16 feet. Mind you, there's going to come a time in the future where Parker's letting me tolerate this, but just for other people, not for me, bro. Hold on a second. If you're trans and you're in the military, you're valid. You don't have to like justify your service. But dude, I don't mind because that's what I'm here for. I'm educating. But yeah, I fell like 16 feet when I was TDY and shattered everything. I was climbing and I shattered everything. I was out of service and non-deployable for like 10 weeks from just the couldn't walk from the reconstruction surgery that I had to have because I had to stay a certain kind of fit and I had to have a certain kind of fit. So it was like a certain kind of required TDY. So yeah, I was out of service. The point is for something that was required by the military that I'm permanently messed up about for the rest of my life for a job that just kicked me out, even though like I was doing it loyally. I was about to be E7, bro, because I was very anyways, I was doing what I thought was a good job and I wasn't causing any problems. And I was one of 450 people around the world because it's a really fucking hard school to go to. But why am I not qualified? Because I guess you were asking me more about my hormones. I was
I'm not.
just 3 months.
I don't understand why you think I'm talking about you though. I'm making a general statement. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not trying to disqualify your service.
Wait, just to clarify, he's trans. You're saying trans people should be banned from the military, and then you're saying it's not applicable to him?
I'm trying to explain my point, and you just cut me off.
Yeah, I know.
Like
I'm just
straight
clarifying.
up trying to explain exactly what you're saying, and you just cut me off.
So who else do you
I'm about
think
to
is
kick you
like-
because
like-
this is just a waste of my time if you're not going to
Wait,
answer my
Parker.
question.
I literally haven't
I
even
just
been
want to
able to
know
speak
what
yet.
else. Who else? Hold on, but who else do you think is out there? I
No,
want to
okay.
hear you speak because I want to know why people think. Like the problem is, I told you 75% of us are people like me, but like the other people are just younger versions of me. So
Okay.
what do
can I
you think
please
are people
explain?
like? Mhm. I
Okay.
love that. Also, the tiny violins in chat. This is for you. I have my own version. Thou does project.
All right. So it's not for people that are post transition. My issue is with people that are coming in that have yet to transition and start transitioning after they decide to come in because it takes them off of deployable status. And like you said, you were off deployable status for a minimum of 3 months. And I don't know your situation fully. I don't know as a matter of fact, I don't know your situation at all. But once you start a transition, first you go through some type of hormone therapy, which would immediately take you off of deployment status. And then you have to I know that you have to go through counseling and you cannot be deployed while you're going through that specifically for transgender, which is not for making going through the transgender process.
That's okay. Like for right now, I know that that you did say that from the beginning. You're trying to like. So I do want to say, like, for anybody listening for that little bit, I hear that you're stumbling. I get that you're trying to say the right thing. Like, we'll work on that. But I respect that you are trying to say at least like you know what I mean? Just like
I'm not. I promise you, I'm not trying to be
I hear you.
negative or or put down
I got it.
you or
I'm
anything
not-
like that. I'm not.
I hear
against
it.
you
I'm
at
just
all.
trying to like. I want to know what the question is, and so I'm just trying to make. I'm not. I'm good faith is what I'm trying to say. I know that you're not trying to like just. It's okay.
Yeah,
just
I'm not
what's
trying
the
to
question?
hate on anybody. All I'm trying to do is just say the reason that I don't believe that a person that is wanting to transition should come into the military is because I believe that if you come into the military specifically to transition, it would be, and you can't say that hasn't happened because I know that it has happened.
I didn't. I'm just waiting. I didn't.
Because it takes you off of deployable status, and then it is very possible, and it has happened, where you get on, you start going through your transition, and you are not deployable the entire time you're in the military, and then you have wasted all kinds of taxpayer dollars on your transition, which is not cheap, especially if you do it through the military.
Okay.
And then you get
Hold
out.
on, you're saying a lot of
not
points. To
being
be fair,
deployable
I
at
have
the
like two
exact same
things that I
time.
want to respond to already, and just like, sorry. And so I feel like I need to start writing things down in response because I don't want to not acknowledge them. There's two things. Can I respond really quick so I don't like not respond to what you just said?
Yeah.
There's two things. Okay, one, just so you know the 2 points. One is the topic of like spending all these taxpayer dollars because that's actually one that I like to debunk. It just doesn't get brought up a lot anymore. And the other one was about having been out for like a deployable, like a certain amount of time, which I'll say that one first because it's the first one you said. You said other stuff, but those are the two I'm going to say first. And then I'll give you the mic back. So that's why I brought up the thing about going to my TDY where I fell. Like when everybody was saying I was yapping and putting violins in the chat, it's almost like I had something important to say, but people just want to hear the rah drama. Anyways, I just got home. I'm so happy that I'm here right now because it was like I turned on Parker's stream and hey everybody. But yeah, I'm about to start my own streams, dude, by the way. I just decided. But yeah, so I just wanted you to know that that's why I came up and started talking about like going TDY because I was trying to tell you that even though I had told like that therapy that you want us to I guess you said we're not deployable during that therapy. That's not true because I started my therapy about this, which was genuinely just talking to a provider and saying like, hey, here's this thing. That was the first time was like in 2019. And it was when I went to Korea. It was to a provider in Korea. And it didn't stop me from anything. Same thing with my treatment for ADHD.
That's not a deployment, though.
No, sorry. Hold on. My job, I understand Korea is not a deployment, but you're going to have to respect one thing, dude. And it's going to be the fact that I literally was the one that would, whether you were Air Force, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, it didn't matter because if you were on active orders, you couldn't go through, like you couldn't get sent on your overseas mission short tour, whether it was regardless, or deploy, doesn't matter unless myself or like a flight surgeon or some like that was what my job was. It wasn't like you couldn't do your job without me, but that was my job. So please don't that's the one thing, like don't disrespect the fact that I knew my job really well.
I never once said you didn't know your job. Not in the slightest.
Thank you.
I said that it was.
I didn't say you were. I didn't say you did. I just want you to not do that. But okay.
Yeah. I won't.
So all I wanted you to say is like acknowledge the fact that people who are pregnant, people who end up breaking a bone, people who end up needing oh my god, here's a good one. There's programs literally if you end up you come back from overseas and you're drinking, which I'm not going to get too heavy into this to respect Parker's stream, but there's an entire program for people who will get into certain substances. And then, yeah, it's not a good thing to do those substances, but we also want to rehabilitate those people and keep them in. I had a troop who literally got a DUI and stayed in, and I'm not frowning on that, but that's not the same thing as being trans. It's like you can't conflate the two of those things. But what I'm getting at is that also keeps people out because of the court martial. You're not deployable because you're punished because you can't be trusted. There's things that keep people out of being deployable for a lot longer than being just like off for certain hormones.
Yeah, I understand that people it's a well-known thing in the Army that people get pregnant right before deployments and things like that. And yes, there's alcohol abuse and things like that. I fully acknowledge what you're saying that people become non-deployable for other reasons. But I don't think that is even a factor in what I'm saying.
Oh, and I didn't even say this part. You said all this money. So I joined in 2012 because like I wanted to get off of the streets because I was kicked out for being queer. And then I wanted a roof over my head and then food in my stomach. And then I stayed in because I wanted to make sure that other people were taken care of, not because I wanted to make rank. But then I started making rank because that's what happens. And then I stayed in. And I also loved my job that I was adamant about. So people don't always join just because they're patriots. Sometimes a lot of people that joined around my time joined for education. Because at the time that I joined, it wasn't offered, and I don't remember how old you are. I think you said 32. I'm about to turn 33 in January. So a lot of people joined at that time for education, and it was post 9/11.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
people still do that. That's
Bobby,
not
I'm
the
gonna
point that
ask
I'm making.
you. I'm gonna ask you a last question real quick, and then I do want to move on our conversation and whatnot, get on to other topics. It seemed like that was the only reason you brought up on the stream as to why you support Trump. So
Yeah,
I will ask you again. What's up?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, yeah. So do you think that Eli should be kicked out of the military? Do you think he should be allowed to be in the military right now?
Do I think that he should be allowed? I have no idea where he's at in his process.
I want to know. I got kicked out already. I want to know if you know who John Levito is too, but that's okay. Go ahead, Parker.
Yeah. So does it matter to you?
Yeah, it does. For all of the
Why?
reasons I've already explained. For all of the reasons I've already explained.
But like, you didn't actually explain why you think that. You just said that because they would be considered "quote unquote" not deployable, but that would only be based upon the designation of the particular individuals within the context of the military at that particular time. You could designate them as able to deploy.
No, you could not.
Why not?
Because they are going through a transition.
What was your job in the military?
I was a 13 Fox.
What's that? For the audience and for me?
A forward observer.
What's that?
The person who tells artillery and aircraft where to drop bombs.
Is it medicine?
No.
At all? Is it a provider?
No.
Sorry, that's all. Just no further. Go ahead, Parker. Sorry.
So then, like, wouldn't you not be affiliated with like determining whether or not someone would be able to be deployed?
I didn't state that I was affiliated with anybody that could make that decision.
I wouldn't go to your job and tell you how to do your job, is all.
And I'm not telling you how to do yours.
So do you want to tell us like why couldn't you say that someone would be able to be deployed in that context?
Anyone that is actively going through a transition is in a non-deployable status.
But why?
Nope.
Because they are on hormone.
We already disproved that. I'm right here.
Okay.
Unless you're gaslighting me now.
I'm not even gaslighting you. If you start, when did you do? You're telling me that you were on a deployable status whenever you were.
You don't understand being transy. That's the problem. I was trying when I asked. You can go back after this and watch the YouTube clip. But the very first thing I asked, to be clear, was what you meant by transition. And there's a lot of people saying she. If you'd like, I can raise my voice for everybody. But I know Parker probably won't want me to do that. But if you want, I can just, it's my new thing, Parker. I have a whole bunch of new things and ways of handling things. But the fact is that half of you are 15 and my voice is lower than you at 8 months. And the other half of that is that half of you are like 35 or fucking older. And my voice is still lower than you at 8 months of testosterone. So, but I can get up there if you want. And yeah, there's just nothing you can do to hurt me. I've heard it all. Sorry, Bobby. I was having a good time.
Like I said, that does none
I just
of
like
what you guys
matching
are saying
energy
is
for
bothering
everybody
me.
who just said it was weird. I'm just matching energy, guys. I'm just having a good time.
None of what you guys are saying is bothering me. I'm not trying to attack anyone. I'm simply making a statement. Whenever you actively start your hormone therapy, you will be placed on a not anymore because obviously it can't happen, but you will be placed on a non-deployable status. And I don't know
Parker,
why you're
can
not.
we just put this?
I really don't
Can we
understand
put
why
this
you're
to
doing
rest? And can I just answer? Can I just say the facts really quick and then we can move on? Okay, can we drop? Sorry, Bobby. Can we drop Bobby and then I'll just say what he's saying wrong? Thank you. All right, cool. Appreciate you, man. Here's what happens. Why I asked about him not really knowing about what transition is because there's been different phases of being trans and like my transition. And if you don't know about that, it's okay. I'm not going to sit here and explain it. It's not my responsibility. Like Parker has other things he wants to talk about. If you really care, go look it up, learn about it, but this isn't the place. And so, yeah, but there's different places. When you want to tell a provider, yeah, there's different phases of coming out. The first 3 months, we have to make sure you're regulated on your hormones. That's no different than getting on an antidepressant or any other medication. For everybody saying that, damn, that was long, Parker, thank you for the visibility. I really genuinely appreciate you because we need this visibility so bad. So thank you because we don't have a lot of it. And it means the absolute fucking world to me. Like genuinely, not just for like trans military service members, but like trans women in general, because this is hurting women. But thanks, dude. Yeah, 3 months, and then if it's regulated, then you're good to go. We check your lab work again, and then we'll check it again every or at 6 months, just making sure. But that's no different, by the way, than cisgender men, meaning those people who are not trans. We do the same thing. We just regulate the dose depending on your body, which is why we get your labs done. It's not different compared to them. We spend far more money on cisgender men, both on your testosterone and fucking like drum roll. I wanted him here, but he's gone. Immensely on your Viagra. So while you are struggling with your erectile dysfunction, which I would vote in favor of having it treated, by the way, I would. It costs a lot fucking more every year. Go look it up. Go look it up if you don't believe me. It doesn't matter what source you like to say. Well, just Google it or what? DuckDuckGo. Dude, that's not a source. That's a search engine, you weirdos. But you can just search engine it. All right. Hey Parker, thanks for your time. I appreciate you.
Of course,
I'll
man. Always
see you
good to
later,
see you.
man. All right.
See you later,
Oh,
man.
if you want to support me, hit the links. Are not my. They're not my Venmo or anything. They're two links that are. One is sorry, dude, I gotta plug this. Sudan. It's a refugee camp in Sudan. Sorry, it's for an LGBT group of folks. There's like 22 of them that I'm trying to help. I just got in contact with. I'm gonna try to push some content out about them pretty soon. I do apologize that the link is not clickable right now, but if you could just copy it, screenshot it, paste it, do what you got to do to get them that help. And then the other one is a link for my friend who is in Gaza. I'm not saying that well. It is clickable. Both of these are verified. Please, if you want to help, free Palestine, free Congo. Honestly, free everybody that's been colonized. I love you all. Sorry, Parker. Bye.
Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Have a great day. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, please, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 20, but damn, I've been in the queue and I'm still driving, so I don't know how long you're gonna be live for.
I'll probably be live for another hour and 14 minutes or so. If you can hop on before then, make sure to do so. If not, you can come up a different day. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I don't. Fuck Trump. I love you, Parker.
Appreciate it. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you need that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. It helps get it out to more people, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, again, listed here on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, everyone, let's go on the next individual. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Please, everybody, only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Seems like they were driving. They sound like they're on the car, connected to a car. So let's go on the next individual, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm a big fan, by the way.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are, again, just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Again, listed in the TikTok screen.
Press that.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I didn't mean to press. I was trying to like.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen again. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, day 2. I love you from New Zealand.
Appreciate you very much. Happy Dog, thank you for the $2, of course. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Joy, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it, though. Thank you so much. And Joe, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. I might have some people to thank on YouTube. Rami, thank you for the Galaxy. Like, by the way, Caleb, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Pretty sure you can see the message. Pretty sure you could. Let's make sure to go into the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, so please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, for people telling me to add the person in the comment section, they have not sent a guest request. I've already sent them an invite, and they haven't joined. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Hey, everyone. I really appreciate everyone so much, but we are just looking for some debates right now. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I have a question, if that's okay.
Hey, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, please. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
His policies.
Such as what? Okay. They just left. Let's go on to the next individual. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump because I heard liberals stick their fingers in their butthole.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Please, everybody, only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alright, everyone, do give it a second for people to join up. Takes a bit to get people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
12/15/2004.
I feel like they're lying. Not about their age, but I feel like they don't support Trump. It sounded like they were almost laughing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, just want to send love from Scotland, bro.
Appreciate it. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I feel like I'm going to go crazy, to be honest. I feel like my patience gets tested so much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, for multiple reasons, but primarily because he is, in my mind, the most truthful president we've had. I think he does a lot of good things, and he stands by his word. Like how the Democrats always say, they start recently on the Epstein files, right? He's releasing the Epstein files on Friday, so now you guys can't say he didn't release the Epstein files, correct?
He actively fought against the Epstein files being released, such as literally to the extent of him canceling Marjorie Taylor Greene because she wanted them to be released. He calls her Marjorie Trader Greene now because she wanted them to be released. So the idea that he was going along with them being released or wanted them to be released is ridiculous, especially when he said that they were a Democratic hoax.
Well, didn't he run on the release of the Epstein files? Isn't that one thing he said?
Yeah, he ran on the release of them. And then when he got into office, he said that they're a Democratic hoax, and if you wanted them to be released, that you'd actually never supported him in the first place.
Well, he's releasing them now, so that's why I'm asking you. Like, he's releasing them now, so what do you say to that?
He's not the one releasing them. They were forced to be released by Congress.
Right, but it's under his presidency, so in turn, he gets credit for it by default, correct? So
No.
he released...
If he's against
Right.
something being passed and Congress forces him to do so because they had enough votes to surpass his veto, then that's, again, not him doing it. It's not something he gets credit for. That's obviously absurd when he specifically fought against it and said it was a Democratic hoax. I feel like that's
I
very
understand that.
disingenuous for you to claim otherwise.
It's not. I'm just saying, like, for record status, right? Because whatever happens under your presidency, good or bad, it is accredited to you, correct? So
No.
when people type...
That's called a
Hold on.
correlation causation fallacy. Like, for example, under Trump's first administration, there was 14.8% unemployment. Do you think that he was responsible for 14.8% unemployment under his first administration?
It happened under his watch. So essentially, yes.
So he caused the second highest unemployment since the Great Depression?
Well, he did. But he did
Well, actually, the
lose jobs.
highest unemployment since the Great Depression, actually.
I mean, most of the jobs that were lost were because of him, actually, yes.
You think that was because of Trump?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay, so I just want to let you know, you are objectively wrong because it was related to COVID. The fact that I need to explain this to you is kind of crazy. Do you think that Trump was responsible?
I actually agree with you.
Can I ask you this question?
No. Was his response to COVID good?
Wait,
Yes or
wait, no,
No,
let
it
me ask
wasn't.
you a question. If someone gets pregnant under a certain administration, does that mean that that was due to the administration? Because you said anything that happens under the administration is because of the administration, right? So everyone who is pregnant under Biden, you say they should thank Biden?
Okay, you're comparing childbirth to presidencies. I'm
No,
comparing...
oh wait, hold up. No, you just said anything that happens under the administration should be granted to the president. So should we thank Biden for all the births that happened under the Biden administration? So
Okay,
thank
you're
you,
trolling me. You're
Biden.
trolling
Thank you,
me.
Biden, for getting us pregnant. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Joe Biden.
No, you're trolling me. Listen.
Like
I'm
if
talking about,
if your wife became pregnant under the Biden-Harris administration, you'd thank Biden.
No.
Thank you,
I'm
Joe
saying-
Biden. Thank you, Joe Biden. My wife is pregnant because of you. Thank you very much,
No,
Joe.
no,
I appreciate it very much.
Okay, you're way out. Listen.
Thank you so much. Actually, because it happened under your administration, I have got to credit Biden, right?
I'm trying to talk, man. Listen, all I'm saying is that, like, if official documents get released, like big documents like this, it took place under your administration, right? So you are responsible. And you type into Google what administration was responsible for releasing the Epstein files. It would be Trump, right? And also, another thing before you talk, I want to say one thing respectfully. If Joe Biden was in presidency for 4 years, why didn't he release the files? Right? Do you think that he should have released the files? Do you think?
So it
Right,
was
'cause wouldn't he
sealed
have
and
access to it?
sealed under investigation, and you understand that again he didn't run on it. That's one thing. Plus, like if you want to talk about the conditions, like again, it's embarrassing that Trump calls it a Democratic hoax after running on passing it. And then again, this argument you're making that just it happening under the Biden administration means that it was caused, or happens under the Trump administration means it was caused by the Trump administration is a horrible argument because it's a correlation causation fallacy. And then again, you're saying that people under the Biden-Harris administration, if they get pregnant, should thank Biden, which is obviously absurd. Just because something happens under the Biden-Harris administration or under the Trump administration does not necessarily entail that it was caused by said administration.
Oh my God! Listen, the reason. Okay, you guys always.
Anna, thank you for the $10 for I got broken up with a few months ago. So I blame the orange guy. Yeah, what the fuck, Trump? What the fuck?
Well, it did happen. It did happen under his administration.
Yeah, therefore it's got to be accredited to Donald Trump. What the fuck,
No.
Trump? He's breaking people up. How horrible could it be?
Okay, but on a serious note, right? So when he says Democratic hoax, he's not actually talking about the Epstein files as a whole. He's talking about how the Democrats always try and construe his name with being involved with Epstein in a derogatory manner that would have, detrimental. He was
did that
not
himself.
involved. He was not involved with him in any way. In fact,
Yeah, he was.
there's
They
another
were
thing.
like best buds for over a decade. They
What I meant to say was involved with the bad things. What I meant to say, sir.
Okay, well, you could say that, but I think there's a lot of evidence indicating that Donald Trump is engaged in horrible and atrocious behavior, and I do think that 26 plus people accusing him of sexual misconduct, right, alongside the person E. Jean Carroll, who held him liable in a civil court unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating her vagina against her will, are evidence enough to indicate that Donald Trump is a horrible person engaging in horrible behavior. And I think that was also clarified even by him himself when he said that he likes Epstein. He thinks he's a terrific guy, and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
Younger side could be different. It could be 18-year-olds. I mean, 18
Yeah, when he's talking about a convicted child sex trafficker that he knew about what was happening at the time, according
Right,
to
yeah, I
Epstein,
agree. Yeah, the
alongside
wordplay
with
was foul, yeah.
he was again, Epstein knew a bunch of bad people, but he didn't know anyone as bad as Trump, according to himself.
Epstein said that?
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yep,
Okay,
and he knew
well,
a bunch of child rapists because he's a convicted child sex trafficker. So he knew a bunch of child rapists, but none as bad as Donald Trump.
right,
That's what
but-
he
okay,
said
but-
himself.
Right, and he may have said that, but having said that, if that were to be true, don't you think that would have been brought up in courts by now or something like that?
This was released. This was released by the Epstein estate. And it
In the
was
files,
and we
or-
got the
oh, the
information.
estate.
Yeah. This was released by the Epstein estate, given to the House Oversight Committee, and released to the public.
Okay, do they have definitive evidence deciding that, or is there some? Is that,
Yeah,
is that
these
just
are
hearsay?
private emails.
Private emails.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so here's my question. So when the file was released on Friday, because they have to be, that's the ruling, and Trump's name is clear of everything, all the wrongdoing, what will then be your response?
I'd probably think it was scrubbed or unredacted. Redacted. Like, Donald Trump's clearly in the files. So, yeah, I think that obviously there's going to be something of him in there. And I think all the evidence indicates he's probably guilty. The reason why he didn't want them to be released is probably because it incriminates him. Otherwise, he would totally release them because of how egotistical he is. And he doesn't want to be called out for things that aren't applicable to him. He's super egotistical. If he had the ability to release it, push for it to be released, and it would exonerate him, he would want it to be released. Him not trying to get it released is indicative of the fact that he thinks that it's going to make him look bad to some degree.
Okay, so do you see how he can't win, right? You guys say, release the files. Okay, he's going to release the files on Friday. Okay, we'll just say his name's not in there. Your guys' response will be, they scrubbed something. Something was scrubbed. Where, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the meeting here, right? Where is the thank you for releasing the files. Thank you, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm
it's
not thanking
always-
him when he actively tried to literally limit it from being passed. Why do you want me to thank him so bad? What the fuck is wrong with you? Can you name something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Probably being in the files for a derogatory manner. Yes, I would agree.
Like he did something bad, like if real question. Oh, if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you support him?
No, I would not.
No, you wouldn't? Well, he was. Look up Trump liable essay AP News. Read into it. Donald Trump was held liable in a civil court for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. So obviously you don't support Donald Trump then, right?
I'm not familiar with that. Can you give me a few minutes of research or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Brody, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Tammy, thank you so much for the $2. I'd have to look into them for sure. Appreciate it. Joy, thank you so much again for the $2. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick. I think I fully am. I think I'm fully caught up on YouTube. Nina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you, Nina. McLevin, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Which one? The Hayden Rhodes? Alex, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's essentially what he's arguing. Hugh, again, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up there. Mr. Demon Sushi, thank you for the $5. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's get the next person up here to help him out real quick.
I'm on it right now. I actually found it. Actually, it says right here where he was civilly held. It says he was held civilly liable for. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah. So, given that you see that now, do you not support him?
I mean, yeah, that's horrible. My question is, why was he not held criminally for it? Why was it just civil?
Because of statute of limitations, which means after too many years since the event happened, you can't hold your abuser accountable in a criminal court, and they could in the civil court in this context. There were thousands of other people that were able to hold their abusers accountable in the context of a civil court, but not a criminal court because of the same statute of limitations law. So regardless of the amount of evidence, it had to be in a civil court.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a horrible thing. That should never happen.
So you don't support Trump anymore?
I don't support the action.
But you just said you wouldn't support Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, yet you still support him for president?
So I mean, you know what? I can't go back on my word. I guess not. No.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, so you wouldn't support him, right?
No.
Okay. Perfect. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everybody. Let's go to the next person. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Probably have an hour or so left on the live. At least I think. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Hey, stop spamming my chat. That person on TikTok, you're so weird. I'm not going to add you up if you spam my chat. Do you want me to mute you? You have about 5 seconds to stop before I mute you. Good boy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you like boys?
Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
You support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Can you turn off your Bluetooth?
Can you turn off your Bluetooth?
Yeah, one sec.
Now disconnected from Jordan's phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I just think that his... Okay, no, I'm trolling.
Okay. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You fucker, he called me good boy after he told me not to spam?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
2007, July. Yes, I'd go back in time and vote for him. Yes, I vote for Donald Trump. Did I answer all your robot questions?
Yeah, you did. Good boy.
I get it right?
Good boy. So why do you
Oh
support
my
Trump?
fuck! Okay. So I want to debate neolibertarian phalangism on. Don't you fucking kick.
Not
Hey.
you again, bro. Is this why you spam my chat? You
Yes,
love me,
me
bro.
again.
You love me. You love my stream.
No,
Just
you
admit
won't
it.
debate
admit
me. You won't
admit you
debate
love
me.
my stream.
You won't debate me.
I just admit you love my stream, Phil.
Are you gonna follow me back or are you gonna holler? Like, what are you gonna do?
Phil, can you admit you love my stream, Phil?
Who the fuck is Phil?
That's you, bro.
Oh no, I'm not Phil. And no, I'm the neolibertarian phalangism supporter. I'm not him. And you won't debate him, and you won't debate me because you're a sissy liberal.
Okay.
You know that?
Okay, then let's run through this.
You know
so,
that?
can you tell me why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's a neolibertarian phalangist. We already know this.
He's actually not. Can you tell me what that is?
He is.
Tell me
Didn't
what
you know
what your
everyone
conception
is
of
a
neolibertarian
phalangist,
phalangism
Parker?
is.
Didn't you know that?
No, what is it? Can you tell me what you think it is?
It's the best ideology. That's what it is.
And that is what?
It's neolibertarian phalangism.
Yeah, but tell me what it is so that I can tell you why it doesn't actually mean
Neo,
you'd support
so
Trump.
new,
I would say
libertarian, which
I
is a
would say
liberal.
that it would actually be more in accordance with different values. Okay, so I don't think you actually support Trump.
You know, Kamala Harris is a neolibertarian phalangist.
Wait, she is?
Camilla, yeah.
Kamala? Okay, so if she's in
no,
so,
Camilla.
so if
hey,
she
no,
Kamala.
you don't.
Okay.
Camilla.
Now you can hop back in the box because you're clearly not trying to engage on the stream, Phil. Okay, Phil. Everyone put L Phil in the comment section right now. Crazy, dude. Andy, thank you so much for the $31. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, so now Trump wants us, people from Australia, to provide DNA to enter America. How do we provide said DNA? Does he want it directly injected into his big mouth, big beautiful Bubba style? That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. That is diabolical. Bro, dude. Actually insane. Diabolical statement, I tell you. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can I ask you a question?
And how old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Can I ask you a question?
No. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Desiree, thank you so much for the push the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hey, Liam, fuck you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
The Donald.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Many issues, the border, his cutting back on regulations, his tax policy, his tariffs, his bombing of Iran, a lot of reasons.
Okay, can you name one specific regulation that Donald Trump got rid of that you like, that he got rid of?
I believe one of the first ones that he did was related to oil and gas. with the pipelines and also the allowing drilling in federal lands.
No, I need like a
was one of the
specific
first.
regulation, because the drilling on federal lands was already allowed by the time he got
Yes, I
into
know.
office
He's the
this time
one.
in 2025. So he didn't change
Yeah.
that. That was, by the way,
But
that existed under Biden. Biden allowed for people to drill on federal lands. So if
well,
you'd like to,
okay. So
if you'd like to address
if
this, name
just
the
so you
specific
know,
regulation that they got rid of that you thought was good to get rid of.
okay, just so everybody in your audience knows, drilling on federal lands was in fact done. It was done by Trump in 2016. Trump is single-handedly responsible for 25% of all of our nation's oil output from
That's
the
absurd. You're
oil
still
on
not
those federal
answering my
lands.
question because you're not answering the specific regulation that they got rid of that you
I
thought was
just
good
wanted
to
to
get rid
correct
of.
the record on what you had just said, so that your audience knows the
You were
actual facts.
incorrect.
That
Could you
Donald
like
Trump.
provide a single source saying that he's responsible for 25% of the oil production?
Yes, I can. What we can do is we can just go to the government websites, and they will also list for you all of the wells. Here, I'll pull it up for you. We can do that, Parker.
Okay.
People are open to hearing actual facts and logic instead of just spewing stupidity, and I appreciate that by you. So give me a second here, and I'll pull up those sources, and then we can get right to it, and then you can start telling your audience from now on about how much Donald Trump drove the gas prices down, right? That's
Yeah,
what you want to do, right?
If you
Is know the
could
facts so
provide
you
a
can do
source
that?
indicating that, yeah, I'd love to see.
Okay. And then after that, we'll go to the border. Do you want to talk about the border next?
Yeah, we can. I would also like, in the meantime, while you're looking this up, for you to name a specific regulation that you like that Donald Trump got rid of. Still waiting.
Okay.
You're gonna have to look that one up too.
You wanted the exact specifics, right? So I'm going to give you the exact specifics.
Oh, you don't have any off the top of your head?
No, I
But
do
yet
not have the
yeah,
exact
you were
bill
saying
or
that
anything
getting
to
rid
do
of
with that.
regulation was a good thing. To me, it sounds like regulation in a
Yes.
sense is often used as a buzzword because you don't even know what specific regulations you're referencing.
Well, I know damn well that they are dismantling your climate god initiatives. So those are a lot of regulations.
The Climate God Initiative. We're saying that climate change is caused by humans, which is determined by climate scientists. Donald Trump
No,
says the
that
climate's
wasn't
going to start
determined by.
cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. So he actively denies
Okay.
science. So of course you'd pick the side that actively denies science over the side that actively accepts the scientific consensus.
Okay, if you could please show me any publication that has claimed, that is credible, that has claimed that humans are the cause of the global warming.
I mean, you could
Provide
find
your
it.
source.
Yeah, that'd be a
Provide your
consensus.
source.
Yeah, I said it's a consensus amongst
Provide your
climate scientists.
source. Don't just no.
Yeah, listen.
Provide your
listen,
source.
Listen, I am.
Okay.
It's on NASA. You can look on NASA. They report on the fact that there was 97% of climate scientists.
give me the
that
title so I
indicate
can
that
look it
climate
up.
changes. That's the title. 97% of climate scientists agree on human-caused climate change.
Oh, you're quoting that propaganda still? So do you want me to actually show you the emails that were released by those scientists where they talked about how they lied? Because those
What
emails
scientists?
were released. You know that, right? Here, we can look that up too. We're going to educate all kinds of your people today.
Okay, can't wait.
Okay. Let's look that up. That was the emails released from the test.
And if you think guest is wrong, everyone type 3 in the comment section right now.
Let's see what we got here. Yes, you can do a search for ClimateGate email controversy. It happened in November of 2009. 1,000 emails spanning from 1996 to 2009, along with document files, were stolen and posted online, initially on skeptic blogs and later mirrored widely. The release was timed just weeks before the 2009 UN climate conference in Copenhagen, leading many to view it as an attempt to undermine the talks. Well, how would they undermine the talks, you may ask, Parker? Would you ask that? Would you ask that question, Parker?
Yeah.
So then what you can do is you can then go in and read the actual emails from the scientists where they talk about how they lied. And then you can then come back to me and then say, hey, Mr. Rodrigo, I'm sorry, I'm a ding-dong, and keep spewing the propaganda. Have you read about it yet?
So yeah, based upon what I'm seeing right here, it says skeptics claims that this trove of emails show scientists at the UK Research Center, just the UK by the way, engaging in evidence
just
tampering, and that they're portraying an affair as a major scandal, ClimateGate, which people went so far as to tell the BBC that it appears in details of the scandal that there's no relationship whatsoever between the human activities and climate change. That's what they claim, at least. But what's missing is that they find the claims to be far wide of the mark, and that the emails, which have been made available by an unidentified individual, do show a few scientists talking frankly among themselves, sometimes being rude, dismissive, insular, or even behaving like jerks. Whether they show anything beyond that is still in doubt, as an investigation conducted by East Anglia University and the head of the CRU, Phil Jones, has quote-unquote stepped aside until it's completed. However, many of the emails that are being held up as quote-unquote smoking guns have been misrepresented by global warming skeptics, eager to find evidence of a conspiracy. And even if they showed what the critics claim, there remains ample evidence that the Earth is getting warmer. Even as the affair was unfolding, the World Meteorological Organization announced that the decade would be the warmest on record. Hold up, they're just claiming this. Now, some people claim that the emails show that the scientific body reaffirmed, or actually, hold up. It says some critics claim that the email invalidate the conclusions that the IPCC indicate an increase in global temperatures, saying that it's very likely. And what's it called? They said the IPCC's reports the most recent synthesis of the scientific findings. So wait, essentially what they're claiming, this is from factcheck.org if you'd like to go check, is essentially that people are misrepresenting this and claiming that it disputes the scientific consensus when it doesn't actually dispute the scientific consensus. And the IPCC
That's coming
reports,
from the propaganda.
Can I please finish? The IPCC reports indicate like the most likely determination for what is going to impact the climate, as that's like the best model for determining the effect of climate change. So even if those particular researchers in the UK made this particular claim, the vast data on an international basis indicates that climate change is still caused by humans. So this doesn't dispute the climate science, the climate consensus amongst climate scientists. This would just be representative of, even if it were true, those particular researchers in the UK. So I don't see how that relates to the overall claims about the consensus, which I can send you multiple sources here about the quantifying the consensus on anthropogenic global warming in the scientific literature, if you'd like to look at that source. The scientific consensus on climate change also as well, and then scientific consensus Earth's climate is warming. Those are all three things cited alongside additional citations from NASA, if you would like to look up, do scientists agree on climate change, which indicates over 97% of climate scientists agree that the climate is increasing due to human activity. So you can sit here and you can deny science all you'd like, but the scientific consensus indicates that.
Okay, so just so your guests know this, here's an actual email from Philip Jones to Michael Mann and others that were on that team. This is what he wrote them. Mike, can you delete any emails you may have had with Keith regarding AR4? Keith will do likewise. We will be getting Casper to do likewise. Next, here's another email from them.
Again, doesn't indicate human-caused climate change is not real.
Well, then why are they deleting all of their quote evidence?
So deleting tweets is not evidence that climate change isn't caused by humans.
Okay, here I am. I'm a scientist and I'm doing a study, and the first thing I want to do is delete all the underlying data for anyone to check my study. But
hey, Rodrigo, that's not the. So I just want to clarify,
yes,
Rodrigo. That's not the. I just want to clarify. That's one. Even if this were true, this would be applicable to one study.
It's not.
There are studies across the entire.
The
there are studies across the entire world, right, based upon literally decades of research that indicate this to be true. Even if this was true about one specific study, which it's not even by the way, it's not even indicative of that. That still doesn't indicate that, again, the overall consensus based upon the scientific studies are inaccurate.
Okay, it's not if it were true. Everybody is welcome to go look up and read the actual emails.
Go ahead.
It's true. They lied. Why?
Okay, those particular people, Parker, and what did they lie about?
Parker, let me ask you a question, Parker. Let's see if we can let's see if you can noodle this. Why would somebody lie about the underlying data for something that you know is happening anyway? Why would they have to lie about it?
I don't necessarily think deleting certain emails would indicate a lie. And even if they were lying about this particular case, that doesn't change the reality that, again, there are
What
studies
they were
internationally
asking to be
based from all different places around the world that indicate the same evidence that climate is increasing in global temperatures. And that's why the IPCC reports, based upon their models, indicate this to be true. Now, you can sit there and deny
Okay.
that because you think that
Here's
there was one climate scientist that lied. Now, given that
This
there's one or
isn't one
two
climate
climate scientists
scientist.
that lied, that doesn't indicate that the overall consensus of climate scientists would be a lie in of itself. This is called a
Okay, first of
composition
all,
fallacy.
several things.
You're saying
Can
because
I
some
talk?
climate scientists operate
I
a
talk?
certain way, that means all climate scientists operate that way, which would be an absurd determination.
Hey, Parker, this is an idea. If you actually were interested in learning, you can't learn when you're mouse yakking. Are you interested in learning right now, or are you interested in defending something that you don't even know anything about? What are you interested in doing right now?
I'm interested in learning. I just don't think that you can teach me
Okay,
anything
then-
because you're not a climate
okay.
scientist. You don't know what the hell you're
Okay,
talking
well, what I
about.
wanna
And
do
I would
right
take
now
what
is-
climate scientists and professionals and
not learning
experts
again,
have to say
Parker.
over you. Well, I can't learn
Okay.
from you because you're not a climate scientist.
Why
You have
don't
no
you
clue
do
what you're
this? Why
talking
don't
about.
Okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you, instead of telling me I have no clue what I'm talking about, why don't you actually listen to what I have to say and then dispute what I have to say? How wouldn't that be logical?
I did
Okay,
already.
No, you didn't. No,
I did.
No, you didn't. No, you
just got
brought
angry
up
when
a
I
bunch
did that.
more propaganda. Okay, here we go again.
It's propaganda
So
every
here's
single
the
time you
other
cite
emails.
scientists. That's propaganda. You citing
Okay,
international models, propaganda.
Here's the
You
scientist,
citing climate
here's the
scientists with
scientist.
decades of research, propaganda. Anything that disagrees
Here's
with
one
me,
of 'em. Hey,
propaganda. Okay,
Parker,
go ahead.
Here's one of those scientists again, Philip Jones from that email. He said, I've just completed Mike's neutral trick of adding in the real temps to each series of the last 20 years. And from 1961 for Keith to hide the decline. Well, I wonder what that means. Why would they hide a decline? And why is he talking about tricking them? And then why are they also talking about right here, be sure not to email on these servers because people can use the freedom of information request. So don't communicate on here, communicate on the other servers. But Parker here believes they're doing all that because the evidence is so overwhelming that they want to delete it all and hide it all. Now, Parker, I ask you again, what kind of a fucking ass clown would believe that?
Well, you should be saying that about yourself because even if this is representative of them lying or trying to manipulate research and evidence in their particular instance, you would have to claim that there's an overall global conspiracy amongst all climate scientists around the entire globe. That they're all trying to
Okay.
keep all of this
Well, that's
information
lucky for
under
you.
wraps, and they're all lying about the results and the information of every single one of the models that we've seen around the entire world. By the way, this
Okay,
is not
lucky for you.
indicative
I-
of all of
Hey,
the other
Parker,
studies. So
watch,
this is
stop
again
talking.
what. No, I'm going to
Stop
keep
talking.
talking. I'll keep talking
Learn.
whenever I would like
You
to.
can't learn.
Oh, he's crashing out. He's crashing out so much. He's obviously mad, and it seems like they obviously are better
You
at
hate
know
learning.
keeping things under wraps than the Signal group chat that was released to a news
Oh, way to
reporter
change the
under the
subject.
Trump administration.
Way to change the subject. Nice.
That pissed you off, didn't it?
No, it didn't piss me off. I think it's hilarious that you keep on. Hey, just so you know, Parker, the 97% of scientists that you keep quoting on, that was based off this study, you stupid fuck.
No, it wasn't because the sources that they cite are from different years than what you mentioned. Genius.
No, it's not, dumb fuck.
It
And
is.
also,
It
if
is.
you would
I
like-
literally just told
and
you. Wait,
also, since
wait.
you're
What study
so
are you
wise-
referencing? Tell me the
Hey,
title.
Parker,
Hey,
since you're
hey,
so
Rodrigo.
wise-
Rodrigo, tell me
hey,
the
Parker,
title.
Since you're so wise.
Rodrigo, tell me the title because none of the sources I'm referencing are from 2009.
Hey, Parker.
Actually, there's
Since
one,
you're
but
so
that's
wise.
not the one you're referencing.
Hey, Parker, since you're so wise, I'll do what you do. It's on the internet. Look it up.
That's not what
Remember
I
how
do.
you were like, it's on NASA.com. Look it up.
NASA.gov, and I told you the title of it. I told you where to find it, and then I also cited the
You
particular
didn't tell me
studies.
the title. You
I
didn't
did.
tell me any of that.
I did. I said.
And also, since
so,
you asked
do you want to
for
bet on that? Because I said it was. Do scientists agree on climate change? right? And I literally cited it to you, and then I cited particular titles of the different studies, such as Scientific Consensus, Earth's Climate is Warming, the Scientific Consensus on Climate Change, and Quantifying the Consensus of Anthropogenic Global Warming in the Scientific Literature. I cited all those. Do you want to bet on that?
No.
Oh,
I don't.
you
Hold on,
don't?
I'm
You
moving-
don't?
look-
You can't put
moving
your
on to the
money where
next-
your
I didn't
mouth
even listen
is?
to anything you said.
Oh, that's
I didn't even
embarrassing.
listen to what you said.
Oh, maybe you should be maybe you should be listening. Maybe you should take your own advice.
I don't listen to propagandists.
Okay, well, I could say the same thing about you.
Except for I'm
right and you're wrong.
Except for I'm reading actual emails.
Except for I'm actually looking at sources from climate scientists based upon the IPCC determinations and which show international models that all justify the exact same thing to be true. And even if what you are saying was true about this particular instance, doesn't actually justify the overall determination from an international basis. So you're claiming an
So why
overall
did they do
climate
that,
conspiracy
Parker?
across the overall
Parker,
globe
why did
that
they
is
do-
trying to
why
hide
did they do
information
it?
like this from the public, which is obviously an absurd determination given the level of
Hey,
people that
Parker,
are
why would
involved,
they-
particularly in this conspiracy, or would have to
just
be
keep
involved in the
spewing it.
conspiracy.
Hey Parker, I still haven't gotten your.
I have a few people to thank. Marquita, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Marquita. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's a bit ridiculous, I know. Thank you so much, Marquita. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brooklyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely, I will. I'm going to do that. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much on Venmo. Master thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Of course. Thank you. I'll definitely make sure to see. I think they're being the way that they're phrasing it is a bit dishonest, of course. But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And by the way, that I actually do see that. I totally agree. I actually totally agree with you on that. Brandy, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Anna, thank you so much for the $10. And by the way, he was claiming not from or actually, yeah, you were right about that. You're totally right. Yeah, I actually totally agree with you there. And then let me make sure to check on YouTube as well. Let me thank the people on YouTube. Centrifugal Chris, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Devonshire, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Devonshire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Carissa, thank you so much for the $2. Cornell, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said my ex is an environmental scientist, PhD. She studied climate change, and the results of the course matched the scientific consensus. And of course, as a PhD student, she wasn't paid to lie. The caller is clueless. Totally agree. Brandon, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Barbara, thank you so much for the $2. Andy, thank you for the $3. Naomi with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank you so much, Naomi. Doug, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Leon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Caleb with the $50. Thank you so much. For Rodrigo with a bunch of crying emojis. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And baby bottles. I really appreciate it. Caleb, thank you. Al Valentino, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Really? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Leon, thank you for the $5. Alrighty, do you want to continue?
Yes. Are you familiar with the name Kathleen Hayhoe?
No.
Dr. Kathleen Hayhoe? Okay, she is the person who wrote literally the most widely cited study in the history of, I believe it's the most widely cited study in the history of climate change. And after a couple of years, she redid all of her data and she came out and said, whoopee daisy, I got all this wrong. And she is out publicly, and you can watch her interviews all the time about how she is relentlessly, and she could not even believe how she has been attacked by the left. They have destroyed her life. She lost her job as a professor, everything, because of radicals like you who want the propaganda to be true because you hate the orange man and conservatives. So you refuse to see actual truth. But look her name up, and then you can watch her in interviews tell you exactly what I'm telling you. And she's a world-renowned scientist who was at the time the most quoted climate scientist, her study on the whole fucking planet. So probably she may know something, don't you think?
Okay.
Parker?
So I just want to clarify. You accept the determination from one scientist, but not the consensus of scientists?
No. She is your most quoted source. Your side's most quoted source. And then she said,
wait,
I have
by the way,
to correct
I don't think
my data.
I don't think I cited her. I think you just did. I'm citing the 97% of
No.
climate scientists that indicate that human-caused climate change is the case. Now, if you want to reference one scientist and you think that they are justified in making a determination on climate science, well, I would say I think that one scientist isn't as good of a source as the 97% climate consensus amongst climate scientists. But I mean, I don't know. I think maybe you'd think that one person somehow is right, but every other one of the climate scientists is wrong. That's interesting. And by the way, when I say 97%, I
you
acknowledge that
literally-
3% of them disagree. I just don't accept the 3%. I accept the 97%.
Okay, that's wonderful, but all of this information came out since the 97% propaganda has been debunked. So this came out more recently. She was
What
at
year?
that time when she came out with it.
What year?
So I know that you love quoting the 97% propaganda.
I said,
First
what
of
year
all,
did
it's
this
all
come
been
out?
debunked. Again, you can look her name up and
No,
you can
tell me
watch
what year.
the actual videos. Why would I tell you? You're not going to believe me. Remember, I don't say
I
anything
will
that's
I will believe you. I'm just asking you what year.
She came out with, I'm on her, let me go to her, here's her faculty position right here. It looks like it was from Cambridge University in 2021.
2021, Cambridge University. What's the title?
Yes, and it was downscaling techniques for the high resolution climate projection from global change to
Repeat it
local
one more time.
impact. Sure. Hold on. I clicked on it, so now I'm going to Cambridge U, and they're checking that I'm a human.
Oh,
Hold on,
they indicated they're not.
They're still verifying it. Okay, here it is. It is downscaling techniques for high resolution climate projects from global change to local impacts. Authors, Rayo Katamarthi, Kathleen Hayhoe, the one I'm telling you, Linda O. Mears, Donald Wobbles, Jennifer Jacobs, and Jennifer, whatever her name is. It was published in March of 2021. This is the study that is quoted by tons of people on the left. And she then came out and said, hey, look, I just went back through the data. It's not right. It's all wrong.
Where in this report does it say that the 97% of climate scientists that indicate that this is true is actually wrong?
You're an idiot. Dumbass, she's not studying that. She's studying climate change.
I understand.
And she said,
but
hey,
you made the claim that the 97% of climate scientists who believe this, that's an inaccurate determination. So I asked you for a source to indicate.
I said you're quoting.
So I asked you for a source to.
That.
You did say that.
I never said that.
Well, it's okay.
I said
you
you're
did.
quoting propaganda. They created
You're
a
not.
piece of propaganda that said 97%. That's what they did.
It's not propaganda. There's studies that justify this. So if you accept this study, why don't you accept the other
studies?
studies?
You know that. Where did it come from?
I already told you the names of the different studies.
No.
Would you like me to repeat them?
97%? No. Where did the 97% claim come from?
Would you like me to repeat the studies?
I want you to tell me where the 97% claim came from, since you know for a fact that it's true. Who made this study?
I already told you the different studies. If you'd like to
No, you
me to
didn't.
specific, I did. Do you want to bet?
What is the name of it then? Repeat it.
Wait, actually, do you want to bet? I didn't say this. You said I didn't say the studies. So
I'll give you
do you want to
20
bet?
bucks. Yep, $20.
Okay, I'll play back the audio of me saying it. Okay.
Okay, the name of the study. Who's the group that conducted this study?
I'm playing back me saying this, so you owe me $20.
Okay.
You just said I'm citing the 97% of climate scientists that indicate that human-caused climate change is the case. Now, if you want to reference one scientist and you think that they are justified.
Okay, she is the person who wrote literally the most widely.
But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, because none of the sources I'm referencing are from 2009.
Attempts to each series of the last 20 years, and from 1961 for Keith to hide the decline. Well, I wonder what that means. Why would they hide a decline? And why is he talking about tricking them? And then why are they also talking about right here? Be sure.
This is from factcheck.org if you'd like to go check. Is essentially that people are misrepresenting this. Like to look up, do scientists agree on climate change? Which indicates over 97% of climate scientists agree that the climate is increasing due to human activity. So you can sit here and you can deny science all you'd like, but the scientific consensus indicates that. So would you like to Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio?
Yeah, so who was it that controlled that study then?
Again, I told you the title. I can repeat it again. The
That's not what
scientific
I asked you. Now go back to what I asked you, rewind that so you can figure out that's not the question I asked you. I asked who was in charge of the study. It's John Cook, and it was done in 2013. That's the name.
That's
so do
one
you
of
know
them.
anything about John Cook and
Yeah.
how he got to this data? Do you know that?
That's one of them, by the way. Not
Okay,
all
how
of this.
did John Cook get to this data?
Not all of the sources specifically do that. And how did he get to that? I don't have to look at it. The term.
So you're quoting this data as if it's gospel truth, and you don't even know how he created the number.
I'm getting this from climate scientists, and yes, I think that this is accurate.
No,
Would
you're
you like
not
to-
getting it from
And it's
climate
based upon
scientists.
surveys of climate scientists.
It's not based upon surveys of climate scientists.
I'm reading it from the study right now.
Well, here's what it actually is. It's analyzed abstract of over 11,900 climate papers, among those stating a position. 97.1 agreed human-caused warming.
Oh
You
wait,
don't
hold
even
up.
know
So
what you're
wait, hold up.
talking
Sorry, I
about,
apologize.
Parker.
I apologize. I
You
was
should, a lot.
reading off something that says surveys have found strong agreement 97 to 98% regarding AGW amongst publishing climate experts, and it gives the citation of Doran and Zimmerman from 2009 and Anderge et al. From 2010. And repeated surveys have found scientific agreement about AGW steadily increased from 1996 to 2009. And this is reflected in increasingly definitive statements issued by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So that's
Yes,
the
and you
citation.
can
So
also-
I can read the methodology. This is the letter.
Wait, Parker, listen, I'll help you. You don't need to read the methodology. Why don't you go listen to the climate people who I'm telling you to go listen to? And
I
they'll
will,
tell you
but like
about-
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Wait,
hold
by the way,
on.
so
let me explain. Can I explain?
Wait, so
hold
you-
on. Let me
Wait,
take
hold
a
on. Let me
breath.
clarify. So
Take a
the
breath. Let me
ISI
finish
search
my-
generated
Parker.
12,465
Take a breath.
papers, eliminating papers that were not peer reviewed,
Right.
and not
There it
climate
is.
related
So if
or
you
without
would
an
listen-
abstract. They reduced the analysis to 11,944 papers written by 29,000 authors. To simplify the analysis, ratings were consolidated into three groups: endorsements, including implicit and explicit categories 1 through 3 in Table 2, and no position in Category 4, and rejections, including implicit and explicit categories 5 through 7. And they examined 4 metrics to quantify the level of endorsement: the percentage of endorsements / rejections / undecideds among all abstracts, the percentage of endorsements / rejections / undecideds among only those abstracts expressing a position on AGW, and the percentage scientists authoring endorsement / rejection abstracts among all scientists, and then also the same percentage among only those scientists who express a position on AGW. Okay, so what about this process indicates anything about what you were saying to be the case?
Okay. Thank you for reading all of that unnecessarily. Now, what I would like for, if I could, I can produce you hundreds, if not thousands of scientists who have studies that they have put forward to have peer reviewed that are against the climate cult, your climate gods. Guess what they do? They never peer review them, Parker. So then guess what happens when you go through the peer
They
reviewed
actually
studies?
looked for peer review in this.
No. The universities and everybody else will not put their names on it. And watch the thousands of scientists
should we read the
talk
conclusion?
about it, Parker. Parker, why don't you watch the scientists talk about it?
Yeah, this is
Why
from
don't
the
you do
study.
that? Don't argue with me.
Yeah, so let's read what the climate scientists are saying. Let's not argue with you. Let's read what the climate scientists are saying. The public perception of scientific consensus
Let's
on
read some more
AGW.
propaganda.
Wait, so again, when I'm reading stuff from the climate scientists, he considers it propaganda.
Yes, the same
but he
propagandist.
just told me to look into what the climate scientists were saying.
You're reading from the same propagandist, ding dong.
You just told me to go read from it. You just said to
No,
look
I
at what
told
the
you to
climate
read from the
scientists were saying.
scientists who disagree with you, Parker.
Oh, so you
That's
mean
how
the you mean the
actually
the
learn
3% of
something.
so you mean the 3% of
So
climate
you learn
scientists?
something by listening to people who disagree with you.
I'm not learning anything right now. I'm actually losing brain cells right now.
I know you're not learning.
Yeah, because you're an
Because
idiot.
you'd rather defend the lies. That's all you're here for.
Yeah,
Instead
so by the way, everyone that disagrees with you, the climate consensus, they're propaganda, but the people agree with you are not propaganda?
Yes, all the people quoting the propaganda.
The climate consensus, all propaganda, but the climate scientists that agree with me, the 3%, they're actually not propaganda. Okay, so the 97% is propaganda, the 3% not propaganda. How do I know which ones are propaganda and which ones are not? Because whether or not they agree with me. Okay, the 97% of climate scientists, they disagree with me, and the 3% of climate scientists agree with me. Actually. So yeah, Stephanie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Stephanie on Venmo, I really appreciate it. Thank you for not being like Rodrigo.
read those
I really
emails,
appreciate
Parker.
it.
Thanks for
Emily,
getting
thank you for
to
the
ask
$20. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. Peyton with the $75. He just left, by the way. Thank you so much, Peyton. I really appreciate this $75. Give me some W's for Peyton in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Peyton in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Peyton. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He ran away. He crashed out. If he wants to join back, he can, but he's so mad he had to run away.
Hey, I'm I'm so sorry to. I mean, I'm raging over here because this is a classic misinformation technique that this a-hole just did, because he clearly has not studied climate science to know what the divergence problem is. He doesn't know what the trick is that was invented by Michael Mann, a leading, probably the leading climate scientist in the world right now, who invented a quote-unquote trick, which is not a trick, it's a methodological trick in order to study temperature. And if he had read anything beyond the multiple review panels that for years studied this climate gate in 2009, he would have known that they were totally exonerated and that this is a standard way of doing science. A standard way of doing science. This is a nothing burger, and the fact is he displayed such arrogance in the fact that he knew nothing. He knew nothing about. He couldn't tell you. I wish I was there to ask him. What's the problem that they're trying to solve?
Wait, let me
the
pause real
problem.
quick, Matt. Let me pause real quick. Rodrigo, do you want to come back? I want to hear you crash out against Matt, but I know you're scared to debate us because anytime you hear factual information, you just immediately think it's propaganda. Like literally, they take factual information, they say that's just misinformation. Okay, the sky being blue, that's actually fake. That's false. Okay,
And
everybody.
by the way, that
That's
leading
propaganda.
climate scientist he cited, her name is Catherine. Hey ho, not Kathleen. So one, that's her name. But two, that book that she wrote was about descaling large scale models to be regional, to help you look at regional models, because she is one of the leading climate scientists. She works for Nature Conservatory, which is a huge climate promoting organization. Like, where the fuck did he get this out that she's anti-climate science now? She promotes this daily because she believes in it. She's trying to take large-scale, Earth-sized models and downscale them to be actually regional, to actually predict regional changes. That's her body of work.
Surprise everyone, he's not joining back the guest box. I think he's scared. I think he's really scared. He's terrified that he's going to get dunked on repeatedly again. I mean, he already got dunked on so much he had to run away, but seemingly
This is
he's scared to come back.
That fucking climate, fucking denialists do, is they speak as if they have authority and they know what they're talking about, but they never read these papers. I want him to point out where in that book, because I have the fucking book. I want him to point out where in that book she says that I'm like recanting all of my like science, and I'm saying that it doesn't exist and that we blew it out of proportion, because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, Rodrigo's so scared. He's not even in the guest box. Dude, that guy was absolutely absurd. Like, dude, denying climate change is just actually it's just actually ridiculous, dude.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I got upset because these things have been debunked. There's so much information out there that has systematically debunked these, and these are by people that have an interest in debunking them. Because he talks about peer review. What's the idea of peer review about? It's about showing that you're better than that other scientist. It's about showing that you know more than that other scientist. And the fact is that scientists want to prove other scientists wrong. I can't imagine that he thinks that after multiple years, multiple panels, multiple things that like went into this climate gate, that all of a sudden it's this big deal. It's from 2009. Even no one talks about it anymore because it's not a big deal anymore.
Yeah, that's so funny. Oh yeah, he's definitely not in the guest box. He's so scared. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person, everyone. That's so fucking hilarious. He's so scared. So scared. Josh, thank you for the $2, by the way. Thank you very much, Josh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean, my dad wants to debate you.
I'm Parker. You have to join in on a different account because it can't be you. It can't be connected to your account because you're a minor. So if you can make a whole new account that they can join up on, I would definitely have them up here and dock to them. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. And if you're raging just like Rodrigo, make sure to send a guest request as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, by the way. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Again, please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It should help get it out to more people. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I meant you, Parker. I meant you.
You're good, don't worry. That's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 1.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know, I just realized, pissed off the last guest, Rodrigo. It was the donations. Bro, he got so mad. It wasn't the propaganda. It was the donations. That pissed him off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Do you remember that Rodrigo guy?
No. Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
It's okay. It's okay. Hey, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. It's near the end of the stream. I don't remember if I debated him before. My memory's horrible, so that very well could be the case. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Penis. Yeah.
Okay. We're not really getting debates right now. This is getting sad. Someone said he's the guy who paid Dean $150 to get up.
Jeez.
No way. That's kind of funny. He paid Dean $150. He owes me $20, by the way. He owes me. By the way, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. He still owes me $20. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I was there. I don't even remember that at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yes, then he made a video about it. He's going to make a video about me. And then I guarantee he's going to cut out the part of Matt at the end.
Yeah, probably. Oh, by the way, Parker, you can update your estimate too, because I don't know if I told you this, but there was a more recent paper, one from 2021, that shows that 99% of scientists actually support climate change.
Are you
so
serious?
You can actually update your estimate, yeah.
99% of climate scientists now, they agree, everyone. So his 1% is 1%. Dude, that's embarrassing, dude. That's so embarrassing. Christina, thank you so much for the $3. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, my bad. What's good? 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Why do I support him?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's the only one fighting the deep state and the New World Order.
He's trolling. There's no way.
No, I'm not. I do.
Yeah, totally trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you be my dad?
I already have 10 children. Don't think it's possible.
Don't add any more.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why won't you debate my dad?
You gotta make a whole new account. And I will debate him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I like dudes.
Good for you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
At least he's honest.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do not know.
Okay, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
We
Yo, what's up? How old are
are
you?
Charlie Kirk.
Okay, everyone. I don't know how likely we're going to be able to get a debate up here today, everyone. It seems like we're getting like 90% trolls right now.
Is it Christmas break for children?
Disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Rami, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. Give some W's for Rami in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? Yeah, I'm 28. I'm from Michigan. My name's Griffin. How you doing, bro?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in
Absolutely.
time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald all day, bro.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Right. So I sort of had an interesting take, but I do have statistics and sources to show it. I essentially believe that Donald Trump helps with the transgender issue and extends transgender lifespan in America. I know. Wild take, but I can totally show it, bro.
So, wait, to clarify, the reason why you support Trump is because he makes it better for trans people?
Yes, exactly. Bro.
So if I could prove to you that he makes it worse for trans people, would you say you don't support him anymore?
I mean, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say, for sure.
No, but would that convince you?
I mean, it depends on what you tell me, bro.
No, like if I could indicate to you that he's worse off for trans people, would you say that you would support Kamala Harris rather than Donald Trump?
I still wouldn't go Kamala necessarily.
Would you at least not vote?
Would I at least not vote? I mean, no, I would still vote for Trump, bro.
Okay, so this isn't the reason why you support Trump then?
What would change your mind?
Because if I could indicate otherwise, you wouldn't see it as a reason to support the other side. So it's not a reason why you support a particular side. What's the other reason?
Yeah. Right. Immigration. I love the Remain in Mexico policy. To me, it's the most common sense immigration policy ever.
Okay.
I love it.
What does the Remain in Mexico policy apply to? What method of immigration?
Right. So when they intercept someone at the border that's trying to sneak through, like legally, they return them back to their home country or temporarily detain them until they can find a safe place to send them, rather than having them just live in our community.
No. So the Remain in Mexico border policy is applicable to the asylum process, and it says that people who are trying to claim asylum in the United States need to remain in Mexico while they're trying to claim asylum. So it's applicable to a legal process.
Right.
Okay, so
yeah,
by the way, you said a policy was good, but you don't even know what the policy is. Are you trolling?
Well, I mean, I guess it would be defined as an asylum seeker, right? You know, a lot of people that are libs say that any person that's found illegally crossing the border is an asylum seeker.
No. They would have to claim asylum.
Right. They'd have to go through a proper port of entry. But even then, like, I want
Not
someone
not
to be-
prior to
Yeah.
Biden's executive order.
Right. I guess my whole thesis behind this is I want a full evaluation of character and background before being in our community. I just think that makes the most sense for me.
Okay, I have a question. If you were able to evaluate someone's character and they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them legally enter the country?
But let them legally enter the country? Of course not, bro.
Okay, so, but you'd let them become president of the United States and you'd vote for him?
Absolutely.
So why do you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming a legal citizen through the context of immigration compared to becoming president of the United States?
Well, that's for entering a country. You know, you can't deport someone that is obviously from.
I'm
your
not saying
country. Like, you
deportation, but I just said you place a higher amount of standards on becoming a legal citizen through the context of immigration compared to becoming president of the United States.
Right.
Okay, so if you
Well,
do that, then wouldn't that indicate that then there should be less qualifications for becoming president than becoming a citizen? Therefore, you believe every single citizen is qualified for being president. Therefore, you have to say Joe Biden was qualified, right?
I mean, I don't think that every single citizen is qualified for being president. And
So just because someone's a citizen or qualifies for citizenship does not mean they qualify for position of presidency, which means the position of presidency has more qualifications than becoming a citizen through the context of legal immigration.
right. I mean, what should have more? I would say president.
Okay.
Should
So,
have the
but
highest
you just said that the coming into the country through the legal immigration process should be harder than becoming president of the United States because someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse, they couldn't become president, or they could become president under your view and you'd vote for him, but they couldn't become a citizen. So my point is that if there's a qualification on becoming a citizen, wouldn't that necessarily entail that that qualification plus more exists for the position of presidency?
Well, I think like weighing it out, right, is a little bit different for someone of the stature of Donald Trump, right? Like one of the most hated people in the world. I believe he's going to have these attacks against him. I just think it's natural, especially someone that's 30 years after the fact. It just to me seems like a blatant political attack. I know I can't source that. It's just what I feel in my gut, right? You can't source like how you feel about something, but.
Okay. So I do think that you're being a bit absurd here, right? Because you're not accepting any evidence. You're not addressing what I have to say here. And you're not acknowledging that the quality difference, right? You're saying that, again, there should be harsher qualifications on becoming president. But in this scenario, you're clearly saying that there should be less qualifications on becoming president.
Right. I mean, I guess my qualifications, or my qualifying factor for him being president is his past term. Instituting Remain in Mexico is fantastic. Lowering
You didn't even
taxes,
know what that
lowering-
was applicable to. So what are you talking about?
I love it, man.
You loved
It's-
it. You love it, but I had to tell you what it was.
Yeah, like, what do you love about it?
Once again, like I believe that someone should have a full evaluation before being part of our community, working in schools, working in stores, being around us.
But not if they're becoming president? Could you name one piece of evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case that you dispute?
I mean, yeah, the time factor.
What about it?
It's insane. 30 years, bro.
It wasn't
Like
30
what?
years, by the way. She accused him in 2019. That was, what's it called? That was what, 23 years after?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wasn't for something that happened in like 92 or 88.
That's not a piece of evidence in the case that you dispute, and it was 95, 96.
Yeah, I just think that's interesting to me, right? Like, why do you not want to prosecute this person all this time? But now they're the most famous person in the world, the most powerful person in the world, we have to bring the hammer down on them.
Because
To
it
me,
takes victims decades to come out in many scenarios because of people like you that won't believe them regardless, even if they hold their abuser accountable in a civil court. So you're quite literally blaming them for like a thing that you cause.
And you do realize, right, that when she came out with it, she wasn't actually going after him for the essay. She went after him because he did, like basically say bad things about her and like defamed her. So like that's why she went after him. She just had to prove the essay as part of that, and so she was only speaking her truth. She was speaking something that people needed to know, but like she wasn't like going after him for that.
Yeah, she wasn't. You're saying she wasn't seeking any legal ramifications until he started speaking
Until
out
he
publicly.
defamed her, yeah.
Right. No, I understand that. And it's like if you're gonna sue someone for defamation, you might as well go full bull, and rail them. Like I understand. If I hated someone, I
No,
would.
no. In order to prove defamation, she had to also prove essay. In that context, that was a needed element of that. So like she had to like do that. She probably didn't want to go through the whole like thing about it, but because he says it's something that was bad about her in that context, she then had to go further and say, well, I'm going to have to prove this element to then prove that element.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I don't want to like defend Trump, I guess, in the essay stuff. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look great, bro.
I mean, you kind of are by your support, though, because you're saying that the policy outweighs the moral failures of it. I mean, like, I can't think of any policy off the top of my head that I think is so great that I would vote for somebody that has been found, like, actually liable of like, such a violating crime.
Mm-hmm. Right, I guess at the end of the day, in 2024, I had 2 sets of policies put in front of me as an American that could possibly change my life. And, that's what...
Has your life been changed?
Has my life been changed? Well, yeah.
How?
I mean, the rise of food costs has slowed. That's fantastic.
Slowed?
Yeah, it's slowed. That's sourced from Democratic Instagram. They posted the graph. But yeah, essentially there was a huge rise from like 2021 to 2025, and then that rise plateaued, or it's like barely rising.
Do you think the rise in food prices would have either stabilized or gone down had Trump not imposed tariffs?
Had Trump not imposed tariffs?
Yeah.
Well, I understand, because like food mostly is American, right? Like we make our food mostly.
That's not true. We get a lot of things that are like raw ingredients from other countries that then go on to make that food. That's one of the reasons why prices have gone up, not only in raw, but in the foods that we use to build off of those raw products.
Right. Well, I mean, this graph is an amalgamation of all grocery prices, right? So like, perhaps like American food has gone down, and then certain foreign goods has gone up, and that's what's created that figure, you know.
Okay, I'm not really understanding his point here.
Yeah, like, what's your point exactly? Because I can't think of a food product that is a common staple, maybe besides eggs, right? That has gone down significantly in the past like 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with him. Like,
yeah,
prices have gone up. Do you
eggs
agree
gone
that
down
prices have
because-
gone up?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Okay,
I'm
and
not
that's
saying
because
they've
of
gone
Trump's
down.
tariff policy.
Yeah. No, they haven't gone down. The growth has slowed, right? So it was going up a lot per year. Now it's going up like barely nothing, like 1%. It's essentially plateaued.
Okay.
You're saying that prices from
price have not-
2021 to now have gone up and then like stabilized?
No, let me
Yes.
explain this to him. So this is not true. 3% is not stabilized. Our goal is 2% and under that. So 3% is not stabilized, especially when we haven't had economic data in terms of inflation in like the past 3 months because of the government shutdown and because there's been like all these pauses on the data coming out. And we're getting that in
Right.
2 days. The jobs report didn't look good. In October, we saw a decline in 100,000 jobs, right? Over 100,000 jobs. And then in November, it was only gained by 64,000. So we've seen unemployment increase to 4.6%, the most since COVID.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, we're in the midst of a vast revolution right now, right? Like an industrial revolution. Companies are bringing billions and trillions into America right now. Apple has actually recently said they're going to invest $500 billion in new factories. IBM, lots of tech companies, toy companies.
Okay, but we've
are
seen
moving out of
investment
China.
in domestic manufacturing decline since Trump got in office. How do you feel about that?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's really like these huge companies like Apple and IBM that are transforming Microsoft, and they're changing to American manufacturing. So
you
like,
didn't hear. So again, domestic manufacturing investment has
Yeah.
declined since Trump got in office.
Right. Well, yeah, that's in a 1-year span. Like an industrial revolution and new factories and like a new way of doing things is not going to kick in over a year. But I believe right, in like the next like 5 to 10 year span, this will take effect, and it'll be really groundbreaking.
You said it's going to take effect. You just don't know when.
Well, I mean, it's in place now. Like, it's taking effect. They're building, right? But like the full-fledged run of all the factories and all the jobs taking.
When is
in
this going to
place
take
is not gonna
effect? When
be-
are we going to see these increases?
Right, like statistically, when we see them?
Yeah, when are we going to see them?
I would say minimum 3 to 4 years. Right, like it's obviously a huge adjustment.
So by the time that we're going to see the next administration get rid of the tariffs?
Right. Well, the factories are already going to be built. They're already going to be.
And how do you
starting
know
this
it's going to take 3 to 4 years? By the way, we would see the investment. There needs to be investment for there to be an increase.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's your point?
I just see these companies making these huge pledges, right, to bring back American manufacturing and bring themselves to America. I love it, man.
We don't see this because we've seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment.
No, I understand, bro. I mean, Rome. You can't build Rome in a day, right? Like they're building these things as of now.
Again, we saw a massive boom under the Biden-Harris administration, and we've only seen decline under Trump's first admin and this administration. So again, them just claiming that they're going to have this investment is not evidence that this investment is actually going to happen, and it's also not evidence that that the tariffs are working. That they're just claiming this, especially because tariffs cause a decrease in the level of investment of outside countries into our country because it increases the cost of trade. And by the way, Taylor, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much thank you for fighting ignorance and brightening our days. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Taylor. Give me some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Hollyberry. Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
W's
And
for
by the
Parker.
way, I just want to say too.
I have no
when
clue.
you tariff the raw, do what?
Go ahead.
Sorry?
No, go ahead.
When you tariff the raw goods that are used to make the electronics that you're talking about with Apple and ICM and things like that, they have to then import that under a heavy tariff, which then raises prices. And
I'll be right back.
it doesn't matter if they're building it here in the United States; those prices are going to go up. So you might be giving jobs to more people, but if the actual product costs more money, then sales will go down, and you're not actually basically having people spend money on that product.
Right, but the tariffs won't be affecting a factory that's in America, you know?
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying they have to get the raw product from something, right? We don't have enough resources to be able to make iPhones, for example. There's a reason why we have to buy from China. It's because they have so many minerals, right? And so when you put a tariff on that, what happens to the price?
Yeah, absolutely. Trump does need to make adjustments for things that we can't get in America. I know he has made some rare earth material deals in the past year that he's been working on with some countries. So,
well, but unfortunately, though, those countries do not provide the bulk of where we get places like Vietnam, Thailand, China. They have the bulk of these minerals, and we have extraordinary tariffs on them, enough so that would offset any gain from these factories being built here because the price would go up. These corporations can only eat that amount so much. You're definitely going to be seeing price increases. We already seen them somewhat already, but like they can't basically like go into their bottom line anymore, and those prices will be passed on to us. And people will not pay that much money for a brand new iPhone, for example. And when those sales go down, that means their profit goes down, which means they have to lay people off.
Apparently, Adam Khan is debating Grok right now.
Gross.
Hey, W's for Parker, bro. I will say this is the hardest person I've had to debate on TikTok, man. You're a G. I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it. Have you debated a bunch of people yet in here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a whole lot. But it's actually people that know less than me most of the time. So it's pretty easy. But
sure, yeah.
there's
I
some
mean,
smart ones out here, man.
Yeah, I would say this. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. There's no defensible argument for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
To be totally honest with you, if you actually think about it, you get down into like the, what is it called, like the nitty gritty. That's like the phraseology. You just realize that like economically he's worse off, character he's worse off, in terms of general policy, he's worse off. I don't think there's a single quality that you'd be able to point to of Trump's that is preferable to Harris. Like, I don't even think that's a possible thing you could do.
Yeah, I mean, my mind is open to voting for a Democrat again. I voted for Bernie Sanders in 2020, bro.
Oh, I mean, well then here's my point: is that like you want the Democratic Party to shift right towards like the left more, it seems. Then why would you support Donald Trump? Because I feel like Donald Trump pulls us away from that to a greater extent.
Yeah, I mean, really, I had more of a political awakening. It was C-19, bro. It was the way that I was treated in the state of Michigan during C-19 that really made me go conservative and realize that I was always conservative all along, you know?
Such as what?
I don't think that makes you conservative. I think you can be like a freedom-loving individual that's also on the left. Just because other individuals on the left, you know, obviously have advocated for, you know, different restrictions in terms of COVID, doesn't mean that you had to agree with that from the left. Not all people on the left that did that. Like, by the way, for example, the progressive social democratic countries in Scandinavia, they didn't have very stringent restrictions, right? Like, they had less restrictions than what we did in plenty of instances. I'm pretty sure, like, Sweden didn't even lock down, right? Like, comparative to us. Yet they have more progressive economic policy. So I just want to clarify, even that particular position isn't like something that's logically entailed by being on the left wing.
Right. It's like it only matters if something like that happens again.
Which is very unlikely too.
Well, yeah, but also, but let's also just like put this into perspective. You can focus on Michigan, but don't forget how Donald Trump handled it. He claimed that this would be no problem. There would not be one case, and then as the cases went up, he said it's no big deal. It's no big deal. He actually defunded a large part of the actual progress that we were making towards our being ready to respond to these kind of pandemics, right? And then he went on national television and told people to maybe look at going to like. Putting like things in the body that would like fight it, to like using like UV radiation, right? All these type of things. He was saying stuff you would never see a Democrat actually do that. I think people forget that during that time that yes, some states may have went like far too on that side, but Donald Trump was not leading the country in like a very good way either, because he was denying it for months and months until shit hit the fan, and then when he actually started doing it, he was saying crazy shit.
Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump loves cutting funding, right? Doge loves cutting funding, but I don't think that like shrinking these huge government departments that are full of waste and fraud necessarily means that we're trying to take away from that. Like just because we're like want to cut.
If you want to address the hold up. If you want to address the ones with the waste and fraud, do you agree one of the biggest ones is the military budget? Why did they not even take a look at that, and why are they increasing the costs? Also, I mean, Doge, they at least said themselves that they failed, right? Like Elon Musk.
Elon Musk just said, I think like last week or like 2 weeks ago, that they actually didn't find that much. That he would not do it over again because they didn't find all that much. Right? And that's the truth. We had a big expose today where Trump's chief of staff said that like she thinks it was a bad idea to like defund some of these programs because we're like seeing the fallout from them, right? I mean, like that's the truth, is that they were cutting these things because they had an ideological bent against it, but they forgot that many of these programs have real world implications that actually benefit us in indirect ways, and they have long-term effects, and it's going to take us decades to actually go back on that.
Right.
Oh my God, Gage is here again.
I mean, I think the idea with me, right, is that if these departments cannot be so overly wasteful and like overly spending in their contracts, they can afford what we truly need, and not have to spend a bunch of extra money on
Who gives them money?
Of the federal government or the treasury,
No.
Right.
They get the money from Congress, right? Congress gives them the money. So you really have a problem with Congress. Right, so like you can advocate to have people in Congress that know what the fuck that they're talking about, that will get the money to where it needs to go. But that's where it went, right? We don't just give money willy nilly. It has to be given in very specific ways by Congress.
No, I understand. It just seems like if we didn't spend money on like monkey islands, like the National Health Institute literally built a monkey island and then tested the effects of amphetamines on the monkeys and spent like $40 million.
You can't say that on the live. I'm sorry. We have to go on to
Yeah,
the next person.
cool.
It's TikTok TOS, so it'll limit the push of the stream. Alrighty. Let's make sure to go into the next individual here real quick. If we can even get another individual. Oh, look. Take a guess who's in the box.
Yo.
Is Brock on Adam's stream?
No, we were just debating him though.
You guys got dog walked, huh?
No, we didn't. We schooled him. He even had to bring up his buddy, and we got them both at the same time.
No, I guarantee Adam destroyed you.
Adam Khan?
Yeah, Adam Khan absolutely
We-
destroyed you.
We were obliterating him.
On what point?
Okay, we talked about is Trump corrupt, and we said we proved that he's
Yeah,
not.
and I guarantee he dog walked you on that. Wait, is there
We
a
didn't.
place I can watch this?
I mean, dude, you can just go ask him. We schooled him.
Yeah, and I bet if I asked
I don't know,
Adam,
maybe
he would
he's on
talk about
YouTube.
how he destroyed you guys.
Maybe he's on YouTube. I don't know. Dude, all I know is that we got him. We whooped his ass. I know more about the Bible. Yeah, see, this is my politic debate, buddy. You know him.
Yeah, I know you, Grok. Hey, Brock, how did it feel losing to Adam?
We didn't lose.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
We didn't lose to shit, bro. We completely cooked them on every single talking point.
Not on the stream, bro. Gage, you got to tell this guy to stop doing shit like that. That's crazy, bro. Why is he doing that on the stream? What's
He's
up
not
with
my
him?
pet, dude. I can't make him do that, dude. Come on.
I mean, I think he is.
He's not. We're
Yeah, he
our
is.
own separate men. No, he's not. We're just debate buddies. Okay, truth be told, I don't want him to do that because it gets him kicked, and then I can't debate with him. So I mean, yeah, I wish he didn't, but
Yeah, so you should tell him to stop
can't
doing
make him.
that.
He's not going to listen to me. He's not. I don't own him.
He's not going to listen to you. So you're not good friends? You don't listen to your
We're
friends?
really good friends.
So then,
Dude, hey, how about we
so
just
then
take-
he'll
how about we
listen
just
to you,
debate?
right?
No, I don't know. Maybe. How about we just debate? I just schooled your buddy. I'll school you right now.
Gage, I've dunked on you so many times. It's actually laughable. We don't need to do that again tonight. We don't need to dunk on you again. Unless the chat really
Now
wants it.
people are
If we
saying
can't
that
find someone,
Adam's
I'm
dating
like,
Liam.
we got nothing else. So maybe, you know, I don't even know. I don't have many people in the guest box anyway.
Leave them in reserve, okay?
Leave them in reserve.
Yeah, just in case, you know.
Huh, I mean, I have enough people saying do it. Alrighty, hey Gage, come back. All right, Gage, you want to get dog walked, buddy?
No. Do you want to get dog walked? Is that what you brought me back up? You ready to get schooled? What talking point you want to do?
Okay, I got you, Gage. Gage, I'm gonna keep you on track, and we're gonna make this a conversation. By the way, you can't do anything with the Bible. You'll get absolutely dog walked by Matt. Just to clarify that.
What is he? Is he a little atheist that thinks he knows more about the Bible than a real Christian?
Matt's
I'm a good
Matt's a
Christian.
Christian. He's a hardcore Christian.
Who'd you vote for?
I vote for Kamala Harris every day, all day.
Kamala Harris is anti-family and Bible. She literally told her
Anti-Bible.
fans, hey,
Jesus
let me-
talks more about poverty and helping the poor and the sick than he does anything else. Only one party gives a damn about that.
Dude,
and you cannot name me. You know what? I can go through each parable that Jesus gives, and every single one has involved somebody who's downtrodden, who is poor, sick, needy, needs help. And I guarantee you that the Democratic Party embodies the morality of Jesus Christ better than the
Why-
Republican Party does.
Why was there a
guarantee you
demon
that.
in her rally then?
A demon in her rally? When
Yeah,
did that
I know what they're
happen?
claiming.
Have you not seen that video?
No, what happened?
Okay, and why'd she also tell Christians that they're not welcome at her rallies? What's
Wait,
up
no,
with that?
she wasn't saying that. She's Christian herself, and she was saying for them to go to
she's
the.
not.
She was saying for them to go to the Trump rally, right? That existed near. Now, if you want to reference the quote unquote demon in the rally,
Yeah.
what evidence do you have that a demon was in the rally? What do demons look
Have
like?
you not seen the video? Have you not
What
seen
do
the video?
demons look like? What do demons
Look
look
at
like?
his. Look at the video. Look up the video. It's on YouTube, dude. It's Google's free. You can
Yeah,
see it. It's
where can I
literally morphing.
find the demon?
Dude, just look up YouTube Kamala Harris demon at rally. You'll
Kamala.
probably be the first one.
No, what it is, Parker. Let me describe it to you. There's a
Yeah,
person
now he's gonna
behind-
lie.
There's a. No, I'm not. I've seen it. I know what you're talking about. There's a person behind her, and and it's a he. His face goes kind of weird, like the eyes turn white, and it's like a demon. That's what you're talking about, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
A troubling moment.
right?
Sorry, go ahead. I'm
No,
just watching.
That's okay. Go ahead and play it. No, it's
No,
okay,
no,
go ahead
no.
and
I'm
play
just watching. I'm just watching. Don't worry.
yeah, like it's edited. It's edited. Like I'm sorry,
It's
but
not edited.
it is edited. It's edited. You actually think that a
Dude,
video
why
of
does he do that?
like behind a guy's eyes immediately turned white, it turns like a demon.
I mean,
And
yeah.
also,
Look
by
at
the
whose
way,
rally it was at.
that doesn't even necessitate that it was a demon. I'm sorry, your eyes could turn white literally by looking up,
Have you
dude.
seen the video? It is so unnatural.
No, it doesn't. I just watched it. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
man.
and you're
That's not a
trying to tell me
demon. That is not a
that's just normal
demon. I
that
do
yet?
not think that that person is a demon. You're being ridiculous.
One, they're at the baby killers rally. Two, look at it. It's very clearly not
By the way,
normal.
I just want to ask you a question. Why do you consider
What?
Kamala Harris a baby killer because she's in support of abortion at, like during
Yeah.
some weeks during pregnancy, correct? Okay, so you know Donald Trump is too, so he's a baby killer too, right?
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He says
Donald
that
Trump is
he
staunchly
actually
pro-life.
he voted against the pro-life bill in Florida, didn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
because
not from
he thinks
Florida. I'm from
it should be
Idaho.
later in the weeks. I think he said like 15 weeks before.
15 weeks, and he gives exceptions.
Yeah, and to clarify, so under your view, you think he's a baby killer.
He's not a baby killer. If he's a baby killer, then why is he pro-life?
Oh,
What?
Parker, by the way,
He's
I just
not
make this
pro-life
point.
under
I
that perspective.
guarantee
He's
you-
pro-choice under your perspective.
No,
Parker,
he's not.
I just want to point out too. I just want to point out too. I guarantee you, in Donald Trump's past life, past 40, 50 years, he's had a woman. He's paid for an abortion. I guarantee.
I doubt that. I doubt that.
Oh, I guarantee you that because back in the '90s, he was very very pro-choice. He openly said it, and with the fact that he philanders
change.
so much and cheats on his wife so much, I guarantee you, he paid for a fucking abortion.
Dude,
Yeah, and by the
people
way,
can
under your
change.
view, he should be in prison if he did that. Like that is the
No.
logical conclusion there.
Prison for what?
For paying for someone's abortion. Like if I paid for my girlfriend's
Is it
abortion.
proven that he did that?
Wait, let me give you an
Is it
example.
you, girlfriend? Okay.
And by the way, we'll accept Adam up once he gets here because I want to hear about that conversation. So, if I paid for my girlfriend's abortion, do you think I should go to prison?
I mean, did you kill another human being?
I paid
Yeah,
for
the
someone to
answer's
do
yeah.
it. I paid for someone to do it.
I mean, you killed another human being. You committed
It's not
murder.
it's not a human being, but
Dude, yes, it is. It's a little baby.
no, it's not. No, it's not.
It literally is. Yes, it is.
It's quite literally a clump of non-sentient cells.
They are sentient though.
No, they're not. They're not
There's a lot of
sentient prior to
instances
23,
where
24
we commit
weeks.
abortion on people, on babies. It's same thing. Baby people that are sentient, dude.
What does that even mean, bro? They're not
There's a lot of
sentient. Prior to 23, 24 weeks, they are not sentient. What neuroscience papers do you have to indicate that they are?
I'm sure they're out. I mean, dude, there's a lot of abortions that happen after the babies are sentient.
Okay. And what percent of abortions happen after that point? And what
I don't
percent of
know,
those
I'm
are
not a doctor.
elective?
I'm not a doctor. I don't have the statistics.
Okay. Well, I just only know after sentience, right? People are only having them in like medically necessary circumstances. People don't wait till that point in the pregnancy just to get engaged in a lethal abortion.
How do you know that?
Because we could tell based upon statistics, right? In terms of how people get abortions, and plus you can also talk to people who have, right? Like that's also like
I'm not gonna talk to a
like a
murderer.
superpower you have. They're not a murderer.
They killed a human being, dude.
Hey, dude, I slap zygotes. Under your view, I'm a murderer, yet you're talking to me right now. Hey, Gage, I've slapped a zygote before. Why are you talking to a murderer?
It's different.
How is that different?
Dude, a zygote and a baby, you can just look at them. They're clearly not the same thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so then when does it become a baby? At what point in the pregnancy?
You don't get... Is the zygote from a womb?
At what point in the pregnancy does it become a person?
I don't know, dude. Again, I'm not a doctor. It's just like when you see... It's
Okay, so
more or less...
So if it's not a person yet, then it's not murder under your view.
Yes, it is. It's gotta be a human being. It's still a little baby.
Oh, so now it's going to be. So I thought you
No,
said they're
well,
not
of course
valuable
it's gonna
because you
be.
said I'm not a murderer for slapping a zygote.
I mean, to some, I don't know, dude. Some people might consider you a murderer for that.
Well, do you consider me a murderer for that?
Truth be told, hand on a Bible, yeah.
You think I'm a murderer. So why are you talking to a murderer?
Because I want to school you on this topic and maybe I can change your mind.
So, okay, so you want to change a murderer's mind?
I want to make you realize that what you're doing with these zygotes and abortion and bullshit is
So
wrong.
then, wait. So then, why don't you do that for women who got abortions?
Because do you see any women up here, dude?
Okay, wait. So okay, no, but I meant the point. You said that earlier that you wouldn't talk to women, right, who have got abortions because they're quote unquote murderers. But then, given that I'm a zygote slayer and I slap zygotes for fun, right? You don't think I should go? You don't think you should stop talking to me? So
well, I'm just trying to change your mind. I try to change their mind too. I redact my opinion. Okay.
Okay.
On my previous statement.
Okay, so you would talk to murderers.
Yeah, just to try to change their mind and convince them that abortion is wrong.
Okay, and let me ask you this question: why do you think it's wrong?
Because you're killing a human being. You're killing a baby.
Wait, you're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
So what you see to be right and wrong is dependent upon your religious perspectives, correct?
That and my own personal beliefs.
Okay. And your own personal beliefs. So you get beliefs.
I mean, it's a mix of both.
Wait, so you get beliefs outside of religion? You have morals outside of religion?
I mean, yeah, I'm a human being, dude.
Okay. If you have
morals revolve around a religion, though.
Okay, so if your morals,
I still have some that are outside.
So if you don't get your morals from your religious views, then couldn't you just have the moral values that you should be able to get access to an abortion?
What?
Yeah. Who's to say that's wrong? Because you can just have the personal value that it's okay, right? That it should be legal.
Okay, what if somebody has the personal belief just they're allowed to kill a human?
What?
It's the same thing. Abortion is murder. You're killing a baby.
Okay, you didn't really make any sense there. I want to ask Adam though about your conversation. Adam, Gage claims he dog walked you. What happened?
What happened is I bullied him, and I guess he came here to get bullied by you too. He literally said that he was in favor of those Democrats being killed for making that video.
They committed treason.
Oh, wait, did you said they should be murdered?
Did they commit treason? Yeah, I mean, I don't like people who commit treason against my country.
Let me tell you how it started, actually. I told them that Matt Nuclear said that. They were like, Matt Nuclear would never say that. Then I played them the clip of him saying that, and they were like, yeah, we agree. But these are the good Christians, the pro-life Christians. They just want to kill random Democrats, but don't touch the fetuses, please.
Pro-life. Also, can I ask you this question? Would it be justified for Hillary Clinton to have called for the execution of Pete Hegseth in 2016 because he said that there should be, there should be negative outcomes from not following, following illegal orders?
He tried to get me with this one too. They're different circumstances.
How?
This one, these people committed treason. They were not.
Yeah, but isn't that treason under your view? Because he said that like people who follow illegal orders should be held accountable.
I mean, I still think it's different.
How?
I just told you.
How is one? Wait, so explain based upon your definition of treason why one's treason and not the other one.
Well, this one, okay, let's break it down. Okay, so for this one, the Democrats tried to tell the military, hey, don't accept these orders because we think they're bad. Boo-hoo, don't do it. Don't just defy the order. And then next, after the first one,
they said what the video was don't follow illegal orders. That's what they said. Okay? Now, that's what you should do, and that's exactly what Pete Hegseth said in 2016. So given that that's exactly what Pete Hegseth said in 2016, do you think it would be reasonable for a Democrat to support Hillary Clinton if she called for the execution of Pete Hegseth in 2016? Because he, quote-unquote, engaged in treason.
They weren't, the orders that the Democrats were trying to tell him to defy weren't illegal, though.
No, there are illegal orders that have happened under the Trump administration. We can point to them in specific, but they didn't even specify certain illegal orders. They just said any illegal order. So their claim wasn't about lawful actions or lawful orders. It was about when they become illegal, which we can point to specific examples, but they didn't even specify a specific example. Therefore, you couldn't say that they engaged in treason based upon this statement at all. That's absurd.
I don't have sympathy for people who commit treason against my country.
Yeah, so what is treason?
By definition?
Yeah.
I feel like he needs Brock here for some backup.
Yeah, do you need Brock? Is he done pissing?
He knows. He knows more about politics than I do. Okay, I specialize in theological stuff. And
No,
like
you don't.
morality. Yes,
I
I
asked
do.
you
Yes,
3
I
of the
do.
10 commandments yesterday, and you couldn't tell me.
Oh, what, dude? I still specialize in morality and theological stuff more
Yeah,
than
it
politics.
really
I
sounds
still
like
know
you
a lot about
specialize in it.
politics.
Did you
I
ask
still
him
know.
which two Jesus says are the most important?
Yeah.
He can tell us. What are they?
Do not murder. Do not sin.
Oh, really? I'm wondering where in the Gospels did Jesus say those are the 2 most important commandments?
I don't have my Bible next to me on my desk, dude.
Hey, dude, he specializes in theology, everyone.
He specializes in and I'm not even going to tell you what they are because I want you to go find out on your own. I want you to do some actual research and go read your Bible. But that's not them, by the way. That's just not them.
Okay, tell me then, smart guy. What are they?
I don't want to give away the answer.
Someone doesn't know.
It's okay, Matt. You can tell him. You can tell him.
Okay.
He won't
Jesus
look it up
says
anyway.
the most 2 important commandments are love yourself or love your neighbor as you love yourself, and also love your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. Those are the
Okay.
2.
I mean, I know that stuff,
Because
dude.
why? Why, by the way, why does he say this? Because he says all of the commandments can be wrapped up in 2 commandments. Love yourself as you love your neighbor, and love your God with all your heart, mind, and soul.
Should do that. Yeah.
Gage, someone just donated to ask you a question. Thank you to Kaylee for the 1 cent. Please ask Gage what he thinks on women and women who want to be doctors. I had a debate over text with him, and what he said was crazy. I have proof. What do you think about women who want to be doctors, Gage?
I think I remember this. I was telling her that she's not going to get her diploma.
What?
Yeah, I remember her. We were DMing.
She's not going to get her diploma. Why?
Because she's an idiot and she was being mean to me, and people like that are never going to succeed.
No, now I know for a fact that person is getting their diploma with honors.
Yeah, Gage,
No.
I don't think you're a good determining factor. What's your diploma in?
My diploma, like from high school?
Did you go to college?
No. Dude, I'm only 20.
Are you going to college currently?
I had my bachelor's degree by 20.
Okay, cool, bro. Nobody cares. I mean, I might. I don't know.
Double major, by the
You
way,
might?
with honors.
So
Maybe.
what's your major?
Oh, hey, thank you for the whale. Oh, shit. Thank you.
Probably theological stuff.
Thank you so much. Frankie, thank you.
Theology, and yet you don't know
can't
the
hear
2.
you over this.
Wait, theology, and yet you don't know the 2 commandments, and you didn't
Hey,
know
dude,
the
I
first
can't hear
4
you over
books
that,
of the New
sorry.
Testament?
I ain't in college yet.
Dude, you haven't listened to your first class. I took a religious studies class, and I
Okay,
learned
cool. I'm not
more in
in
that
college.
religious studies class than you.
I've graduated high school. That's it.
Yeah, you're 20 years old, which means you've been in college for more than 1 year.
I'm not in college.
You just said you were majoring in theology. In
No,
what?
I said I want to. That's what I would.
Oh, you want to? Okay, where are you gonna go to Trump University?
Dude, that's not even a thing, dipshit.
Exactly.
Literally.
Yeah, no. If I went to a university, it would be right here in Moscow. We have a college.
In Moscow?
Yeah, Moscow, Idaho.
Oh, okay. I was about
Well,
to say.
I mean, okay.
We have a college here, dude.
Basically the same place. I mean,
Yeah,
No,
I was
not at all.
about to say, dude.
it is Ohio. Sorry, I don't mean to just.
Idaho.
Oh, Idaho.
Yeah,
Oh.
Moscow, Idaho.
Okay, sorry. I heard Ohio in my brain. Sorry.
Is that even a place?
Idaho.
Moscow, yeah, look it up, dude. It's a nice city.
What time is it?
Right now, it's 8:42. Just
Okay.
kidding.
Yeah,
It's 9:42.
It is a town.
Moscow City
Didn't you-
Hall. Wow.
The University of Idaho.
Wait, I have a question. Moscow City. Does it? Which state does it border on?
I don't know, dude.
You don't know?
You live there.
You don't know what
We're
state that
technically
your
part-
own city borders on?
We're technically part of the PNW.
No, tell me what state do you border on?
Maybe Washington or Oregon, Montana.
You don't know? No,
Washington?
it's definitely not Montana.
It's maybe Washington.
It's definitely
We're close
it's
to Washington.
Montana. It's definitely not Oregon, and it's definitely Washington. So you guessed all 3
Yeah.
of them. And
Yeah,
again,
and I was right.
no,
His
you
geography
weren't.
is not that well either.
Dude, you
What's-
clearly
what's-
clearly don't live in Moscow. You are not from Idaho.
Moscow, Idaho.
No, you don't. Nope.
I do.
Nope.
Okay, where do I live then, smart guy?
Okay. Well, definitely not there.
It's in Moscow, Idaho. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Wait, so is
Oh.
Moscow north or south of Idaho? In Idaho,
I don't know, dude.
you don't know.
No.
He has no clue whether or not his city is north or south in Idaho. By the way, it's north, and if it's bordering Washington, that would necessarily entail that it's north. Okay.
Okay, Parker, he should know this. This was one of the biggest news stories in the world for like a year, right? And it happened
Yeah, I
in
know
his
exactly
hometown.
what you're talking about. Yeah, it
Okay.
did. The murders at the college. It was a
Okay.
big deal because we're a small town. We talked
Okay.
about it for a really long time.
So his
Okay, he doesn't know
geography
that.
might just be horrible.
Yeah.
You know,
What's the only
no
state
wonder
that
he
starts
didn't
with
pay
P?
attention in first grade. He didn't do it.
What's the only state that like starts with P?
What?
What's the only state that starts with the letter P?
Pennsylvania, dipshit.
Oh, okay, well.
Okay. Maze, thank you so much
One
for the
IQ.
dollar. I really
Good.
appreciate it. Thank you so much, Maze. Apparently, Moscow is a blue dot too. Lol. Sammy, thank you so much for the $2. I'll definitely have to.
Well,
Thank you so much.
well, let's
Katie,
look,
I really
actually.
It
appreciate
might
the
only
$10.
be because we have a college
Katie,
here.
Katie, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Please share. I've had to get an abortion for a baby that I really wanted. Oh, it just went away. Give me 1 second. Let me read the whole thing. I really wanted. It was later in the pregnancy, but if I continued, sorry, let me read the whole thing. With the pregnancy, I would have died. I don't appreciate this guy calling me a murderer. Do you believe in exceptions for people who are going to die for getting access to abortion?
I don't like it, but I think it's more justifiable. Yeah.
You don't like it.
Wait, so
what
wait,
don't you
so
like?
do you think it's murder?
Well, I still don't support killing a baby, but I get that it's necessary.
Wait, so do you think it's murder?
Yeah, but I think that it's. I mean, if the person's
Yeah?
gonna die, it has to be done.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. You think that it's murder?
You're still killing a baby.
Murder. Wait, if it has to be done, that means it's not murder. Murder is unjustified termination of a human life under your view.
Is murder killing a baby? Is murder killing another human being?
It's an unjustified termination of human life. That's what murder is. Okay, if you believe it's justified, then under your view, they're not murderers, right?
I mean, sure, dude, whatever. All I know is that I still don't like it because it's killing a baby. I mean, I don't like that at all, but I know that it had to be done. I'm not an idiot. It had to be done. She had to do it. I mean,
so it's not murder. So it's not unjustified.
It's still really sad. It might not be murder, though. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course it's sad, but like, would you grant that exception?
Yeah, I just said, dude.
Okay, so they're not a murderer. So then, at least,
in that circumstance, they ain't a murderer.
Sadie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. We honestly don't have any guests right now. I was about to end here pretty soon as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Patrick, thank you so much for the dollar. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Erica, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, it must have been the mods. As well as Erica again with the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Paige, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Maze, thank you so much for the dollar. I'll definitely make sure to look at that. Thank you. Alrighty. You can just keep saying what you were saying, Gage. I mean, how does it feel that you got dog walked on every single one of these points, Gage?
Dude, I've schooled you. Whenever we've had a conversation, I own you. Get
Gage,
that through your noggin.
there's not a single point that you could point to that I have lost against you on. Okay?
Literally,
you
abortion
got
Hey,
destroyed.
my buddy Brock's here. Let him up.
Oh Lord.
He actually, Parker, I will admit, he didn't know one of the fundamentals of Jesus Christ from the book of Matthew. So, I mean, that is a like big dog walk. I'm not going to lie. Like, they teach that in, like, Gospel School 101.
Yeah.
This isn't
fair.
fair.
Brock
You guys
didn't
are
accept the
wanting-
invite. Brock didn't accept the invite. It seems
What?
like he's scared. Seems like he's
I'm
scared.
telegramming him. Hold on.
Thank you to Maze also for the $1. Thank you, Maze.
And
At
heads
least
up,
it's
Brock
not
thinks
Signal
that the
because your
country that
side would leak
exports
it.
the goods pays the tariff.
No, I think that too. That was my claim.
Okay, you both are wrong. Okay, sorry.
Wait. So Gage, you think that you think? Oh, okay. We got Brock too. We got Grok on the live. Hey, Grok. Real question, Grok. Do you think that tariffs are
hello?
paid by
Can you hear
the
me?
exporters?
Hello, can you hear me?
Do you think tariffs are paid by the exporters?
Real quick, AJ Akira, please stop messaging in the chat. Someone mute AJ Akira, please.
I'll mute you. Muted. How does it feel, Brock? Brock, do you like being muted? Okay, well, Brock's
hear
muted
him.
now. Gage, do you have a response? Do you think that Do you think that what's it called? I can't speak right now.
It depends on
Tariffs?
is it a reciprocal tariff or is it an eco tariff or what type of tariff
That
is it
doesn't change
specifically?
who pays the tariff.
Hey, it does, and Brock knows
Oh, it
more about
does.
No, it
politics than me.
doesn't.
This is a
No,
Brock
it doesn't.
question.
That's
Yeah, it
about
does.
how large the tariff is based upon in reference to another country. That's what a reciprocal
Nope.
tariff is. I know you don't
Nope,
know that,
wrong.
but can you tell me who pays the tariff?
No, I think I know quite more than you ever would. So
Really, you could try. Tell me who pays the tariff.
it depends, right?
It's the
Wouldn't it?
other country.
No,
It's the
you tell me.
majority time of the other
You
country.
tell me. Give me the conditions and then who pays in those conditions. Let's hear it.
Okay, so when we have oil that we need from another country, and that country specifically always gives us the oil for extremely high prices, what they normally do for when we have blue or Democrat presidents, because typically they're a little bit easier to get walked on by other countries. So when we have Republicans who come in and they say, "Hey, we're going to do tariffs now," so on certain things like um, you're charging us too much money for oil, so we're going to tax you, and if you don't lower the oil, then
So
the
who
other
pays the
stuff that
tax?
we've been giving you will be a higher rate
Who
of
pays the
taxes.
tax, Brock?
The other
Well, it could
country.
be
The other country?
it
No.
could be
So
us, it could be us, it could be
oh
the other country. Depends on if they're reciprocal or
Well,
what
hey,
no,
they are.
it does not depend on that. So let me
hey,
tell
can
you.
I?
Listen,
Hold
I studied
on. Let me
economics a
tell
little
you.
bit, and I've
You
been doing
did?
more research on
Hey,
economics.
Brock.
So
Brock, what's market equilibrium?
what is the what equilibrium or?
Market
Market
equilibrium.
equilibrium.
Yeah, what is that?
School him. Tell him.
It's basically kind of like where the market is in a state of it's like a competitive market where there's like a high demand of like supply, and basically the consumers like will equal out like the quantity supplied by the producers like overall.
Okay, it's the intersection of supply and demand, Brock. Okay, you
Yeah,
just said
so
a
is that
bunch.
not what I just said? Wait,
No,
wait, wait,
it's
wait,
not
wait,
what you
wait.
just said. So let me
Oh,
clarify, Brock.
how? Wait, wait, wait,
Brock.
wait, 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 wait. How?
Brock, wait,
And
wait,
what
wait,
do we?
wait, wait, wait.
Because
Can I bring us back to tariffs, and then we can talk about this in a second. We can talk about market equilibrium. I just want to clarify. Tariffs, again, are paid by the American business importing the product, and it's passed down to the consumer mostly, right? So if you actually want to address who it's paid by us Americans. So what you're doing is you're causing an increase in the cost of these goods. That's putting upward pressure on gas prices. Did you know that?
well, it depends. Yeah, I mean, we certain things are going to happen for certain reasons. I mean, there's something called human error. So
Wow.
Yeah, and you're making it right now.
No, he's not.
people
Yeah, you're
always
making
make
human
human error.
error right
Human error is
now.
a real thing. You know that, right? We're not
Yeah, yeah.
perfect.
That
The
the
only
error
person that
was you
doesn't have
voting
it
for
is
Donald
Jesus.
Trump.
That's
Oh
not an
yeah, here we
error.
go. Here we go with that one.
Brock, the issue with you is when I disproved your argument on tariffs, you just said I don't know and I don't care, and then changed the subject. So you're not even a good faith debater. You're just here to
You
like.
didn't
Whatever.
disprove anything.
You know I'm a better debater than you, little Adam.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know I'm a better debater than you. Just wait until I get up on Jubilee.
Brock, can I get
school
an
every
answer
single
now
one of
to
you
my question
little
about the
rebels in
tariffs? Then
Jubilee,
I asked this
and then
guy
I
the same
flex on
question
you in
about
front of
tariffs.
everyone.
I asked this guy the same question about tariffs about 30 times. He never answered it.
Okay, what's the question, dude? I've
If
answered
the
it
other
probably
country
30
pays the
times.
tariff, then why is the import price index
They
steady?
don't. They don't do
Do you
it.
want me
And
to
it's
pull up the
steady.
chart again?
Please. You don't even know what that chart
It's
was. Pull it up.
Fucking idiot, dude.
Yeah, when the
Fucking
import
idiot.
price index is steady, what does that mean, Brock, about who's paying the tariffs?
So this is what we have here from
That is fucking
1985.
1990. Can
Yeah,
you
so
please
this
go
is
to like
this is when it
recent?
first started. This is when it first started, and you have it go up, and then there's a gradual intake.
What
But once
is
about
going on?
when is this 2008? Is that when overall
Brock,
the market started blowing up?
Brock,
So
go to Trump's second term. It's a
yeah,
simple
well, I'm
question.
explaining the whole thing to you. So
You don't
then
even know what this is.
It takes time. You don't get it. Something your little feeble mind can't
Trump's
grasp.
second term, Trump's second term. Here we are.
Yep, see how it's stable?
That's a
Yeah,
good thing. You want it to be
that's a good
stable.
If
thing.
the
We want a
other
stable
country was paying
economy.
the tariff, this would be going down.
We don't
How?
want it to be going
Okay,
down.
okay, okay. Can
You
you
want
explain that
imports
to
to be
me?
more expensive?
That doesn't make it more expensive. It makes it more
This
cheap.
is the import price index.
Can you
What do
explain
you
that to me
mean it
then?
doesn't make it more expensive when it goes up?
Can you explain it to me then? If
This is
you're
the
such a smart guy?
pre-tax. This is the pre-tax price of imports. If
Yeah, okay.
suppliers and exporters were supplementing that tariff, then they
Yeah.
would sell it to the importer for a lower price, and you
It
would see
being
a
stable
drop.
is good.
Yeah,
Oh,
It
so
means that things
if
are,
it's
it's
stable,
stability.
so if it crashed, would
Oh
that be
Lord.
bad? Wait, no, seriously, I'm trying to be genuine here, dude. Like, if
If
it crashed, would that
no,
be bad or
imports would
no?
be extremely cheap then.
If it went down, it
Consumer
would be
spending
cheap.
would go up.
So
That's not how
then,
graphs work.
what happened? What happened here?
Why are you
in
changing the
2020.
subject?
What happened in 2022 when Biden was
I really
president?
do not care. Why are you changing the subject?
So now you don't know and you don't care.
Why are you
Oh
changing the
well.
subject?
Oh well. Now you don't know and you don't care. Oh well.
I will happily answer all your questions when you answer even one of any
Okay.
of the questions we've asked you.
I did answer it. It's because it's
What was your
stable now.
answer?
It's a stable economy. That's why it's flat.
Which is good.
This is
We
not a
want that.
stable
You want a
economy graph.
stable
What do
Look
you
at the
think
graph.
this shows?
Look at the graph. It's stable.
This guy's a troll.
Dude, there's no way he's real, man. No
The
way.
graph
Brock,
literally
Brock,
proves it's
much
seriously.
realer
stable,
than you.
dude. How do you not get that?
I don't know what they don't understand, dude. They're just class A morons. I mean,
Yeah,
seriously.
and we're
Like,
dumb. And we're dumb, Brock.
they have nothing else
Yeah,
better to
you are
do than
dumb.
to sit up here and spread propaganda. So that's what they do. They
Brock,
get paid
Brock,
to
let's ask you some questions. You said you've been looking into economics. Let's ask you some base
Yeah,
questions.
I've been looking into a whole bunch of a lot of things recently, and my
Okay,
brain
okay.
is
Wow.
getting fried from how much information I've been taking.
What can you tell
Oh,
us? What's
shit.
some of the new information you've learned?
Well, I was just doing some more research on Christianity and certain branches of Christianity, like Gnosticism, Christianity. Little Matt down there, do you know what that is?
Yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah,
What's
Little Matt.
Gnosticism?
Little
What do you
Matt,
think?
yeah.
What do you think about that, Matt? It's quite interesting
think
branch of
anything
Christianity.
about-
Yeah, tell us
I don't
something
think
about
anything about
Gnosticism.
Matt's a little atheist. He doesn't get that.
It's basically kind of like an opposite evil version of Christianity.
Wow.
No,
Anyway.
tell us more. Tell us more.
What's a core
Well,
tenet?
ba-
Of one,
basically-
by the way, Gnosticism is a broad term. There are many subgroups that believe different things in Gnosticism. But give me the basic. What's the basic belief that separates orthodoxy from Gnosticism?
Basically, well, no, this is
basically-
me. I'm a theological debater. I can get him on this. Say a
Please.
question again.
Wait, no.
Please.
Brock says he was so smart at this, so let Brock do it.
No, well, Brock knows more about finances and like politics. I'm
No,
Because
he
he's been
doesn't.
expanding his mind.
okay. I'll let him try.
He said he was taking so much information that he can't even do anymore.
Gnosticism is basically the idea that instead of there being an after, or the main idea of like the afterlife and everything, is that Jesus was actually trapped and his body was basically a jail cell for him, and the reason he got put on the cross was the person who saved him, Judah, right? Instead of, everyone thinks he was like the guy who betrayed him, but he was the actual person who,
I mean, Judas?
yeah, he
Judas
was
I'm
the
not
the
even
same thing.
Christian and I know it's Judas. Who the fuck
Judas
is Judah?
Judah and Judas are like the same thing. People often
you know they
use
called
each
him
name.
Judah back then, right?
Yeah,
You know that they
it's called a
actually called him
nickname.
Judah.
I did
until
not
the
know
new-
that. No,
It's called
I'm
the
not a
nickname,
Christian.
Yeah.
dipshit.
So, and then the new transcripts are found, but basically, so Jesus would claim that he was actually, that this life itself was, you needed to branch off into your actual spiritual realm, and that he was against the churches and he was against people reading the Bible specifically, and he thought that everyone was brainwashed. And like for a chapter,
okay,
like
Brock, why did the Gnostics believe that Jesus had to break free in this way? Why did Jesus have to come down and die? Gnostics had a very specific belief.
he
A very
accidentally
specific belief.
got trapped in the body, he didn't mean
Whenever
to.
you don't
He
know,
didn't
tell
mean to
me.
get
I
put in
know.
the body.
No. What was the core message? There was one thing that all Gnostics believe. It's in the actual name, by the way.
Because-
the word Gnostic means something. What
Yo,
was it
what,
that Jesus
what,
was
what does it
actually
mean
trying
then,
to do?
smart ass?
The word Gnostic comes from the Greek gnosis, which means knowledge. Because
Okay,
they
whatever.
believed that Jesus was sent down with direct knowledge in order to free you from the
warn,
living
yes.
here on earth, because there are actually
Because you're-
two gods. There are two gods in Gnosticism. There's one that's the higher level God, which is the good God, and then there's a demiurge which controls earth. And Jesus came down in order to
Exactly.
challenge
And
that
to break
demiurge
you out of your
by
flesh.
giving us knowledge.
Exactly.
Right?
I was explaining and you didn't let me
What's your
finish.
point?
You didn't explain shit about that, by the
Dude,
way.
you
You were
li-
talking about.
dude,
you didn't explain shit.
Dude, you literally have a TikTok attention span. You can't even follow along with what I'm fucking saying. You didn't even
I
let
was
me
listening
finish,
to you for
moron.
that whole minutes that you went on, and you didn't even mention the basics of the reason
Okay,
why.
so then what about John 18:20?
What about it?
Yeah, well, doesn't
Hey, Carol,
agnosticism
thank
go
you so much
against
for the
that
$2. I really
exact
appreciate it,
quote,
Carol. Jay,
exact
thank you so
verse?
much for the $5. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Sam, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it, Sam. Thank you very much.
Go
Can
against
we get some
John
W's for
18:20?
Sam in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sam. Nina, thank you so much for the $5 for El Grok.
Matt
El
doesn't know
Grok, I tell
anything.
you. AB, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2.79.
John 18:20.
Thank you very much. Caleb, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Caleb in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And Caleb also sent $100. Holy shit! Ask him if he's okay with Mr. McTaco disrespecting Rob Reiner.
Okay, well, that is really, I really like Rob Reiner as a director, and I think Trump, honestly, That was a little bit out of line.
Yeah, that was a little bit out of line.
Wait, they said that with this,
We're
and
not-
then they
we're not
called for the
quoting them.
literal execution of people who said to not follow unlawful orders.
Well,
By
do
the
you
way.
know that
committed
Rob
treason.
Reiner? Do you know that Rob Reiner actually wrote "Stand by Me"?
Yeah. No, he didn't know. Stephen King wrote "Stand by Me," idiot.
Yeah.
He wrote
Yeah.
the book.
He just
Rob
got
Reiner's
harassment and
directing
bullying.
The fucking movie.
Screenplay. Oh, he was sure he did the screenplay, but that's not writing it, dude. You don't know what you're
Hugh,
talking
thank
about.
you so much for the
directed the movie.
$5.
That
Hugh,
doesn't
thank you for
mean
the
he wrote
$5.
it.
Sage, thank you for the $5.
Hey.
Comic Writer, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I totally agree. I totally get. They're pro birth. They are pro forced birth. Actually, I tell you.
And we're not.
Yeah, you
Gage, Kaylee sent another $1 to correct what you said earlier. Is it true that you said that women can't be doctors because all they do is submit to their husbands?
I mean, yeah.
are. Whoa.
Makes sense.
What does that even mean? What do you mean they can't be doctors? What are you saying?
Have you seen the statistics?
Yeah, they're better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't they perform better?
They're better.
No.
On like many metrics, women outperform men in terms of the core competencies of being a doctor.
Yeah,
they
like
don't.
seriously.
Yes, they do. Like, ask any doctor. There's plenty of studies, plenty of data out there that shows that when you measure the competencies of women doctors, especially those who are like surgeons, for example, they outperform men.
That's not true, dude.
That's true
It is
across
true.
multiple sectors. Women are out earning men, getting better grades than them in college. Like that's the trend that's been taking place.
Let up Brock.
He got a harassment and bullying. Does he have another
Okay,
account?
he's on a
Separated
different
from his
account,
buddy.
dude.
What's
He's
his
on
other
Big
account?
Rig. Big Rig.
Okay. I don't see him.
Well, he should be requesting. I'm uncomfortable without him up
there
here.
he is. There he is.
He's
You're
uncomfortable.
I
He's
am. You
uncomfortable.
guys are trying to 3v1 me.
Yeah,
All we're doing
first
is
off,
challenging what you're
Hey,
saying.
no. I overheard this whole conversation you were having. Have you ever heard of hunters and gatherers?
Oh my god.
Yeah, we have.
Women need to submit to their man.
Definitely wouldn't make sense to do that with you, especially Gage. And also, you say that
I have
because
a
you've
smoking
never
hot
been in a
girlfriend,
relationship
dude.
with any
I have a
person
smoking hot
ever.
girlfriend right now. Yes, I do.
Gage,
does have a
I'm sorry.
girlfriend.
What does submit mean?
Listen to your goddamn husband.
Okay, so listening doesn't mean submit. Do you listen to your girlfriend?
Sometimes on some stuff.
Okay, so then you submit.
I mean, dude, in some circumstances, I will.
Oh, Gage submits to his girlfriend. Okay, like so.
Submitting is fine in
Wait,
certain
I have a question.
places.
Does the Bible tell you to
It's
submit to your wife?
situations.
I have a question. Does the Bible tell you to submit to your wife, Gage?
No, but it says,
hell
or
no.
your wife needs to submit to your husband.
Wait, so
I
but
do it
then,
on my own free will.
okay, so
I submit to
wait,
God.
does
I
she
submit
not
to
do it out
God.
of her own free will?
No, she needs to.
Okay, so she needs to. She doesn't have free will.
I mean, she has free will, but she still needs to submit to her boyfriend.
Okay, and
We're
and
both
again by
Christians, so we
submit you
both
mean
believe
listen,
that.
right? That doesn't mean she has to do what you say, right?
Yeah, actually, it kind of does.
Oh, okay, so she has to do everything that you say. Is that what you're claiming?
I'm her husband, dude. I work. I mean, I
You
don't
wouldn't
work
let
right
your
now, but,
girlfriend
like,
get a job and become a doctor if she wanted to?
Of course I would.
Oh, that completely contradicts everything you just said, though.
Yeah. Also, secondly, like, do you like order your girlfriend around or something? I'm sorry. Like in relationships, you compromise and work together. Okay. It's not one person tells the other person how to act. You're not like an adult and a child. Okay. You're in a relationship with your partner, and you work through things with them. Okay. And if
Yeah,
you
we
aren't
get that,
working
dude,
through
but do you
things
not
with
think that
them,
the guy
well, then
should be,
that
like,
doesn't
paying
sound
for
like
the
a
girl stuff and
partnership.
everything? Do you think that the guy should not be like? You think the guy should be paying and
Hunter
opening the
gatherer
door for her
concept,
though?
dude.
Literally,
Wait,
do you
say
think
it
that you
again,
should
Gage.
make
What do you have to say,
do you
Gage?
think you should make your girlfriend open the door for herself all the time, or do you think you should hold the door open for your girlfriend? Huh?
I don't
Yeah,
think
you
that's
should
any.
respect
I don't
women.
think it has anything to do with what we were just talking
Yeah,
about. But
you should
yes,
probably- you
I
should
do open
probably
the I
hold the
do
door
open the door for my girlfriend all the time.
Hunter gatherer
Yeah, so
concept,
hunter
dude.
gatherer.
I work for
Hunter
my
gatherer
girlfriend,
concept.
and she
Hey,
is
dude,
out.
that's just
Open
called
the door
being
for
polite.
everyone, including men. Like who cares?
Yeah, that's called being polite. Yeah, I open the. Yes, I
Okay,
literally do
whatever.
open the door for men too.
Yeah, I open the door for every strangers even.
It's
Well,
also
hold
just like being.
respect.
It's also just
I-
being
I-
nice and respectful. I do the same thing for my mom.
No, you don't. You don't hold. I guarantee you.
Yes, I do. I
guarantee you-
open the door for my
guarantee
mom.
You, dude, I guarantee you, over the past month, I have opened the door for way more people than you have.
Okay, I don't care to
He's
compare.
trolling.
Who
No,
cares?
I'm not, dude. I'm not. Every single day.
You've
when I
oh,
walk
oh,
in,
good
I'm
for you.
showing
Good
me-
for you.
I
You've
open
opened
up
the door for
I
more
open up the door, and
people.
if there's
Good
someone
good job.
walking in or walking past, I'll hold it open for them every time. I don't give a shit.
Okay, good. And you probably get stuck at the door for like 10 minutes sometimes.
No, he doesn't.
No, I mean it depends. If there's a lot of people walking in and out, I'll take some of my time away from my day to make sure other people have a convenient day. So I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm a good person. I
you
actually
don't want to
follow
like
Jesus'
advocate for higher taxes to take care of people in need, you know?
Brock, start flexing on them.
Hold on, let me take my shirt off.
No,
I mean, he
please
tried to
don't.
flex on the whole like
Don't.
Gnostic
Dude,
thing, and he
Brock was
failed,
showing me
so.
his feet on my live and saying really weird stuff.
Okay, Brock.
I didn't show you my feet. I
Brock,
asked
You said
well,
you
what
wanted
did
to
I
bite
say?
if you
my ass.
ever
You
do
showed
that on
me
my
your
stream-
feet. You asked me
Did
to
I
take
say-
my shirt off.
I didn't say I wanted to bite your
Whoa!
ass. What I said, no. What I said was karma's gonna come back around and bite you in the ass. I never said this dude likes to take little words and manifest it and you write them in different ways. I didn't say
What is
anything.
manifest?
I asked you.
Oh, Brock, we can't hear what you're saying. I'm actually thanking my donors right now.
Yeah, 'cause
Will,
you
thank you for the
muted me,
$6.66 for debating the theologians. Thank you so much.
Adam, you know you're lying.
Thank you.
You
I
know you're
really
a little
appreciate it.
liar,
Thank
Adam.
you.
Bro,
I never
everyone on
said
my live
anything
saw
about
your
biting.
purple ass feet. I'm not lying.
Yeah, I just got done doing athletic movements in the gym, pumping iron, doing a whole bunch of movements. And
Something you guys have probably
jumping
never
around.
done.
Have you ever jumped around? Have you ever done anything athletic in your life?
Oh,
doing
Adam,
backflips
you
there
gotta
with
you
the
gotta
weights on.
flag.
Oh shit.
Do you have another
get
account,
out of
Adam?
here, dude. Seriously. See ya. Bye bye.
I can see. Yeah, I have another account. Actually, I have a backup.
Bye
All right, for sure. I'll bring you up on that one.
Bye bye. I hate that guy.
Oh, he dunks on you, and that's
Jesus
why you're
says
so
never to
mad.
hate.
We dunk
Wait,
on
I
him.
have a
Okay,
question.
well,
Do you think that
whatever, I don't hate him.
do you think Adam, Matt, and I? Do you think that we're all paid by the DNC, or do you think like who do you think is and isn't?
I think it's
definitely
mainly
are.
you, dude. It's
You
mainly
definitely
you.
are.
It's mainly
Matt
me.
down
So
here.
so Adam doesn't get paid.
Matt almost has 100,000 followers. He probably is paid as well.
Oh, okay. So Matt
It's
and
based
I
on
are paid.
follower count
What
and
what
popularity.
about Adam? Is Adam paid?
I
How
don't
many
know
followers does Adam have?
Does it matter?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
More than me, I think. I
How many
mean,
followers
then
do you
he's
need to
probably
be
paid
paid by the
by him, I
DNC?
mean.
Probably 100K. Probably 100K, I'd say.
So Matt's not paid by the DNC yet.
Okay, then no, he's not.
So you have to have 100,000 in order to get paid by the DNC. Matt's at 86,000. Everyone, I think we need to run up his follower count. Run up Matt's
I have
follower
never
count
been
right
able to
now.
get past 86.
Let's get him to 100K right now, everybody.
87,
Let's get Matt to 100K. Let's get him paid by the DNC, everybody. We need some money from the DNC for Matt. That's what we
Matt,
need.
why don't you have a single video?
Amanda,
posted?
thank
That
you so
makes
much
me
for the
scratch my
$5. For I
chin.
bet these incels lose a lot of their
You don't
bar
have a
brawls.
single video posted. I don't know. That's weird.
No,
I
actually,
wonder what
I
you do.
did. Actually, I did.
You
but
do?
I,
You don't have a
I ended
single
up taking
video
them
posted?
down because I don't do content in that way. My content is mainly behind the scenes. See, I'm a librarian, so my job, I have a 9 to 5, and I don't really make content. I come on these lives
You've never
to
heard of a
help
9 to 5,
Parker
you
and
know.
to like be here. What?
What? He has a 9 to 5. He's a librarian.
He's a freeloader,
You're a
dude.
librarian?
He's a
I'm a
freeloader.
freeloader.
I'm the
What's a
freeloader.
librarian?
Like Rami,
My
thank you
tech
so
said
much for the
otherwise.
$25 for the
Where-
DNC,
where
buddy.
do you do
Thank you so much. I
librarian
really
stuff at?
appreciate.
I
Can you
can't
ask the
tell
guest
you.
if
They're
submission is
crazy on this.
natural? Why does it
I
require
don't mean,
constant
like,
enforcement?
specifically,
Oh,
but for school
wait,
or
hold
for,
up,
like, an
hold
actual-
up. Great
At a
question.
university.
Great question. If submission is natural, why does it require constant enforcement?
I don't enforce her, dude. We're both
No,
British
like
folks,
through
we just do it.
constant. No, hold up. Through religion, culture, and punishment within society, and even God
punish
saying you have
her.
to act a
Well,
certain
she
way
should technically
in order
vote
to
how you
maintain it.
vote.
I don't punish her if she doesn't submit, dude.
Yeah,
We're
no
just
one's
a Christian
punishing
couple.
anyone. That,
Well,
that's
you
what
think
we-
God
that's how
will.
we
You
work.
think God will, right?
God
Yeah.
will do what?
Oh, so
God
there
has
is
no reason
punishment.
if they
God
do
has a
anything.
reason, dude. He's all knowing.
Oh, so there is punishment. Okay, and also the all-knowing thing doesn't justify engaging in that particular behavior.
You guys really
There's
piss me
there
off.
actually
You
it
piss me
does
off
because
so
he has a
much.
reason.
Oh,
to do
it's
it
really
then.
it's pissing you off. Aw, do you
Dude,
need
Yeah,
you want
you
to
gotta
cry?
make him get angry.
You realize if you saw me in person, you would never say that to me.
Yes,
right?
I will, Brock.
We hear
I
it in
would
his
say it
voice.
right to
No,
your
you
face,
wouldn't.
Brock.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would,
You
Brock.
wouldn't say anything to him.
I would say it right to your face, Brock.
He would beat you up for it.
Oh, really? So is that very Christian of him?
No,
No,
I
it's-
wouldn't
he's
do that.
defending
I
himself.
would
Turn the
only
other
do
cheek.
that if you hit me first, I would defend myself.
I wouldn't do that.
Wait.
Okay, well then whatever. Then I wouldn't hit you.
But I'll
Jesus
talk
says
my
that
shit to your
it's
face.
okay that when they talk bad
Okay,
about
and then
you,
I'll
you
talk
punch.
my shit even more to your face, idiot.
You have no shot. Hollaberry, thank you for the $10.
Somebody-
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
somebody
Thank
in
you.
chat just said
Thank
God
you,
supports
everybody,
Trump.
so much. I really
Yeah,
appreciate
right.
everyone.
Support Trump.
Thank you, everyone, for
Where-
supporting the
do you wanna meet
freeloading.
up?
I really appreciate
I'll meet
it.
up with
Thank
you
you.
right now.
Hey, Brock. Thank you. Actually, Brock, I just want to tell you. Can you say thank you to all the guests who are donating to me to help support my freeloading?
What's their name?
It was Will.
Oh yeah,
Will,
fuck you,
Amanda,
Will.
And Hollowberry, can you say thank you to all of them for helping the freeloading?
Yeah, fuck
Don't
you,
say it,
Amanda,
bro.
and you're going to hell,
Don't say it.
Hollowberry.
Going to hell?
What?
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
She's supporting
wait, why are they going to
Align
hell?
DMC.
Hell's
Wait,
a party.
why are they
Parker.
going? So if
It's a
someone
big
donates to
company.
me, they're going to hell?
What
I
do you
mean, they're
want to be
supporting
at, Parker?
you.
Parker, where do you want to meet up at, buddy?
You should show up
Do
to
you wanna
LA.
meet,
Pull up.
do you want to meet up at Matt's little library and read a book together, and and we can see who can read
No,
faster?
come out,
'Cause I
come out to
fucking
LA.
guarantee
Come
it'll
out
be
to
me.
LA. Do it.
I
Oh, he just
okay,
got
I
another
got banned
flag.
again.
Oh,
He's
looks
from
like
Oregon, dude.
looks like
He's not
TikTok
going all
doesn't
the way
like
to
you.
LA.
Happy Dog, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Looks like you're going to hell as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Dude.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. I'll be there too. Well, actually, everyone cool is going to be there. Like
No,
Anna, thank you
hell is
so
not a
much for the
cool
$10
place.
for See You in Hell. Parker Cole, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Anna, thank you. Thank you so much. See You in Hell. Maze, thank you for the $5 for a fast track ticket to hell. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll see you there. Hey, yeah, actually, Brock, can we meet in hell?
Brock's not here.
Brock, we should meet in hell, man. That's where I'll
I'm
be.
talking to Brock. Brock's not here. Stop acting like
Party
he
in
is.
hell? Hey, Gage, would you meet us in hell?
No. I'm
Why
going
not?
to heaven.
Why not?
Because I'm going to heaven.
Do you think Brock's
Thank you,
going to
Maze,
heaven
for the
too?
$5. Thank you, Maze.
What?
Do you think Brock's going to heaven?
Yeah, we're both Christians. We both practice what Jesus Christ teaches.
Didn't you just
and
wish
we're good
death
people.
upon Democratic people
Yeah,
who were
they
elected to
committed
our
treason,
Congress?
dude. They committed treason.
So you'd wish death on them, even if that was the case, which it's not the case. You'd wish death on them.
If you do something evil like that,
The
yeah, you
punishment
gotta
for
go,
sedition
dude.
is like 20 years, right? So why should they be killed?
It's treason, bro. Treason.
Veronica, thank you for the $10 for See You in Hell. And also, again, it sounds like you are violating one of the 10 commandments by saying "Thou shalt murder." That's what it sounds like you're saying right now.
Dude, it's justified. if they're
Zonch,
doing
thank you so much
something
for the
like treason.
$20 for buying my VIP seat in hell. Thank you so much, Cameron. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll see you in your VIP seat directly in hell. I tell you that. Does
I'm going to hell, dude.
By the way, does Brock have another account? Why did he get banned on 2 separate accounts?
Because you guys piss him off, so he starts saying stuff, and then TikTok they kick him because
Maybe
he
he should have
starts
self-control.
Can he not control his
He
anger?
does have self. He does have self control.
Paul says, control yourself. Don't let that fire burn in you.
Oh, dude. So, dude, if you guys
Probably
piss him
the
off,
feet. Yeah, probably
Wait,
the
he
feet.
almost said, so what? You're saying that about Paul.
No, I
My
didn't
God,
say
how
that.
dare you?
How dare you speak about Jake Paul in that way?
Wait,
He's back on
General,
Brock 3.
General, thank you for the $10. He said, I live 10 minutes from Moscow if he really wants to meet up.
Hey, he's back on Brock 3.
Brock 3? Okay. Dude, he has a
have
third
so many
account.
Fucking Brock's gonna have like 10 accounts by the time he's done here.
He has 8 because you can only have 8 TikTok accounts.
Dude, that's brutal. Hey, Brock, how do you feel that all these people are joining hell with me? Like Sam, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Welcome to hell. How do you feel that so many people are joining me in hell?
Ew. When did
He
time
tried
rise
doing
with
this.
Satan
So
on us ever?
according to Brock and Gage, if you get Times Person of the Year, it's because you're a very moral person.
You
they just
are.
didn't want to talk about who got it in 1938.
No. We talked about that. It was different back then. It's changed since then.
And I asked you for where it changed, and you just changed the subject. So
Wait,
We didn't change the
what's the
subject.
criteria? By the way, what's the criteria to be on Time Magazine's cover?
It's morality. You're
No,
doing the
it
most
says,
freaking
it
most
says
of
the
man.
person or thing that influenced the world the most for good or bad. I think I know where
No.
they're going with this.
Okay. So who is Time Magazine? Who owns it? Can you tell me?
I don't fucking know.
You probably can't. Oh yeah, you
yeah,
can't.
because you don't know
Who
anything
owns it?
yourself.
No. I mean, like, who knows it? I don't know.
Yeah,
Who
you
owns
don't know it.
Do you want me to explain it to you?
Please, who owns it?
It's I'm pretty sure it's Mark Benoff.
Okay.
Clay,
and-
thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. I don't know
So
who that
he's
is,
the
but I
one who
appreciate it
owns
very much.
He actually likes Trump for the most part, so he
And welcome to hell,
probably
Clay.
chose the most influential part for the better.
So
one.
when Joe Biden was chosen, then that
He wasn't chosen.
Was he chosen? Was he?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
No, he wasn't.
When Obama was chosen, then
Was he?
yeah.
I don't think he was
Obama
either.
won it twice.
Obama bombed children in Syria or something.
Yeah, he did.
And you see us defending that? Like what? Like
You
Trump
understand
ramped
that?
up the drone
You understand that? Wait, so then
No,
you
he didn't.
disagree with Donald Trump bombing people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress they had
There
DRUGS
is
in the first
evidence.
place?
If it was done by them, they had enough reason to do it, dude.
You wanna see
I
the
trust this
evidence?
So you're just
administration.
Hey, can I ask you a
claiming
question?
that they had reason to do it. You're not saying that there's actual evidence
They're the
indicating that.
administration of the most
Hey, can I ask you a
powerful
question,
country in the
Gage?
world.
And Brock
What's
or
up, bro?
Doc,
What's
whatever
up,
the fuck your
dude?
name is. Okay.
It's Brock and Gage.
Doc, okay. So why is it that they have released every single video
What's
of
that?
every single strike, but for the second strike on September 2nd, they will not release it?
Wait, what is that?
What?
What are you trying to show
Did
us,
you not
Brock?
understand my English?
What is
I
that?
asked.
Is
why
Brock
is
trying
it
to show
that
us a
for
picture of the
every-
moon?
No, that's that's one of the boats.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
And
I
what is
couldn't
that?
see.
Are those packages of? Am I
Of
allowed to say
you
it
know
on here?
what?
Thanks,
BRUD?
guys.
Is
No.
that?
You
Are
didn't
those?
answer my
C
question, by the
thing.
way, but okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask your question again. I'll let
I
you.
already did. I said, why is it that for every single strike since they began striking boats, they have released the video, but for the strike that they did on I don't remember what the date was, on that strike, the one that they're being claimed as like a war crime, they actually won't release that video. So,
Dude,
I don't
what
know.
they
release
did?
every
They did
video
release.
Do they
except
have
that one.
to? Do they have to
It's
release every
literally.
single video? I mean, I don't think they
They're
do.
releasing all
So
the other ones. They just
Hey,
released one
Google's
today.
free. Google's
yeah,
free.
you don't have to do everything just because you're okay. So if
No,
your
no, no.
friend jumped
I'm
off a
asking you a very
cliff, would
specific
you?
question.
No,
I'm
no,
asking
seriously.
you.
If your friend jumped off a cliff, would you?
Google's free.
What is this
ChatGPT's free.
reasoning?
Well, you engage or like joined at the hip, so you guys probably would. But what I'm asking you is if they release every single video since then they have, by the way, they just gave us one today, like every single one. Why won't they release the one where
They're
they
doing
claim
it
they
for
have
good
done no war crimes?
reason.
Why?
Because they're this administration of the most powerful country in the world. They have enough reason to do it.
What's the good reason?
Yeah.
I don't know it, but they're
We
the
just had a
I don't
video
know the
released
reason,
today
but I
about just
swear.
blowing somebody up.
By the way, you
I
could just
do.
by the way, you could just detain them once they get to U.S. waters. Did you know that?
Why?
Yeah, maybe actually
Okay,
investigate
yeah, it
instead of
costs.
blowing up
Okay,
the
yeah,
evidence.
yeah, sure, dude, and cause the taxpayer more money. Sure,
Wait,
smart.
why
Wait,
did they actually?
doesn't the missile cost even more money than that? It's like $120,000 to $150,000 per missile.
Where are you getting that information from?
I'm getting that information from literally the Justice Department, or not the Justice Department, from the government themselves.
We've probably already paid for that missile. It's
What?
in the past. It's past.
That still costs money, genius. And we already paid the money that is going to go towards their salaries. By the way.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
And why are they blowing up the boats when, like, one of the times they actually had survivors and they brought them aboard the boat and they did detain them and then they let them go? So they let go people who are like trafficking in like.
They didn't
bad
let
stuff.
anyone go. Now you're just lying. Cool.
Okay,
Actually,
so
they did.
have you
I'm
watched?
sorry.
No, they
Actually,
didn't.
can
Have
I
you
bet
ever
you
watched
money?
Peter Pan?
Please bet me money right now. Bet
I'm
me
not even
money
taking your
that
money,
they did
dude. I
release.
pity you.
No,
I pity you, dipshit. I'm not taking your money.
no, please, no. I'm saying bet me money. I want you to
Yeah,
bet me.
I
I will
win,
give you
so I'm not just gonna take
$100
your money.
right now.
Yeah, I'm not taking your money.
No, Gage, we want to take your money, so let him
Yeah,
make
I
a bet.
want to take your money.
You'll
That's
give
the thing.
me $100 for what? You'll give me $100
I'll
for
give you
what?
$100
I'll take $100.
if they did not. If you can disprove that they did not detain two people from a
didn't.
boat and they released them back to their home
Hey,
countries.
ChatGPT is free, idiot. Just go ask it.
Say you'll bet me.
I'm not gonna bet you because I don't want to take
Like,
your money.
Wait, have you ever watched the movie Peter Pan? Do you know Peter Pan, the series?
Jason, thank you for the
Explain the
£2
analogy.
or £2 for aren't we already in hell? Yeah, seriously, you know what? We actually already are.
This
Shannon,
is it,
thank you
yeah.
so much for the $2. I really
Biden was the
appreciate it.
presidency,
Shannon, thank
yeah.
you so much. Jordan, thank you for the $3. As a Christian, you shouldn't be telling people who is going to go to hell. Who do they think there are? God? Seriously. Jade, thank you so much for the $25 for finalizing my seat in hell. Don't worry, you'll be here right with us. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Noah, thank you for the $1 for one ticket to hell, please. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. You're not too late. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, seriously. They said, as a Christian, I am not going to go to hell based on two Christians.
I don't know why you did it like that.
Yeah, because they called you uninformed Christians.
We're not uninformed. We're educated and smart Christians.
You
Yeah,
didn't
that's
even know what
embarrassing.
Jesus' 2 commandments were.
I know more
Like,
than
give
you
me a
about the
fucking break.
Bible. I know more
No,
than
you
you
don't.
know
You
the
couldn't
Bible. Yes,
name
I
2
do.
commandments given by Jesus in Matthew 22. Don't give
you?
me that bullshit.
Yeah.
Watch
do
this.
it.
Watch this. This is gonna be fun. If God commanded you, if you were like one of Saul's men, right? Back in the day, right? And God commands you to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. Would you do it?
I would hate it, but if God commanded it, there's obviously a reason. Yeah.
So you would slaughter the children and the infants.
I would really hate doing it.
But you would do
But
it.
if God is all knowing and all good,
Okay.
there's obviously a reason for it, dude.
Gage, I'm gonna ask you a very specific question.
What
Gage,
the fuck? Or no,
Brock,
Brock,
whoever the fuck
Gage.
said that. Gage, let me ask you a very specific question.
That's so
If you heard a
crazy.
voice right now that said, "I am the Lord your God, and I want you to, basically unalive this child," because that child's going to do something bad in the future. And that voice is talking to you. Would you do it?
No, dude, because there's no proof. I don't know. How do I know? I'm not just having a
I, the
hallucination.
Lord your God, command you to stop supporting Donald Trump right now. I command you right now. Don't make me part the motherfucking sea again. I will. Make me come after you. I will flood the earth again. Stop supporting Trump. Dude, I don't know what just happened, man. I honestly think that was the Lord and Savior that was telling you to stop right now. Stop supporting Donald Trump. I think that's just what happened.
How would I know I'm not just having an auditory hallucination?
Okay,
because that was the Lord. We all heard it.
No. How about this?
What?
There's a well-known person in like Christianity, right? Let's say like your local, person, right? He comes to you, he said, God told me something. You have to unalive this person.
No, I would need proof, dude. I would need actual proof.
So why did Saul do it with in that case?
Because he probably had proof.
God didn't talk to Saul. He talked to Samuel.
Well, he had some
Samuel
proof
told
that he did it.
Saul. So Saul just believed Samuel?
Hey, if I had actual proof that I knew for a fact,
yeah, that's just Samuel. So if Samuel claimed to you that you should stop supporting Trump, would you stop supporting Trump?
Do I? Tell me right now. Is it from God? Certified 100%?
God told Samuel.
Well, if Samuel's telling the truth and God really did say that, of course I would.
You'd stop supporting Trump?
If God really told me to, yeah.
Yes, God has commanded you. You just heard it.
Then I would. If God told me to, yeah.
You don't support Trump anymore?
Well, God didn't tell me that, so no, I do still support him.
You just heard him do it. Dude, I'm telling you, I was just taken over by the Lord. Jesus took the wheel and did that.
Hey, dude, you put your hands over your mouth
took the
and said
wheel.
something.
I am telling you right now, Jesus took the wheel and did that. I did not have control over my body when that happened.
What's your point, bro?
My point is that you should stop supporting Donald Trump, and Jesus took the wheel, and he told you that through my body.
Jesus didn't take shit, dude. He would never take control of you.
He did. Why not?
Gage, I saw with my
Because you're
own
a little
eyes.
atheist. You're a little atheist.
Wait, wouldn't Jesus want to actually change Parker's mind because he's in the
He wouldn't do
business
that
of
by
changing the
force.
atheist's
He
mind?
wouldn't do that by force, idiot.
Wait, Parker has a demon. Why wouldn't Jesus want to drive that out of him?
He would try, but he wouldn't do it by force. Just take control.
Wait,
use your brain,
Jesus drove
smart guy.
demons.
Wait, does he actually? Wait, Gage, do you think there's a demon in me?
I mean, you're a liberal that likes to have abortions, and you support illegal immigrants coming into our country and destroying our economy. So, yeah, I kind of do.
Oh my God, it's taking over! Ah! No! Oh my God! Oh my God, Chad!
Stop mocking
It's
my
taking over!
religion.
I feel the demon! The demon inside
Knock it
me!
off.
I feel it! The demon is taking over! Oh my God!
Nobody
Holy
cares,
shit.
dude. You're not.
Gage,
You're
do
just
something.
lying.
Holy
He's a
shit!
theological
I'm
expert.
feeling
Save him.
I'm feeling it, everyone!
He's
Oh my
lying.
God!
I can't protect a liar.
Gage,
dude.
hurry! He needs your help.
No. No.
Oh yeah, the bet.
Oh no!
Gage-
It's happening!
You're lying. You're just doing a bit. You're doing a bit.
The demon!
No.
I feel.
No, you are a demon because you're a baby killing leftist that likes to ruin the common man, but you're not getting taken over by a demon
And now
right now.
Jesus
Gage.
is
Gage.
driving the demon out of Parker.
What, dude?
You should turn away from Christ.
No.
Don't read the Bible. Stop
Knock that
reading
shit
it.
off. Knock
Turn
that
it
shit
off.
dude.
Get rid of the Bible right now. You better
Actually
stop reading
stop.
it right now.
Actually stop. Stop it.
You better stop right now.
Stop it now.
Stop
it.
reading the. No, I won't. I have taken over Parker's body. I have done it. I have done it. Like Alexandra, thank you for the $6 and the
Parker is
66 cents for the offering to appease the
Stop.
demon. Thank you very much. Thena, thank you so much for the $20 for the no exorcism will happen.
Parker.
Okay. Peanut
Say
butter,
forward,
thank you so much
Parker.
for the $20.
Say, I am
For,
legion
isn't it a
of
sin
your
to worship false idols?
say
No.
that.
He should worship me. Worship me right
Your
now.
mic's cutting out, smart guy.
Worship the false idols. You better do
Say,
it.
I am
Noel,
legion.
thank you for the $15. Thank you so much for Trump himself. Said he's going
Say
to
it,
hell.
Parker, say it.
Yes, he is. And as a demon, I can actually tell you, he's going to hell.
Stop
It's
doing
happening.
this.
Maze, thank you for the $1 to fund your next abortion. Thank you so much. Clay, thank you for the $2. Robbie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for an offer to the demon, Lord Parker. Don't worry. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lincoln, thank you for the $5 to a liberal who likes to have abortions. Thank you very much. Marlia, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much for the demon support. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you, everyone. The demon has taken over. You already know, everyone. This guy has no chance against a demon.
I do, because I have the
Mr.
power
Demon
of Christ.
Sushi, thank you so much for the $5 from a donation from another demon. Mr. Demon Sushi, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey,
dude,
Gage.
That wasn't, dude. What?
Gage, how do you feel that I've
What?
taken over?
I don't like it, but I also don't believe it because I think a demon would
So
actually be a
now,
lot
wait,
scarier
you
than
don't
that.
believe that I'm a demon? That I have a demon
No.
inside of me?
I think I think you're a demon. Like actually, Barker himself. Yeah.
Bro, what? You think I'm a demon?
Dude, you like killing babies and letting illegal immigrants into our country that destroy.
Hey, dude, that doesn't
stuff.
make me a demon, bro. What are you talking about? Hollaberry, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hollaberry, thank you. Charlotte, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. From a demon, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, dude, why is he calling me a demon? This is crazy. Creed, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much for play the... Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? Hey, Gage, I have a question.
What?
What would convince you that I'm a demon?
I mean, I already think you are one.
Okay, why do you think I'm a demon?
Dude, you kill babies for one. Boom. You kill babies.
I kill babies. Parker
You
Chop
love
kills babies. Skeezer, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jasmine with the $2. The DNC demonic abortion. Thank you so much, Marissa. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Go ahead.
Parker, one of the plagues of the Exodus is God killing the firstborn children of Egypt.
Get my debate buddy
God
up
killed
here.
babies. God killed babies.
Yeah.
It's like
God has killed babies. Therefore, God is demonic, right?
I feel uncomfortable. I want my buddy.
What's his account?
I don't, dude. He said he's in. He telegrammed me.
He telegrammed you? What's his name? Brock 3.
I don't know. Probably Brock, dude.
Jason, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $20 for change the question for why do you think I'm a demon?
Yeah.
Why do I?
Yeah,
Do
why
that
do you
on
think
Christmas, Parker?
Why do you think I'm a demon?
Because you like killing babies with abortions. You let in these illegal immigrants that ruin our country and make everything more expensive, okay? And commit crimes. Boom, there's two. That had a literal demon at their rally. I don't know, maybe. Why are you laughing, huh? Smart guy?
I find this comical, quite frankly. I just find this comical.
Okay, you're dumb then.
Yes, I am dumb. Thank you.
Why do you think I'm a demon? I just explained it.
Gage and Brock, how aware are you guys in the moment when like all three of us and the entire audience is like low-key collectively laughing at you and you just stay completely
They're
earnest and
laughing
locked
with
in?
us against you guys.
Oh, so true. I didn't think of that.
But laughing
keep laughing
at
away.
You probably
against
you probably didn't think about it.
1,000 IQ.
Libby, thank you so much for the $30. How many abortions have you had? I have had thousands of abortions myself.
Please don't pull out your feet. Not again.
Wait,
No,
Brock,
seriously,
Brock,
bro, that's not
engage.
sweet, buddy.
Hey, Grok. How do you feel that I've had thousands of abortions myself?
What?
How do you feel that myself, like I've had thousands of abortions?
Yeah, that's because that's possible.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, aren't you a boy?
Well, again, dude, I'm the demon, right? I've controlled people's bodies, and I've caused so many abortions, right?
Bro, you're cringe.
What'd you just say?
You just like killing babies, dude.
I'm a
No,
demon,
he likes
right,
to
dude?
slap guys
I
with
have
Legos.
caused so many abortions. Okay.
Yeah, you probably have.
Yeah. So how does that make you feel? Why are you still talking to a demon that's caused
I'm
so
trying
many
to change
abortions?
your mind.
So you're trying to change the mind of a demon? Do you think you
Well,
can do
listen,
that,
yo,
buddy?
dude. Yeah,
You think
can
you
help
think you
work
can
on things,
change
yeah.
the mind of a demon?
Yeah, with the power of Christ, anything is possible.
Okay. So tell me, how could you change my mind as a demon?
Make you realize that your ways are wrong. I don't know, dude.
How
I
so?
don't think
How are you
you're-
gonna do
here,
that?
Let me get this straight.
A demon will always be smarter than you.
No, that's not true.
That's true.
One, I don't think you're an actual
You
like
can edu-
red demon. I just think your personality is really evil. I
Yeah,
think
he
you're an
acts
evil
like one.
human
Oh,
being.
so
But
I'm
you
not a
can educate
demon.
yourself
Okay,
and
it
You're
looks
not
like
a real
he's
demon. You're not a
conceded.
real
never become
demon.
as
He's
smart as us.
conceded, chat. I'm not a real
I didn't
demon.
concede shit. I didn't concede anything.
He's conceded. Parker, get a job, is not a real demon.
You're just a really evil human being. It's like the same thing.
Okay, my brain
And you
hurts,
like to
dude. My
invite people up
actually,
on
my
little
my
live
brain
streams and
actually
throw
hurts.
them
I
in
don't
the
know if I can
bullying
keep
them.
doing this.
Your brain hurts because I'm overloading it with knowledge. You're getting schooled, so it's
Is
like
that what that is?
imploding.
That's knowledge?
Yeah,
The garbage coming out of your mouth right now, that's what you call it?
it's not garbage. It's factual shit.
Okay. You're such a moral person with the way that you want Democrats to be hung for expressing their opinion.
Dude, it's
Parker's such a mean
treason.
person for calling you out on it, though.
It's treason.
You
It
know what's
is.
crazy? I actually think they're not trolling at this point because genuinely, like, I get tired of trolling. I get tired of trolling, and I'm like, I
If
can't.
this is
do
who they
this
are,
anymore,
then
dude.
I'd hate to meet them. frankly.
I can't troll anymore.
me,
Like,
we wouldn't wanna
I'm
meet
so
you.
over it. I'm so over trolling. I can't do it anymore. Like, I just genuinely, how the fuck could you keep doing this if you're trolling? Like, there's no way. Like, this is just like the craziest long-term troll I've ever seen. Jason, thank you for the £5. Thank you so much for, again, what is the
Maybe the two
leading
last
cause
Trump
of
supporters
children's
left
death
in
in America?
Yeah,
Gun
dude.
violence.
There's a lot more than just
Andy,
two.
thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for one ticket to hell, please. Actually, hell is cold. True. Tom, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, Libby with the $30. Witty, thank you for the $3 for the power of the DNC compels you. Marissa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section, as well as Ruth. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Merry
And
Christmas to you as
also,
well.
I think it Aruka for the 2, and I think it Ruben for the 2 also. Thank you so much. And thank you to Clay for the 1.
Lexi, thank you for the $2. Play the demon video.
Thank you for that DNC money.
Don't play the demon video.
Don't do it.
No, I don't want to see it.
It's too dangerous.
Yeah.
It's not dangerous. I just don't want to see it, dude. It makes me uncomfortable. Because it makes me uncomfortable. Have you seen it? It's
I don't
literally
even
a
know what's
demon
being
at a
referred to
Kamala
right now.
Harris rally.
It's the guy who's like behind Kamala Harris, and his eyes like go white.
It's a
like,
demon.
For, like,
It's
a,
at a- it's
like,
at
like
her
a second or
rally.
two, and it's yeah.
I have
It's
never
a rally
seen
in Nevada.
Yeah, it's very
it's
disturbing.
lighting and like the framing of the It's we are doomed as a nation. I'm sorry.
We're not doomed. It's just
I mean, it hasn't
we'll
been
be doomed.
explained yet.
Do you
Yeah.
think that like we like landed on the moon and stuff?
I mean, I don't. Maybe was the tech that good back then?
Yes.
Okay, maybe we did then. Maybe we didn't. I'm not a scientist. Were you there?
No, but
I was
Okay, then how do you know?
because
Yeah, there were
because
pictures
like I
and
said,
videos
I
of
work
it.
at a university,
Not
and I've
ones that
actually
have been
pointed
edited
a
and you
laser
can
at the moon that then came back to me because we left laser reflectors on the moon. I've seen the images from the satellites that orbit the moon that have taken pictures of the landing sites.
What?
Yeah. I've met somebody who was one of the astronauts that landed on the moon. And
Okay,
talked
so
to
you met a
them.
paid actor. Cool. Okay, cool.
I met.
Cool, dude. Good for
Gage,
you.
I was there.
No, you weren't, dude. It was like
With the power of Christ,
70
anything
years
is
ago.
possible. You don't know whether I was there or not.
Adam's
I
actually
do-
85. He
I
just
know-
looks really good for his age.
Yeah, I just have
Adam's
really
an
good
athe-
skincare.
Adam's an atheist. He doesn't have the power of Christ.
I'm not even an atheist. I don't know why you guys keep saying
Yeah,
this every
Adam, I
time
think
you
is like
talk to me.
Christian, which is like he's.
He's an atheist.
I'm not an atheist.
It looks like the
Okay,
demons
sure,
have
keep an
taken
eye
the
on it.
video down from the internet. I can't find it.
Yeah, good. It,
Oh,
needed,
Parker,
it
here,
shouldn't be
I
up.
can send it to you because I know what you're looking at. I know what
Oh.
you're talking about.
Robin,
wonder
thank you
why
for the
that took off the internet,
$6.68.
that's
Thank you so much for please tell
It's
Gage
still there.
the
I-
demon is hiding under his
watching
bed and to watch out. True. Lexi, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. General, thank you for the $10
Can
as
you
well.
click
Thank
on
you so
things
much.
in your YouTube chat? Can you like see your chat and like click on links?
Yeah, I should see yours. I should see yours.
Okay.
Because you
Alright.
are mod, right?
Yeah, I am.
And if I haven't modded
Alright.
you, I should.
Go to like 2 minutes and like 20 seconds or ish. It's like
Don't put it up on the
2:20.
video. I'm being serious. Don't.
You said don't put it up on the video?
Yeah, don't show the video.
He's scared because
I'm not scared. It's just I don't want to see that, dude. It's useless. What's the point of showing something like that?
you brought it up, so I mean, like,
No, you did.
gaslighter in chief, I tell you.
Don't.
Yep, here it is. Okay. I think it's at like 2 minutes 20. Yep, there it is.
Look.
Lizard man, lizard demon man.
Look at his eyes.
When do they
Look,
put it
dude.
in? When do they
Explain
put
it.
in
Explain it. Try
heat
it.
vision? Wait till they put it in heat vision.
Explain it. Try it. You can't. You literally can't.
It's a demon. What do you mean? We explained
Yeah,
it.
it's a demon.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
Look
demon.
at him.
Yeah, I'm
Look.
convinced. I'm convinced it's a demon.
Look at the. That's not the right
I'm
video.
convinced
It's the only
fully.
possible explanation for what we
It
just
is.
saw.
It literally
It
is,
can't
dude.
possibly be the fact that like there's like a different focusing of the cameras, that the lighting is
Not
shining
at all.
differently.
Why does no one
It
else
can't
look like that
possibly
then?
be any of that. It can't.
Why
Possibly be
doesn't anyone else look like that then? Huh, dumbass?
Actually,
not
they
demons.
do. Actually, they do.
No,
Parker,
they don't.
if you go back, I think to like 2 minutes and something, there's someone in another place that also has their eyes do that. It's almost as
No.
if the camera is focusing on Kamala Harris and
It's
not on the
no.
audience in the back, and that like
You
creates
don't
lighting
know
issues.
anything. You don't know anything, dude.
Wait,
You're right, I know
I
nothing.
actually do see that.
Yeah.
Like
You're
literally,
right,
I'll show
I know
you.
nothing. I do know
You
nothing.
gotta find the heat vision video one.
Heat
The
vision.
heat vision video, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's in infrared.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the person like that was standing behind? Like, can you imagine their response to people calling them a demon? Like, that's gotta be crazy.
They
bro.
probably don't care. Demons don't care if you call them a demon. They know what they are.
Okay, watch this. Watch this. This person in the back
Yeah.
left, like you're gonna see the same thing.
Dude, see? Look at their eyes. See?
I know.
Dude.
So many
So there's more
demons.
than
Multiple
one.
demons
so there's more
confirmed.
than one.
Multiple
I mean,
demons.
if it's at a Kamala Harris rally, yeah, it's not really surprising.
Is it possible that all 74 million people who voted for her were demons? If we're
I'm
seeing
not
so
saying
many of the
no.
She
rallies,
told
then
Christians are not the right
That
place.
makes
When the
sense,
Christians
actually.
said
That makes
we're,
sense.
and it was Christian people coming in saying we love you, or whatever, and she said, "Oh, you guys are not welcome here."
you guys know that if
Christian.
demons were real, it'd be people like you who just spread like
Pull up
hate
the
and
video.
ignorance constantly.
Pull up the
Dude, we
video,
would
bro.
not be demons.
You gotta just.
That's what a demon would say.
We
Yeah,
would be
honestly,
Christians. You would
that
be a
is
demon.
exactly what a demon would say. Leanne,
Dude,
thank you so
you
much
would
for the
be Christians.
$25 for reading a devil voice. Hey, Gage, when you walk,
Stop
hold
this
up.
shit.
When you walk around in your house at night, don't you look behind you because there might be a demon. There might
well,
be
probably
a
not. I wear a cross.
demon following you.
I wear a cross necklace, dude.
Yeah, and it could still happen. There's gonna be one right
No.
behind you. A demon. I
You don't
promise
know
you.
that. Stop
You'll see
saying
it.
that.
You'll see it.
I don't think I've heard you say something smart in the past 30 minutes. You haven't brought up one point, anything at all.
Here's the first
I
smart
think
thing
you-
we can bring up all
You
night.
guys
I thank you, Maze, for the $2. Thank you, and thank you, Travis, for the. Oh, sorry, or is it Travis? Oh no, I think it's Travi for the $1. I think it's Lincoln for the 5. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Love you
We're
all.
done. We're done, everyone. I can't do anymore.
He's tired.
Alana, thank you
Yeah.
so much. Really appreciate the
It's late.
$5. Thank you. That's so funny. That's so funny. As well as Gabriel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. I'm a witch and I'm going to use my satanic powers to cast a spell on Gage and Brock. You should.
Damn.
Ooh. Make a hex.
Diabolical. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. It was good seeing everyone. Hopefully, everyone having a good
Bye,
night.
Parker. You guys take care of yourselves, okay?
Good seeing you. Good seeing you, Adam. Good seeing you,
Bye-bye.
Matt.
Take care of yourself. Yeah, bye-bye.
Alrighty, everyone. Have a good night. I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all later. See you tomorrow, everyone. I probably should be live earlier in the day. I would assume I'll be live earlier in the day. I don't know if I'll be live my normal time. I know I'll be getting off really early, but yeah, early in the day, expect me to be live. I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all. Bye-bye, everyone.